Good evening and welcome to the Thousand Oaks City Council meeting for May 25th, 2021. The meeting is continued from last Tuesday, and Mr. Jones will lead us off in the Pledge of Allegiance. This weekend being Memorial Day, Mr. Jones served in the U.S. Army. Allegiance to the flag, United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you for your service, Councilmember Jones, and all of our other heroes who gave their lives to protect freedom, liberty, which we hold so dear. Madam Clerk, would you please do a roll call?
Councilmember Adam?
Here.
Councilmember Jones?
Here.
Councilmember McNamee?
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Engler?
Here.
And Mayor Bill De La Pena?
Present. Thank you. So as you all know, this is a continuation from our meeting last week. Last week, we took almost 5 hours of public comments, and it left very little time for the council to deliberate the land use map of our general plan update. So we continued to the meeting today with public comments closed. So what we do have is regular public comments, as this is not a study session as was last week. Today is a regular council meeting. And although we normally only allow for speakers to speak on items not on the agenda, the Brown Act leaves us enough flexibility to allow you to continue speaking on any jurisdiction within the city, which is the general plan. We have 73 speakers via Zoom and here in person. We are limiting time to 1 minute, and I ask you to keep your comment to 1 minute. We want to give everybody a chance to speak. We will actually have to cut you off at 1 minute if you go over. This is to accommodate everybody who is passionate about the subject and wants to have his or her voice heard. And with that, we will begin with...
Mayor,
yes.
May I make just one very quick announcement? And I know we have some serious issues in front of us tonight. We've been talking about the general plan for many months now. But life does go on in Thousand Oaks. I want to congratulate the Thousand Oaks Lancers baseball team. They have set a record 31 wins in a row with no losses.
Wow.
That is,
yes.
Yeah, how about that, huh? And they are on their way to an incredible season, and I just want to congratulate them, the coaches, the players, the parents. TO comes through again. Thank you.
Excellent. We've had quite a few student athletes reach national record levels from Thousand Oaks High School, from Westlake High Schools, and we were trying to honor them and are trying to honor them later this year. So it's been really a good year, even though it's been a difficult one for most of us. So with that, I am going to start with online or Zoom speakers first. I will go through about 12, take a quick break because we have technical constraints. We need a little bit of time to switch to in-house. And so I will start with the person who registered the very first opportunity she had at 5 o'clock on Thursday when the agenda was published. Her name is Jessica Waihi, and she is joining us via Zoom.
Madam Mayor, can the city clerk announce public comment before we move on to the speakers?
Okay, go ahead then.
This is a time and place for public comments for those wishing to address the City Council regarding items on the agenda or on a subject within the city's jurisdiction. All remarks should be addressed to the council as a whole, and speakers are requested to state their name and community of residence for the record. And as the mayor indicated, we have 73 speakers here tonight, and speakers are limited to 1 minute.
Go ahead.
Good evening, Council. My name is Jess Waihi. I'm a resident of Newbury Park. You've already heard from me, so I'm sharing with you a message I received from another Newbury Park mom this morning. She texted, "I'm so anxious the council won't approve the mixed use for Borchard Lot. Please tell me there is a chance we can still have some fun things going into the area. The fear of changing here is alarming." She can't speak tonight because she's running a school PTA meeting. She and her young family moved here a few years ago for the schools and reputation as a desirable place to live. She's mentioned that she and her husband had no idea how seemingly anti-family this community really is. There's no real community center for families to enjoy in our area. We have beautiful parks, yes, thank you CRPD, but that's different from a vibrant community center that offers a range of amenities for families to safely enjoy. We respectfully ask the council to please support the mixed-use zoning at Orchard site and to please honor the structure of the boulevard-specific plan to support our local businesses who have put their trust in our city and in our council. Thank you so much for your time and your service tonight.
Thank you. And again, all of these names are being called in the order in which they registered online on Thursday. Next one is Diane McKay via video, followed by Natalie Farahan, and then Danielle Borgia. We're waiting.
My name is, start my video.
Oh, it is Duncan McKay?
Yeah,
Okay.
Sorry about that.
No problem. Go ahead.
Honorable Mayor, council members, and city staff, 1 minute. My name is Duncan McKay. I moved here in 1992. I love Thousand Oaks. My wife and I have raised kids here, all 4 kids, and I wouldn't live anyplace else. My wife is sorry that she can't address you herself, but she's lived here almost her entire life. She rode her horse to Denny's when she was 12, so that's her bona fides. My message is a simple one: stick with the deal you made. First, stick with the parks to population ratio, Thousand Oaks Boulevard specific plan, and the 6 opportunity sites that have been identified. And next, listen to those who represent the economic engines of our city, the employers, the chamber, the local small businesses. They need their workers to have a place to live and help by providing areas that make sense for that. And finally, keep in mind that not everyone who lives here wants to live in the past. We like an active lifestyle. My wife and I like the restaurants and entertainment locally, and so do our now adult kids. We want them to be able to live here, to enjoy the parks and restaurants and other amenities, and to spend their money in their own community. The site at Orchard seems like a great idea.
I think you're way over your time now. I apologize. I will have to cut you off if you go past 1 minute. Next one, thank you. Next one, we have Natalie Farahan, followed by Danielle Borgia. Is Natalie with us via Zoom? If not, then I will go to Danielle Borgia. Oh, you're here physically? Well, then let me just go down to Davida Carpenter. Is Davida Carpenter joining us via Zoom? Davida? Nope. Okay. Adam Haverstock. I see
My
Adam.
name is.
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and council members. My name is Adam Haverstock, and I'm the Director of Government Affairs and Tourism for the Greater Conejo Valley Chamber of Commerce. There has been a lot of discussion about the statistical validity of the survey process and whether those survey results matter. As a person who spent hundreds of hours soliciting community input for those surveys, I really hope the survey results do matter. Those survey results come from thousands of people who took the time to tell you what they want for the future of Thousand Oaks. As for the statistical significance issue, I think a better term than survey would have been a referendum, like in an election, whether for a candidate or a ballot question. We allow all constituents the opportunity to participate and accept the results of that referendum, regardless of the turnout. The fact that many people chose not to engage in the general plan process does not change the fact that thousands of people did engage in the process. Questioning the validity of the survey is like telling those thousands of people that their opinions don't matter, and I really hope they do. Please vote yes on the map tonight as presented by staff.
Thank you.
It's backed by the survey. It's a common
Thank you.
sense map
Next
for the
speaker is Kinsey Flame via video. Again, you have 1 minute. We're trying to really give as many people as possible. So every second you go over, you take someone else's opportunity away from speaking. Kinsey Flame.
Good evening, Mayor De La Pena, council members, city staff, and community members. My name is Kinsey Flame. My husband and I live here in the Conejo Valley with our 2 children. We also own a small business in the area. Tonight, I am here to encourage our city to allow a well-thought-out growth plan, to allow families to move into town, to allow students that are going to be learning at Los Robles a place to live, to allow our senior citizens to downsize, which will allow new families to move into their homes, revitalizing our economy and keeping our schools full. Keep in mind that when we're discussing the Borchard lot, it's not like it's a true open space. It's a dirt lot next to the freeway filled with rats. It isn't Mount Boney, and it certainly isn't Wildwood. Please vote for the Borchard lot, the Jans Mall, the Oaks, and the Boulevard to be mixed use. Allow our community to evolve and grow while keeping our open spaces. Thank you, and have a great evening.
Thank you so much. Rick Schrader with Many Mansions is next, followed by Stephanie Murillo and Andrew Pletcher.
Madam Mayor, members of the City Council, I am Rick Schrader, president of Many Mansions. Many Mansions is a nonprofit affordable housing and service provider founded and located right here in the city of Thousand Oaks. On behalf of Many Mansions, we strongly urge that the council adopt the draft preferred land use map. This map will aid in the development of housing, including affordable housing, in several ways. It will broaden the areas for potential housing development, thus increasing the city's housing capacity. Second, it'll increase the ability of affordable housing developers like Many Mansions to obtain the necessary financing from the state and federal government. Third, it will provide greater certainty where one can develop. And lastly, the map advances goals of fair housing and equal access to housing in the community. At Many Mansions, we want to bring housing to those most in need. We believe the land use map is a big step forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Stephanie Murillo, followed by Andrew Pletcher. No, Andrew Pletcher, followed by Michelle Ketke, and then Grace Hunter.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of the City Council. My name's Andrew Pletcher. I'm speaking to you via phone this evening. Just wanted to
Perhaps we can try with Mr. Pletcher a little bit later on. We lost connection. Next will be Michelle Ketke.
I'm Michelle Ketke from Newbury Park. We must hold two visions. One, our tradition of slow growth, but we also must hold to the vision of creating critically needed affordable units. To this end, approving the upzoning of the malls is the answer. These sites also have excellent ingress and egress. Sewers and electric and phone lines are all in place, thereby creating lower developmental costs. And because the costs are lower, we can build more. Do as other cities have done and approve only what is mandated. Reject the hyperdense map. Hold fast to our unique vision and listen to the collective wisdom of the founders and the people. Measured, cautious growth is, as it ever was, the solution. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Grace Hunter.
Hello, and thank you for your time, everyone. I really appreciate all of the work that's been done. Hello to our neighbors. Your comments and your anger are justified when you are upset about this, but it's not the property owner, it's not the city council, nor is it the staff to blame for your frustrations regarding the Borchard site. You've been led down a primrose path by Supervisor Linda Parks. It was her and her alone to blame for the rezoning. For nearly 30 years, she's gone out of her way to deny this private property owner any use of their property. She's tried to steal it, keep it as open space, block the developer in any way possible. It's her and her actions alone that really affect the rezoning. Fortunately, time has come for her to take responsibility for her changes. For those of you that support the single-family homes, had Linda been more reasonable over the past 20 years, those homes would have been built and the site would not be considered for the general use or general plan use update. Extreme actions have consequences. Please take a moment to thank or express your feelings about the rezoning to her. Please support the rezoning of the Borchard Opportunity Site. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We are now switching over to in-house, in-person speakers. First one is Danielle Borgia, followed by Janet Miller-Wall, and then Douglas Hardy. And as we are approaching microphones, I'm going to call the next speaker following after the current speaker, and then if you could make your way down to the front to save time, that would be great. Good evening.
Thousand Oaks resident and president and CEO of the Greater Conejo Valley Chamber of Commerce, representing over 800 local businesses. I can tell you that this land use map is not everything that the business community wants and is on their wish list. The mixed-use high designation was eliminated altogether. Only one of the city's 6 opportunity sites is designated for mixed-use medium, and the property owners within the Thousand Oaks specific plan do not all have the opportunity for mixed-use development. However, I will say that this current map is a very reasonable compromise, and we would like to express our chamber's strong support for the staff recommendation on behalf of our business community. Housing continues to be a major challenge for our businesses. With this map, the city can give our employers confidence that they are committed to creating more workforce housing while balancing the quality of life that our residents deserve. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Next, we have Janet Miller-Wall, followed by Douglas Hardy.
Good evening, council members. Janet Miller-Wall, City of Thousand Oaks. The general plan update before you isn't just an update. It's a complete rewrite of the city constitution for future development. The plan lacks metrics. As requested by Measure E, every previous land swap since 1996 has been backed with data showing where transferable units originated. In the current proposal, you have absolutely no statistical information as to where the proposed units are from. This is a first. Staff is recommending a major change in land use without disclosing proof that no increase or decrease in capacity will occur. Please not only scale back the plan, but send the plan back to staff for full disclosure and public transparency. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Douglas Hardy. Please make your way to the microphone, followed by Sean Maradian and then Chuck Cohen.
My name is Douglas Hardy. I live in Newbury Park. I've lived here since 1989. The plan's goal is to add houses, which is kind of nice, except for one thing. There's no extra water to go to those houses. We've been through 2 water shortages while I've lived here, neither one of which was very nice. Where are you going to get the water for these additional residences? Where are you going to get the electricity? And who's going to pay for the roads? Because there's going to be a lot more traffic, not only from here, but Camarillo, which is building out too. So those are the things I think you should take into mind, because we don't want to pay for it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Sean Maradian, followed by Chuck Cohen, and then Deborah Kernahan. And please limit your applause so that people can actually hear their names when I'm calling them. Thank you.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, honorable City Council members. My name is Sean Maradian, Thousand Oaks native and lifelong resident. Just want to take a moment and thank everybody from the community for the robust amount of community outreach and involvement. I've lived in this community my entire life, and I've never seen anything like it. I really want to take a moment to thank and applaud staff and our City Council for embarking on this comprehensive update. I think 130,000 residents are looking at our council members with the esteemed privilege that you have to craft solutions for a population that's not even here yet. It's not about us. It's not about what we want and we need. It's about the flexibility we can provide for the next 30 years for the people that are not even here yet. And I hope you take that into consideration this evening with your hearts. You trust your staff. They've done an incredible job, and we support you either way. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Chuck Cohen, followed by Deborah Kernahan, and then Greg Abrams.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of the council. I have submitted written papers with regard to certain properties under consideration. I'm only here tonight to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you. Deborah Kernahan, followed by Greg Abrams, and then Jean Greer.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, council members, and staff. My name is Deborah Kernahan, and I'm a Thousand Oaks homeowner as well as an active real estate agent. We have been and continue to be in desperate need of housing. Over the past 20 years, I have observed Thousand Oaks' slow growth. We are experiencing record lows for housing inventory and find seniors often in large homes wanting to downsize with lack of suitable housing options. I would also like to address concerns I've heard about projects being in flood zones. I feel confident that proper studies were done to address the viability of building in flood zones. I find many are unaware that a significant number of homes in Thousand Oaks were built in what is considered a hazard zone. We have special flood zones, potential flood zones, earthquake zones, fire zones, and more. Regardless, building continues. I also appreciate the desire to keep our beautiful city from becoming what many fear is an overcrowded city. I believe it is equally as important for our city to evolve and stay relevant, an active, vibrant community. For the record, I am in full support of staff recommendations and preferred land use, and I ask that you adopt the program. Thank you for your effort.
Thank you. Next speaker, Greg Abrams, followed by Jean Greer, and then somebody who looks like Mr. Hafsk. Good evening.
Hello. Can you guys hear me? Yeah, my name is Greg Abrams. I'm a 26-year-old millennial, and it seems like, I don't know why everyone's talking about this land stuff. Like, the real issue is the COVID vaccine passports that are coming. This is going to be the end of our freedom if you guys allow this, and I'm really disgusted how you guys have treated these businesses in Thousand Oaks. They just, all this stuff with the health inspectors, with wearing a mask, this scamdemic is never going to end unless we end it. And you guys are complicit in all of these mandates.
Thank you. Next one, we have Jean Greer, followed by Mr. Hafsk, and then Peter Gilchrist.
Hello, Mayor and council persons. We've lived in Newbury Park, the Casa Conejo section, for 56 years. The previous speaker, Kinsey, called it a dirt field. The dirt field is my backyard. That backyard is going to hold who knows how many people that are going to be coming down my street, my residential 25-mile-an-hour street. It's bad enough now. I just can't imagine what it's like, what it's going to be like if this goes through. We're trapped, my wife and I. We lived there 56 years, been married 64 years. We're trapped in our house, can't sell it, or we wouldn't be able to sell it. And if we did, it would be a lot less, worth a lot less. And my last question is, I'm sure you guys have figured this out or talked about this, but is Thousand Oaks going to be liable when the next flood comes and those places are flooded? I'd be curious to know who's going to be liable for that. Thank you.
Next speaker is somebody by the name of G. Hafsk. I only have an email address, followed by Peter Gilchrist and then Brian Westerhouse. Just make sure that you're already moving forward to the microphone so we don't lose any time. Hafsk is next, followed by Peter Gilchrist and Brian Westerhouse. Okay, is Mr. Hafsk not here?
Yes, he is.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, Gary, you're not up yet. Not until a little bit later on.
Okay, the name's Glenn Hafschold, and I'm here to quickly just, first of all, let you know that I've had an opportunity to look at about 7 or 8 different areas that in this plan, and every place I look, there are major deficiencies. The one I want to talk about, I'm going to choose one, is from last week, and that is the one that said it started with a problem on July 30th, 2019, in which this process called a consolidated feedback was used to report results. And the problem with consolidated feedback is it interposes something between people and the data. And in particular, last week, it was said, it was recommended that the town
You have
center
5
approach-
seconds left. I'm sorry.
Okay, sorry.
All right.
Basically, that the town center approach had been recommended. In fact, the people of Thousand Oaks had given it only 11% support.
Thank you.
And yet somehow that got turned
Thank
into a
you.
recommendation.
Next, we have Peter Gilchrist, followed by Brian Westerhouse, and then Robert Horn.
Yes, Mr. Adam, I'd like to know why you have more empathy for a speculator, son, who bought wetlands 45 years ago than you do for the law, for common sense. Mr. Jones and the founders protected this city, and these speculators waited for someone like you to show up, and after 40 years you did, okay? There are hundreds of people behind that area that have to pay hundreds of thousands of dollars in flood insurance. What are you going to do for them tomorrow morning? Okay, $1,800 a year, all right? And by the way, I have an eyewitness who saw 3 feet of that dirt from that development bulldozed over there, okay? So 3 feet of that dirt makes that it makes it a wetland, okay? You have a floodplain there. So Mr. Jones came back to protect us from people like you, okay? Why did you come from Los Angeles to San Fernando Valley area that's been destroyed, and now you're bringing that here and you're destroying this area? Why would you do that?
Mr. Gilchrist,
very suspicious of why you're doing that.
please address your comments to the mayor, not any. Please address your comments to the council or the mayor, and please refrain from attacking any individual council member.
I've
Next,
lived in Thousand Oaks since 1977. I came from New Jersey. I've never lived in the San Fernando Valley. Thank you.
Peter Gilchrist is next, followed by Brian Westerhouse and Robert Scott Horn.
Where's Peter? That was Peter Gilchrist.
I'm sorry, I looked at the name, it's still up there. It's Brian Westerhouse.
Yes.
Yes, that's you.
My name's
followed
Brian
by
Westerhouse.
David Finney, followed by Scott Horn, and then David Finney.
My name is Brian Westerhouse. I've been in a Thousand Oaks residence also since 1977. I just want to kind of make some comments in regards to the fragmented open space that's left there, and its significance that's related to the national park, the nearby national park, the Santa Monica Mountains National Recreational Area, and the iconic Boney Mountain. It's an iconic mountain apparently because you've seen it in over 100 commercials and movies throughout the years. And the species that are in that particular lot, we have no idea about. And some of my experience through some inventories with the National Park Service, I have a kind of an understanding of some of these fragmented islands of open space and things that we really don't know about, and the species that could be there and could be gone forever. Furthermore, impacting the view from the freeway of the iconic Boney Mountain is part of the appeal of the area of the Conejo Valley. And we're going to have people coming in here that really probably care less about that mountain
And
or the
Mr.
view or the open
Westerhouse,
space.
your time is up. I'm going to call Mr. Scott Horn, followed by David Finney. Please, no applause, because people need to be able to hear their names when I call them. Mr. Horn, followed by David Finney, and then Fred Fukunaga. And we will go all the way through Chris Bridges before we switch back to our Zoom attendees.
I'm Scott Horn from Newbury Park. Slow growth is in my DNA. Madam Mayor, I know slow growth is in your DNA because your official email as mayor for the city is Claudia for slow growth. We are counting on you to drive us out of the ditch and back onto the path of slow growth. Ed Jones, you are a founding father of slow growth in Thousand Oaks. I know you will not sit by and have our slow growth DNA altered. Guide the council away from this madness, Mr. Jones. Councilman Adams, development at the Borchard Westlands will crush my neighborhood. It will crush other neighborhoods in Newbury Park. Your slow growth DNA has mutated into something ugly. Councilman McNamee, the new guy, thank you for eviscerating the validity of the survey last week. Slow growth was not an option, just bigger, or biggest growth. Now join the slow growth team by not rezoning anything south of the 101 in Newbury Park. Councilman Engler, as a firefighter heading
Mr.
towards
Horn, your
danger
time is up.
to help other people is in your DNA. Hear the pleas
So
of
the
people
next speaker is David Finney. Mr. Horn, you need to leave the microphone, please. Mr. Finney, you're next. Mr. Finney, followed by Fred Fukunaga, and then Todd Smith.
Good evening. I spoke to you last week to ask you not to change the land use designation on the Borchard parcel. Tonight, I simply want to ask you if, after all you've heard, you have realized the obvious. Way too much dissension. The Borchard arguments were would-be residents versus actual residents. If you were to change the designation, you'll have two outcomes. A potential positive for maybe future residents to be, but also a known negative, a disaster for all the existing long-term residents who moved in knowing the zoning laws and don't want their views and way of life destroyed. So whose interest do you think it's more important for you to protect for the community? I voted for all of you, and I hate to think that any one of you has such a tenuous grasp on the obvious that you would even consider changing the land use designation of this parcel. Please acknowledge the opposition of the community, overwhelming opposition of the community, and don't change the Borchard parcel land use designation.
Thank you. Next speaker is Fred Fukunaga, followed by Todd Smith, and then Aidan Dingman. Again, please refrain from applause. Thank you.
Madam Mayor, council members, city staff, number one, I appreciate your service. This is a great city, and you're all part of it, and I appreciate it. My name is Fred Fukunaga. I'm a 25-year homeowner in Thousand Oaks. I'm here to talk tonight about the Borchard Road property. In short, I'm for the general concept of the development of that property due to additional workforce and affordable housing. Mr. Moradian's attention to detail about that property as far as providing green space, a lake, proper distancing from the existing homeowners in the perimeter of the property. What I am concerned about, very honestly, and to be specific, is the traffic. There are 3 ingress-egress points, the main one being Borchard Road, second Denise, third is Alice going directly to Wendy.
Fred, your time is up. Thank you so much. I'm going to have to call Todd Smith, followed by Aidan Dingman, and then John Sheridan.
May I just say one comment? It's the crux of my argument.
You're taking time away from other speakers. Sorry. I have to be fair to everyone.
When do I start? Okay, thank you. I want to know where the traffic study is that is in detailed about these things that we're talking about here. At the low end, 700 units proposed by the developer. The average is 10 trips per day per household. That comes from national study averages. That's 7,000. That's 700 units times 10 is 7,000. Even at 10 cars on Alice at one time, that takes you 1,400 minutes. 1,400 divided by 60 minutes, that's 23 hours to get that volume of traffic over Alice. Take some of them up and put them on Bella, put them on Michael. Any way you cut it, I need to see a traffic study. I want to know, SB 330. Hello, what's it costing us? What are they kowtowing us with on SB 330? Do we care? I want to know exactly how much the state is holding this over our heads. Thank you very much, and I appreciate your consideration.
Aidan Dingman is next, followed by John Sheridan, and then Lori Dingman. After Lori Dingman, we will call Chris Bridges and then switch over to Zoom. Good evening. You all have 1 minute.
Good evening. My name is Aidan Dingman. I'm 21 years old, and my home backs the Borchard property. This debate over apartments, cars, and bars on that property is insanely unbelievable. As a young adult, of course, I'm looking to find places to have fun with friends, but how can you consider adding hundreds of people in cars to that area? Twice a day at rush hour, traffic becomes unbearable. The idea that we need a gathering place like this for the community and that this is the only place for it is invalid. It literally makes no sense to put it on a flood zone when that would be dangerous and the area is already too crowded as it is. Number one, nobody wants it there. Number two, there is likely 100 empty buildings all over the city where something similar to the property owner's plan could be accomplished and would make a ton more sense. The argument that we need it for businesses in the economy doesn't speak as to why you would need it, but would need to put it smack in the middle of a residential neighborhood. That area should be a park and should not have more than 20 homes, which is what the current general plan says should be built there. As a young adult, I have the same dream of owning a home that you all had. My parents have always encouraged me to work hard and save for what I want. I have to say that it's pretty
excuse
discouraging
me,
to
your
think
time
that
is
even
up.
if I work hard,
Thank
save
you.
my money, and find the perfect neighborhood. That
All
someone-
right. Thank you. Next one is John Sheridan, followed by Lori Dingman, and then Chris Bridges.
Thank you. I'm John Sheridan. Lived here since 1969. Pretty much what he said, wow. Please don't do this to our neighborhood. The Borchard parcel, it's a great idea somewhere else, not in the middle of this residential neighborhood, man. Please don't do this to us. you know, I'm just begging you guys. I don't have numbers. I don't have all kinds of statistics. But, you know, this is not the San Fernando Valley. You know, maybe the Oaks Mall, maybe the Jans Mall, someplace. I'll cut out before my minute. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. Lori Dingman, Chris Bridges, and then Tim McDougall. We're now actually going through everyone here first.
Good evening. My name is Lori Dingman, and my home backs the Borchard flood zone. I'm tired of hearing about how this property owner is being kept from developing his property. The property was purchased with a flowage easement on it, with the R18 designation, with the knowledge of all the infrastructure that was needed to develop it. This is a 40-year-old case of buyer's remorse. Nearly every letter sent by an average member of this community is against development on that flood zone. We will not stand by as big business, developers, and friends of the Maradians attempt to push us out of our homes. There's been a ton of conversation imagining what could be built on that property, but our neighborhood is asking you now to focus on what cannot be. You cannot pack upwards of 1,000 additional people and cars in that property, period. There are 2 narrow residential roads to get in and out of that area, and that's a recipe for disaster. The current housing element indicates only 20 single-family homes can be built there safely. Nothing on that property has changed since that determination was made. If you can't even build at the density that's zoned for now, how on earth can you consider raising the density? The infrastructure doesn't support it, and no one can argue that it does. I would like to give you the 700 signatures of people.
Thank you. You can turn them in. Thank you. Chris Bridges, Tim McDougall, William Oakes. And we do have the petition of 700 signatures from Newbury Park. Good
Hello,
evening.
yes, I am Tim McDougall. I live in Newbury Park. I've been here for 21 years. I absolutely love this community. I'm a member of the Historical Society for the City of Thousand Oaks, Conejo Valley. And I would like to see development in that area. And I know it's going to offend some people. I know people are going to be upset about it. But we desperately need more housing, more infrastructure for our future generations, not just the people that are here today. But built into the plan is a mechanism to address traffic, address flooding, address additional housing and stuff. It's not a blanket stamp that we can just build there. It just means sensible, progressive, forward thinking on each of your parts to say yes to this general plan. And thank you very much for your service, Honorable Mayor and council members and staff.
Thank you. William Oakes, followed by Gary Hartung and then Alan Lewis.
Hello and good evening. Council members, I'm Bill Oakes of Thousand Oaks. I'm here today to thank the staff for taking time to address the community's concerns regarding the parcel at 2080 East Hillcrest Drive. During one of the scheduled breaks at last council meeting, I was approached by staff and had an opportunity to elaborate on what I was trying to convey last week with my limited public speaking time. I was also able to speak briefly with additional staff members who were also able to assist. I was then permitted the opportunity to communicate with staff further with emails this past week. Working with the staff again has been a pleasant experience, and I was, as it was several years ago. So I'm thanking the council for such a dedicated staff team here this evening. Thank you all.
Gary Hartung, followed by Alan Lewis and Gary Raymond.
My name is Gary Hartung. I moved to Thousand Oaks about 16 months ago, so I'm a new member of the community, and some of this stuff is quite confusing to me. I think the Borchard parcel should have perhaps be used for nothing but residential accommodations, maybe 300 people living in 1- and 2-bedroom condominiums, perhaps 300 people along the Thousand Oaks Boulevard. Whatever land is available in Westlake Village should be for 1- 2-bedroom condominiums, maybe accommodating 500-600 people. Any other available land should be used only for residences. We don't need any more bars and restaurants here.
Thank you, Gary.
If you're wealthy enough to go out and eat dinner, you can get your car and drive
Okay,
5,
Gary,
6,
thank
7
you.
miles.
Next is Alan Lewis, followed by Gary Raymond, and then Linda Poor.
Yeah.
Madam Mayor, honorable council members, city staff. My name is Alan Lewis, and I have lived in Casa Conejo since 1989. I'm here to speak about the 37-acre orchard parcel. The land use surveys allege strong support for rezoning the parcel to mixed use. I can assure you that my community strongly opposes this increase in density. The property is entirely within a FEMA-mapped flood hazard area. If we are to believe that the landowner will take steps to mitigate flooding and traffic impacts, as he has repeatedly promised, then why does his proposed development plan show roadway connections to Alice Drive and Denise Drive? Where's the traffic mitigation there? I would like to offer an alternative vision. In its current state, the Borchard parcel recharges groundwater, filters pollution, provides a wildlife nursery, and offers potential for an invaluable educational resource in our community.
Thank you. Your time is up.
Thank you.
Thank you. We will go to Gary Raymond next, and I'm just assuring our speakers at home that we will probably go to 7 o'clock just to try to accommodate everybody. Go ahead, Gary.
Hi, Gary Raymond. I've been a resident here since 1981, Thousand Oaks, and do not want to lose the semi-rural feel that we have. I have a proposal I call the Mountain Ridgeline Rule. It states that any new buildings must not go higher than the surrounding visible mountain ridge lines as seen from your car on Thousand Oaks Boulevard or the 101 freeway or adjacent streets. The only exception is where a one-story building still blocks the view. That would be allowed, but higher buildings should not. This can be accomplished by adjusting the building height as the structure gets farther away from the street. In this way, a two-story building would be set back a little, a three-story building set back more, and in some cases a four-story building can be accommodated if it's hundreds of feet back from the street towards the mountains. Unfortunately, the new structures on the old Lupe site violate this rule, but could have been built to comply. If the front building was one story instead of three, you could still see the southern mountain ridges. The three-story buildings are fine as they are far enough back that the angle of view still allows the mountains to be seen.
Thank you, Gary.
This concept can allow us to comply with the new construction requirements and keep much of the cozy rural feel
Thank
we all
you,
love
Gary.
here in Thousand Oaks.
Linda Poor, followed by Joshua Farany, and then Don Phillipson.
Madam Mayor, you've called my name 3 times and passed me over 3 times.
I'm sorry, Linda?
Chris Bridges.
Chris Bridges? I did not have you on here, did I?
You've called my name 3 times.
I did? Okay. Okay, Chris, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm Kristen Bridges from Newberry Park. Maybe you know me as Kristen Carson, as I've been a member of this community for 40 years and raised all my children here. I was struck today as I read this in a book, and it was about making your bed and being taught to do that, and minding your own bed first. The Conejo Valley is your bed. We have trusted you with this beautiful bed, its mountains, its waterfalls, its grasslands, its beautiful rabbits, and it's covered with the trees all over the place. Please, as you make this bed tonight and you meet after hours with the council, remember to miter the corners of the bed to match the community. Remember to smooth out the quilt, as we all are members of that quilt here. I know that I want my children to stay and be able to live in this community as I have. Thank you for your service, and thank you for minding the bed of our community.
Thank you. Joshua, followed by Don Phillipson, Marla Kay.
Hello, my name is Joshua Ferrant, and I've been here since the 60s. I speak on behalf of a huge plethora of people out on this very street, out on Thousand Oaks Boulevard, that are protesting this very matter. You should be aware of it. And as everyone has limited time, so do all you. Be aware that there may be a recall if you aren't standing up for the citizens of most of these people, not all of them, but most of these people were requesting to have open spaces and just slow down, pump the brakes. That's all I'm asking. That's all we're asking is slow down, think things through a little bit better instead of a rapid build and it's going to get too crowded. Crime can increase, all kinds of problems can ensue. The sewer systems, this kind of thing, just aren't capable of handling this much growth this rapidly. So the infrastructure has to be built up, especially after COVID. We need to kind of reassess financial situations. So please slow down, pump the brakes. God bless. And let's have a peaceful community from here on out. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And with that, we switch over to our Zoom attendees, Don Phillipson, followed by Marla Kay and Kevin Cohan.
Thank you, council members. My name is Don Phillipson, a resident of Newbury Park since 1979. I see the general plan from a variety of perspectives. First, I love to hike around Mount Boney every weekend. I have a deep concern for a balanced approach to development to maintain the quality of our open space. I also see the issue as a parent. My wife and I hope that our 3 kids will be able to settle here as homeowners. I'm concerned about the availability of affordable housing for them to do so. Next, I see the issue from the perspective of a business owner. Since 1989, my partners and I have hired over 40 employees and fewer than half could afford to live here. I also see the issue from the perspective of the Chamber of Commerce. As chairman of the board emeritus, I am acquainted with literally hundreds of business owners who almost uniformly see affordable housing as a crucial need. Finally, as a trustee with community conscience, I have an up-close look at how a lack of affordable housing negatively affects those employed by our nonprofits. Seeing the issue from all these perspectives leads me to support the preferred land use map as presented. It is the balanced approach to development we need.
Thank you. Next is Marla Kay, followed by Kevin Cohan, and then Margaret Thompson.
Good afternoon, Madam Mayor. My name is Marla Billman. I am a 30-year resident of Thousand Oaks, and I am here to talk about the need for the housing issue that we have at hand. Thousand Oaks is definitely in need of housing and the need for mixed-use development. And I am in favor that the property owner is able to make the decisions that he and the developers see fit in that area. And I think that it's important to allow them to have a creative license to be able to choose what's best for the community with the community's input and make a beautiful space for all of the residents to enjoy, not just the perimeter of homes that are around the Borchard area. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Kevin Cohan, followed by Margaret Thompson and Leanne Nielsen.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor. This is Kevin Cohan. As a former planning commissioner, environmental planner, and a young professional who lives and works in Thousand Oaks, I feel a strong connection to our amazing city and strongly advocate support of the city's preferred land use map. It is important that we support mixed-use designations in the preferred land use map to provide the flexibility of smart growth. The Borchard property is an appropriate site for a mixed-use designation since it provides opportunity for more careful planning and well-curated community spaces that can better integrate with city services and create stronger neighborhood character. The mixed-use designation should not be viewed under the lens of density, rather through the lens of innovative and adaptive planning design. Mixed-use design will simply allow for future development to responsibly address the sensitivity of the surrounding community. Overall, mixed-use designations in the preferred land use map are crucial to the viability and adaptability of our city's future needs. I thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Margaret Thompson, followed by Karen Wilburn, followed by Tom Cohen.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and council members. My name is Margaret Thompson. I live in Thousand Oaks and have lived in the Conejo Valley since 1972. While the city has made progress in that time, I think we have missed opportunities to provide a more vibrant and diverse community for many, especially young families. I raised 2 children here. Only one was able to afford to raise her family here. None of my 7 grandchildren, all with college degrees, live here. Some of the grandkids simply can't afford to live here. But more importantly, they want a vibrant city with diversity and activities woven into the fabric of the place where they live. It seems that changes on Teal Boulevard is a natural place to attract some of the younger folks back to TO. Please consider the future, or we will close schools for lack of children, lose employers, kill local businesses, and ultimately, when property values drop, it won't be too expensive for our children to live here.
Thank you. Thank you. Karen Wilburn, followed by Tom Cohen, Roseanne Witt, and then Brett Boynton.
Good evening. Can you hear me? Sorry.
Yes, go ahead, please. One minute.
Thank you. You don't buy a house next to an airport and then complain about the noise. This is exactly what Mr. Maradian is doing. His father bought this property at the bargain price of $7,000 an acre. It had a flood control easement, which gives the county wide latitude in controlling development. In fact, it's so broad that the city's own 2013 housing report noted this parcel only had a theoretical capacity for 20 homes. Nothing has changed. Now Mr. Maradian wants to whine and complain that he can't build on his property. In 42 years, they have presented only one application before the city, but he'd like you to believe he's been blocked at every turn. Council members, please don't break your promises that the new general plan would preserve single-family neighborhoods. I beg you, don't betray hundreds of residents for the benefit of a single developer. I would also like to point out that these 700 signatures on our petition were obtained in 7 days.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your time. And
Tom Cohen, followed by Roseanne Witt and Brett Boynton.
Hi, good evening, Madam Mayor. My name is Tom Cohen. I'm a lifelong resident of Thousand Oaks. I have 5 points. First, the voters entrusted you with making decisions about our city. It is my belief that the decision about our future general plan is yours to make. Second, the general plan is not zoning. It's a roadmap. Zoning standards give you the authority and the discretion to determine whether a project of a certain type, size, and height makes sense in a particular location. You can control what happens. Third, the state has already shown its willingness to crack down on cities that do not comply with the new laws. Please do not ignore these state laws. Fourth, the same number of housing units stated in the 1970 general plan are exactly the same number of units that will be identified in the 2045 general plan update. There is no increase in housing being proposed. Fifth and last, growth in Thousand Oaks is and always has been slow growth, and there is no need to fear that will change if history tells us anything.
Thank
this
you.
land use map is a redistribution.
Thank you. Roseanne Witt, followed by Brett Boynton, Leanne Nielsen, and everybody has 1 minute.
Madam Mayor, council members, I'm Roseanne from TO. Our GPU must improve our quality of life, so I urge you to limit land use changes to the Oaks and Jans malls, Amgen Hub, and Village Centers. Require 25% affordable units in every new multifamily complex. Redevelop existing retail and commercial space instead of allocating more. Require areas of change to preserve all heritage trees and provide abundant green and public gathering spaces. Connect all areas of change to their neighborhoods with walking and cycling paths into each other and neighborhood cities with public transit. Limit buildings to 3 stories. Drop the 6 and 7 story mixed use medium, industrial flex, and commercial regional. Access the cumulative impacts of every new development on its neighborhood and our city, and adopt bold citywide building codes that mandate climate protections on the scale and timetable science demands.
Thank you, Brett Boynton, followed by Leanne Nielsen and Clint.
Brett Boynton, Newbury Park. Good evening, council members. Our family is opposed to the overdevelopment of the Borchard and Maurice Reno parcels of land in Newbury Park. Proposing 22,000 to 30,000 new units that overloads 75,000 more people into the Thousand Oaks population of 128,000 is not reasonable. Please consider our community safety when you vote tonight. When my family evacuated for the November 2018 Hill Fire, it took nearly an hour to travel a few miles on Reno and Lynn Road. The Hill Fire, raging from the north toward our home, is in my backdrop. Our only evacuation route from Maurice Drive, Reno Road, is already gridlocked during an evacuation. Please value our safety and remove the Borchard and Maurice Reno maximum density proposals.
Next speaker is Leanne Nielsen, followed by Clint F.
Faculty and administrators. Our greatest challenge in recruiting and retaining our employees is housing costs. Students graduating from Cal Lutheran have much to offer this community, but too often our graduates leave the area because of the cost of housing. Mixed-use projects could encourage bright young talent to stay in the area and contribute to the city of Thousand Oaks. The variety of housing in this land use map, including affordable workforce housing and the added lifestyle amenities, are greatly needed. I encourage the city council members to approve this land use map. Thank you for your support of the students, alumni, and employees of California Lutheran University.
Thank you. I'll need to ask my colleagues. We have about 30 more speakers. We're adding more to the list. I don't think we can take everybody. I'm taking comments only until 7 o'clock. Is that okay with you? 7 o'clock.
No more comments?
I mean, about 30, 25. So what's the pleasure of the council? 7:30. 7:30? Okay. What do you say, Mr. McNamee?
We had 5 hours worth of presentations last week for comment section. We're getting more of the same.
Yeah.
And they should have been here last week, is my opinion. But I'm willing to listen.
Okay.
7
All right.
o'clock works fine for me.
Okay, 7:30 then, we'll hear everybody, but we're not taking any more new speakers, thank you. Clint F., followed by Anahi Quiroz Romero, and then Jackson Piper.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and City Council. My name is Clint, and I live in Thousand Oaks. This morning on the front page of the VC Star was the headline, "Grim Western Fire Season Starts Much Drier Than Record 2020." The article went on to say, quote, "A climate change-fueled mega drought of more than 20 years is making conditions that lead to fire even more dangerous," end quote. We must frame all city planning in the context of the climate emergency. Transportation accounts for our community's largest source of climate heating greenhouse gases, which drive drought, water scarcity, and wildfire risk. We need sensible planning and affordable housing. We need inclusionary housing ordinance, rent control, and land trusts. We need every trick in the book to allow people to live and work in Thousand Oaks. We need people-centric, walkable, connected Thousand Oaks. We need village centers that would allow people to get out of their cars and breathe clean air. We need to recognize that we are in a climate emergency and plan accordingly. Thank you.
Thank you. Anahi Quiroz Romero, followed by Jackson Piper, and then Heather Mandab.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Anahi Quiroz Romero, and I've had the privilege of living in the beautiful city of Thousand Oaks for 20 years. I just want to make it clear that there's a lot of us in Thousand Oaks that we do not want buildings taller than 2-story buildings. I know that there are 75 buildings that are taller than that, but when is it going to stop? And I do not want to be against progress, but there's a reason why this city looks the way it does. And I want to make sure that it's protected. And for everybody that cannot afford to live here, you know what? I know it's so expensive. I accept that living here is very expensive. And the day that I cannot afford to live here, I'm going to have to move because I know that none of you are going to hand me low-income housing, especially to someone like me who is documented. But I want to protect our open space. while at the same time we come up with creative and ingenuitive solutions so that we can put the low-income housing that we need in areas where we can have it and keep the city that we have. And to the people that haven't been participating, if an undocumented person like me hasn't participated since the beginning, why haven't you? All I had to do was go to the Acorn newspaper and find that this was happening here. And if I cannot find it there, I can always go to the city council website and find all the information that I need there. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Anai. Wow. Jackson Piper, followed by Heather Mandap and Nicole Living.
Good evening, everyone. I am a resident of the unincorporated area immediately south of Newbury Park. I've lived in this area for 31 years now, and I do love this area. It still needs to change, and I want to make a note that only 8% or so of the city's land area is planned to change within this proposal that's before you tonight. I would prefer that more of it actually was able to change, especially in the single-family neighborhoods, but I realize that people are very attached to those. We need to change because we need to provide more housing. All of our open space is protected. Most of our single-family neighborhoods are not going to really see any difference. It's a matter of providing for other people who want to live here and should be able to. Thank you.
Thank you, Heather Mandap, followed by Nicole Living, Kat Selm, and then Wendy Zimmerman. Again, everybody has 1 minute.
Good evening, council members. My name is Heather. I live in Casa Conejo, and I'm saying no to the mixed use on Teal Boulevard and the Borchard property. When the Hill Fire broke out, what should have taken 8 minutes took over an hour and 45 minutes. No to adding density on Teal Boulevard. About the Borchard property, we are a bedroom community. Sean is wanting to put a trolley at the end of Alice. People will see that this is a back way into the property and will park on Alice. Then after they are done visiting the beer garden or the equestrian center or any of the shops, they will be taking the trolley back to the end of Alice and be driving through our now quiet neighborhood. I'm not looking forward to beer garden participants driving through my neighborhood. Please utilize empty stores, the Jan's Mall, the Oaks Mall, and the church property that was offered last week. No to going overboard.
Thank you. Nicole Living, Kat Selm, Wendy Zimmerman, and then Lillian Teran.
Hi, good evening. My name is Nicole Living. I'm a resident of Thousand Oaks, and I'm in favor of the preferred land use map as it's been proposed. I want to address specifically the perception that some people have in this area that renters don't care about or contribute to the community. I moved to Thousand Oaks in 2017 when I relocated to Southern California for a new job. If I wanted to purchase a home, I would have to leave this community, but renting has its advantages too. I like not having to manage landscaping or building maintenance. I like calling the landlord when something breaks instead of having to manage it all myself. But let's be clear, I make that call. I'm not living in squalor because I rent. I love my apartment and the community in which it resides. My income supports our local economy. When circumstances allow for it, I dine here, shop here, attend events here, and my friends and family visit to explore our local attractions. I'm conscious of supporting locally owned businesses and restaurants. My money stays here in TO because I live here. It's untrue to think only homeowners care about and contribute to their community. Thank you for your time and for your service.
Kat Selm, followed by Wendy Zimmerman and Lillian Teran.
Hello, good evening, Madam Mayor and City Council. My name is Kat, and I'm a renter also here in Thousand Oaks. Really quick, I just want to commend City Council on taking on the general plan update right on the heels of a global pandemic and social and political unrest. It's really quite a feat. And we as a community may not always agree on how to make the city better, but your dedication to this city is evident in your service to it. I'd like to recommend that the City Council adopt adding mixed-use options in all the village centers and keeping this designation in the Jan's Marketplace and Oaks Mall as well, Distributing a diversity of housing stock throughout the city can help contribute to more affordable housing stock, create anchor points for walking, cycling, and public transit in areas near where the majority of people would be living, so more residents can accomplish daily errands without driving. It'll reduce the concentration of development along the main artery of Thousand Oaks Boulevard, resulting in less traffic congestion, less potential spillover of parking into adjacent neighborhoods, and faster, safer evac during increasing disaster situations that we find ourselves in.
Thank
And
you.
revitalize existing aging and vacant commercial retail space. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Wendy Zimmerman, followed by Lillian Teran, and then Leanne Holland.
Wendy Zimmerman, Newbury Park. Leave the Borchard property zoned R18 low density for the 20 single-family homes that are on the city's planning books. That zoning is compatible with the existing neighborhood and with science. Flooding happens. Science and resident safety should not ever be set aside for avarice. TO has repeatedly promised to protect single-family neighborhoods. That means all of our single-family neighborhoods, including those in Newbury Park, where 44,000 people live, not just the other zip codes. The approach that McFerris and the former planning commissioners have presented is smart. It keeps with long-established patterns and practices in the city of TO that are highly valued and work. Please listen to those of us who value quality of life and who are not financially biased. Look for balance across the entire city and take a holistic approach. The currently submitted land use program results in violations of our civil rights through economic discrimination that will result in racial discrimination too. It fails to provide equal protection under the law. You can stop this disaster. Vote no. Revise the plan.
Thank you.
Always.
Lillian Teran is next, followed by Leanne Holland and Mark Sellers.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Lilian Teran. I live in Thousand Oaks. I own a house and I pay taxes. I'm president of Adelante Comunidad Conejo, and we are part of Conejo Unido. Tonight, I'm talking on behalf of Conejo Unido. We hope that as you discuss the land use map for the general plan update, you will consider the needs of all of the people who live and work in Thousand Oaks. All neighborhoods should be diverse and inclusive and places where everybody feels welcome. Conejo Unido wish that people who work and provide critical service in our community, people who work minimum wage jobs, teachers, policemen, firefighters, care workers, everyone who grows up in Thousand Oaks, multiple families that have been forced to live together in a single family unit, people with disabilities, people from all the backgrounds can live here. Also, in considering the proposed land use map, we hope that you will consider putting more big village center location back on the map. Thank you for your time and for listening.
Thank you. Leanne Holland, followed by Mark Sellers and Jenny Ortega.
My name is Leanne Holland, and I live in Newbury Park. I am the leader of Thrive Conejo, and we are part of Conejo Unido. My daughter has disabilities that significantly impact her life. Our community has extremely limited housing options for adults with intellectual and developmental disabilities. Once her dad and I are gone from this earth, my daughter is at risk for institutionalization and homelessness. It's a deep fear that haunts families like mine. The general plan update could improve options for people like my daughter by creating more affordable, accessible, and inclusive housing. The past few weeks have been pretty soul-crushing as I have witnessed the circling of the unwelcome wagons by some in our community. It hurts that not everyone cares to make room for my child in our city. The village centers have the greatest potential for creating livable neighborhoods for people like my daughter. Will you consider putting more village center locations back on the map? Families like mine are counting on you to make room in your hearts and space in our city so that our kids will be able to live in our community when they grow up. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Mark Sellers, Jenny Ortega, and then Velino Salazar.
Good evening, Mark Sellers, resident of Thousand Oaks. On behalf of the Seventh-day Adventists, we'd like to thank the mayor for her comments the other day. We have a goal of creating a residential zone north of the two schools the church operates rather than industrial uses. That to me makes a lot of sense. And also on the business improvement district, we created that district so that every property owner would have an equal and same right to ask for mixed use. They wouldn't get it. We understood that the Measure E had certain limitations on it, but at least they all had the same right, and there weren't special benefits given to select properties along the boulevard. With that, thank you, and best of luck with this tough decision.
Thank you. Jenny Ortega, Velino Salazar, and Carol Shelton.
Members and staff, my name is Jenny Ortega, as mentioned, and I live in Newbury Park.
I graduated from Newbury Park High School, attended Oxnard College, and will be going to UCLA. I am speaking on behalf of Thrive Conejo. Today, as you discuss the land use for general map update, I hope that you take in consideration situations that I lived while living here. I hope that affordable housing is available for everyone, families, and especially kids, so they won't have to worry about eviction notice. Growing up, I could only speak for myself. Newbury Park has always felt like a dream living here. Experiencing eviction notice at a young age and around the most wonderful times of the years is very hurtful. I hope no one ever experienced this. So I hope you take my thoughts into consideration while voting. Thank you.
Thank you, and good luck with UCLA. Congratulations. Velino Salazar, Carol Shelton, and Karen Martin. Velino Salazar?
Yes, this is Aaron Ramirez. I'm taking place of Velino Salazar. He could not attend tonight.
Okay, go ahead. Good evening.
I am a resident of Los Vientos in Thousand Oaks. I've been here for over 30 years. And I'd like to talk about the property of called the North Campus, which is on the north end of Windy Drive on the other side by the City of Thousand Oaks Municipal Center. We'd like to use that as a change of the zoning from what it is to residential, because that accommodates a lot of the housing needs that the City of Thousand Oaks is looking for to comply with the arena. And it also alleviates a lot of the traffic conditions that would be on Teal Boulevard. The tall buildings and all would not affect anything. There's nothing back there. And we have also dedicated 300 of the acreage to open space. It's open land, ready to build, offers plenty of space to bring a solution for both housing needs.
Thank you.
It would also accommodate affordable housing. It's just adequate for younger families and to be able to live in this community.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Carol Shelton, followed by Karen Martin, Kenneth Yass.
My name is Carol Shelton, and I live in Thousand Oaks. I am a part of Conejo Unido. Tonight, as you discuss the land use map for the general plan update, I hope that you will consider the needs of everyone in Thousand Oaks. Here's my wish list for our city's future. I wish that there were more village centers in Thousand Oaks now and in the future. Adults with intellectual and developmental disabilities, or IDD, need places to be integrated and included. Village centers would allow my children to live, work, and play in Thousand Oaks. My children will need access Thousand Oaks on foot, and a village center could become a hub for them. I wish that our city had more inclusive housing for people with IDD to live in our community. Our city needs a plan for everyone. If we hope to have a community that truly embraces all people, then our wish list for the future must include more opportunities for our current residents and for generations to come. The general plan update has allowed me to dream about the world I want to leave for my children. For families like mine, our dreams and ideas live and die with us. Thank you for listening to mine.
Thank you. Karen Martin, followed by Kenneth Yass and Eric Tremblay.
Hello, Karen Martin here. You guys got your work cut out for you because you still haven't gotten figured out policing yet. Police who actually lives in Simi Valley, so maybe he can't afford to live in Thousand Oaks either. But he told me that 25% of the patrol has been dedicated to the homeless. Now, I question whether or not that's a good use of police for homeless. That doesn't seem right, but we still have problems out here on Lynn Road. We've had 3 accidents in the last 6 months. We have homeless people living out here. We've had a walker, somebody who was just walking, get hit by a car because no. So I would like to know what your plan is. I'd love to hear some good, nice hello, how are you doing, and how's my husband from you, Mayor? You seem to have people that you like and people that have come forward and are using words like staff recommendations and orchard opportunity site who feel like plants. And I do think you need to listen to the people of Thousand Oaks. It's only been a decade. Could you do something with the noise out here?
Thank you.
Thank
Kenneth Yass is our next speaker, followed by Eric Tremblay and Lisa Powell.
Hi, I'm Kenneth Yaz. I'm a 28-year resident of Newbury Park.
In October 2017, the City of Thousand Oaks, in a recommendation from city staff and in compliance with the state's Office of Planning and Research, decided to comprehensively update the city's general plan. Noting that the community would be especially sensitive to the expansion of residential housing, the city staff recommended significant public engagement in order to maintain as much local control over future growth as possible. I bring up this history to provide some context to the tsunami of information surrounding this contentious issue. I would contend that the prerequisite of significant public engagement was never realized, given the disappointing response to the city's repeated efforts to gain the attention of the public. What we are now seeing is genuine public engagement among a growing group of concerned residents over what they see as a headlong rush to urbanize Thousand Oaks, a city that from its inception dedicated itself to live in harmony with its rural surroundings. I urge this body to slow down, take a breath, table any vote on this matter, rethink the alternatives, and in so doing, uphold the insight and wisdom of the founders of this award-winning community.
Thank you. Eric Tremblay, Lisa Powell, and Diana Merville.
Good evening, council members. Eric Tremblay, Newbury Park. A lot to say in 1 minute, and I don't have time to say it, so I'm just going to speak from the heart here. And what really, the problem that I have is that 1710 is a great example of what's going to happen to this community if we allow just developers to run rampant. Affordable housing isn't the issue, right? You like to say that as a smokescreen, but only a few units are even offered as affordable housing, where the rest are at market rate. $3,000 for an apartment in Thousand Oaks is not affordable housing. I really wish people would stop using that term as if to say that we're going to get more of it. We're only getting a few homes, a few parcels out of the majority, so developers can profit on what's going to be tons and tons of people being brought into this community. I'd like to also have the city council speak on what 9-2.203, are they going to put this to a public vote or not? Also, village centers need to be unique to each neighborhood, and I've already brought this up to many of you. Appreciate the time. So much more to say. I wish I had time to say it. Good evening.
Thank you. Lisa Powell, followed by Diana Merville, Tim Toten.
Hi, I'm a 16-year resident of Thousand Oaks, Madam Mayor and Council. Tonight, you have a choice to view the general plan update process as a compliance exercise or as an opportunity, a choice to plan for the future or stay rooted in the past, a choice to repeat tired phrasing such as "will become the valley," or acknowledge that change is inevitable and can bring necessary improvements. Change doesn't mean becoming the valley. Changing the map doesn't mean rapid growth, but it can mean moving the city out of a 1970s vision into one of for the future. Change can mean improved opportunities to better meet the needs of current and future residents. Change can mean decreasing our city's dependence on cars, thus increasing walkability and bikeability, contributing to a cleaner environment and a healthier way of living. Change can mean creating opportunities to develop more affordable housing. I hope you'll support the proposed map with more than just 2 village centers. Let's ensure that Thousand Oaks is a wonderful place to live for all backgrounds, ages, abilities, and income levels for the next 30 years by being forward-thinking in the land use map decision tonight, given our demographics in a very different world than when Thousand Oaks was developed several decades ago.
Thank you. Diana Merville, Tim Toten, and Laura Dobb.
Hi, thank you, Council, for letting me speak. I'm Diana Merville. I'm a 21-year resident of Thousand Oaks. My husband and I used to live in the San Fernando Valley, and we couldn't afford to live here originally as a young family, but we didn't want to. We wanted nightlife and activity in concrete jungles, so we lived in the San Fernando Valley. As we got into our mid-30s, we wanted a quiet, semi-rural community to raise our family. So we saved up our money, each worked 1.5 jobs each on a dual income in order to afford our current home in Thousand Oaks for 21 years. Our kids currently go to Thousand Oaks High or have graduated from TO High, but we earned our way to live in this quiet bedroom community with a semi-rural life. And that's we don't want that to see that change. Now, my understanding is that the minimum required is 2,300 units build out over 8 years. That's only 287 units a year. So if you build out the Rancho Conejo Amgen property, which is over 700 units, that alone will fulfill 2 years worth of build out. So why don't we just slow down?
Thank you. Tim Toten and Laura Dobb, and our last speaker, since we had technical difficulties, he decided to drive himself to City Hall, and that will be Andrew Pletcher.
My name is Tim. We purposely moved to Conejo Valley. Can you hear me, by the way?
Yes.
Thank you. My name is Tim. We purposely moved to Conejo Valley, away from Woodland Hills more than a decade ago, to get away from the impending development of Warner Center, the choking traffic and escalating crime to raise our family. I actually reported on the Warner Center 2035 plan. I interviewed HO residents, business owners, and major real estate developers. I'm qualified to say this. Thousand Oaks planners and politicians have Warner Center envy. The people who cultivated our Paraíso de las Colinas, Paradise in the Hills, has spoken loud and clear through their voice and email letters. In fact, the supplemental documents to this May 25 meeting demonstrate more than 10-to-1 ratio against development using this faulty land use plan. Of course, many proponents are large tax-based organizations. So the question is, Mayor and Council, are you going to weight those organizations more than your longtime residents, homeowners, and voters? We are watching, waiting, and wishing you would vote walk your campaign talk.
Thank you. Laura Daub. And our last speaker is Andrew Pletcher. Laura?
Thank you very much, Honorable Mayor and City Council and staff. I live in Newbury Park, 27 years, a homeowner here. Came to have a sleepy town, which obviously is not, but I'm so concerned regarding the trying to change the slow growth that Mr. Jones and so many of the founders worked so hard on for so many years to keep this a gem, a real gem in this country, Newbury Park I'm talking about. So please, no overdevelopment. Keep it slow growth. The proposed changes in zoning on the preferred land area map to the general plan are way too much for our beautiful open space loving city. And we'd like to keep it that way. We don't want tens of thousands.
Thank you, Laura. Thank you, Laura. Our last speaker is Andrew Pletcher.
Technical difficulties earlier. I just want to come in and make 3 points, getting the honor to kind of clean up in this process. Number one, planning strives to find the highest and best use of the property. It's a planning principle that many of the city staff can recognize and have used throughout this entire process. Number two, government does not build, government plans, zones, studies, and approves. Something to keep in mind as we move forward on the process is what is our role here? What is the government's role here tonight? And number three, really, as we move forward, you all have a very strong knowledge in the fact that your vote tonight does not mean that they're going to build tomorrow. They have to put in an application, they have to go through the process, and there's plenty of time to consider many of these issues that our speakers commented on tonight. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, we are now concluding the public comment section. We went a little bit over than we initially anticipated. We will now move to the consent calendar. Are there any questions regarding our consent calendar, item number 7 on the agenda? If none, then I'm going to have Mayor Pro Tem Engler make a motion.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I would move to vote on the consent calendar.
Thank you. We have a motion to approve the consent calendar. Madam Clerk?
Councilmember Adam?
Yes.
Councilmember Jones?
Aye.
Councilmember McNamee?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Engler?
Yes.
And Mayor Bill de la Pena?
Yes.
And that motion carries 5-0.
Excellent. And with that, we move right into item 9A, the general plan update. Councilmember Adams asking for a 5-minute break. Thank you.
You guys just have it up here in the small print. This is, and the brown X is clear. This is not clear because it's
Yeah, so we changed it so it was right on top.
Yeah, but the problem is each line can be optional, optional, optional. All of it's optional because what happens is people think it just like this is optional.
Is that right?
20 years ago.
100 years ago?
20 years.
Did you learn anything? Did you do that? Well, great to see you.
All right, we're back from our little break, and we will go to our city manager, Drew Powers, next.
Thank you so much, Madam Mayor. Here with you virtually this evening is had a pre-scheduled trip to celebrate one nephew's confirmation and another one's high school graduation out in Arizona. So wanted to offer a couple of comments as we embark on a discussion this evening. Tonight has been a very long time coming, as the City Council knows. Back in 2018, the Council discussed the topic of a general plan update in conjunction with our next housing element cycle. And after multiple council meetings and presentations and discussion, on February 26th of 2019, the Council unanimously tasked staff to embark on a comprehensive general plan update to achieve the goals of defining the community's vision for the decades ahead, maintaining quality of life, managing future growth, and protecting existing single-family neighborhoods as much as possible. Over the last 2 years, we've hosted dozens of outreach meetings and events, 15 General Plan Advisory Committee meetings, conducted surveys, maintained a consistent marketing and social media presence and print presence. And earlier this year, that outreach was folded into 3 draft alternative maps that incorporated the entirety of the theoretical capacity under Measure E. Those maps have been steadily refined with input and what's before you this evening is representative of that. It does not represent 82,000 or 33,000 units, misconstrued numbers that continue to circulate and cause understandable concern. It's also not about any individual projects. The map before you is an amalgamation of broad community involvement and seeks to strike a balance. It's not perfect, as community interests and emotions vary greatly, as we continue to hear in various comments. And that's understandable in a community as diverse as ours. Tonight, the City Council will provide your input so that we can begin the hard work of environmental analysis, circulation and traffic review, housing inventory analysis, and initial submittal to the state. I've said several times during this process that we're extremely fortunate to have one of the authors of the original 1970 general plan on the council today. It's a critical linkage to our origins as a community. When Councilmember Jones and his colleagues crafted the plan, they had to envision a community based on raw land. By any measure, they did a phenomenal job. Just look at our parks, open space, beautiful neighborhoods, schools, and strong economy. In fact, it set the table for a little biotechnology company to start and grow into a Fortune 100 powerhouse, now a critical part of our region's economy. I would argue that this undertaking is almost as important as that original effort in 1970. The pace of change in society today is jarring. Our retail and service economy is shifting dramatically, only exacerbated by the pandemic, and state regulatory environment is growing increasingly stringent. The council chose a comprehensive general plan update path in order to have a tool to maintain as much local control as possible for the next 25 years. It's positioning us to address future challenges and support council priorities. We've done our best to guide the process, and I'm extremely proud of the team that has brought us to this point. We are here to support you, answer questions, and lead discussion on each of the key areas of change. We recognize that this is a challenge, but it's also an opportunity. It's a chance for you to lay out your collective vision for how our community will embrace change and to plan for it rather than react to it. There are more steps to come after this, more challenges and more discussions, but this is an important chapter as we continue down this path. I look forward to our discussion this evening.
Thank you, Mr. Powers. So last week at the May 18th special city council meeting, the council, we heard staff and consultants' presentations, and all of us council members were able to make statements to the public. We received public comments, almost 5 hours worth, and the council made final statements at the last meeting for that day. So as this item was continued from that meeting, the next step is, as our city manager mentioned, for the council to consider the draft preferred land use map and then provide direction to staff on any potential changes to the draft map. I'm going to ask Community Development Director Calvin Parker to facilitate this discussion in conjunction with Matt Ramey and Mark Town, to ensure that we, the City Council, consider all aspects of the land use map and to ensure that staff understands the direction that we will give you tonight. So if my colleagues have any questions of staff, you may ask those at this time as well. I will turn it over to Mark Town, and I believe, though, that will you address some of the comments made at the last meeting?
Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the City Council. I will do just that. It's a real pleasure to be here tonight. It's exciting to be part of this project and to continue the discussion on the preferred land use map, which we began last week. What I wanted to do was just mentioned is to just, first of all, just touch base on a few key points, and then I will go into responses to comments that we heard last week as well as tonight. We didn't get to this point this evening, obviously overnight. It actually began in 2018. We had several council meetings then. I was a part of all of this. In 2019, those conversations continued. We had a public workshop in January, and then in February of 2019, as Mr. Powers just mentioned, City Council chose to go forward with a comprehensive update of our general plan. And on the right side of this slide, I think it is helpful to understand the framework, because during that 2 years of discussions, we did consider a housing element only option, which would have necessitated the updating of several other elements as shown here on this slide. We also looked at a focused update, which would have added a circulation and economic development, and then we looked at the comprehensive update, and that was the direction that Council chose to go in February of 2019, and then, of course, since then, we have continued to move in that direction. As I mentioned last week, land use maps are dynamic, they're not static, they change. This image shows the original development plan from 1970 on the top and our current general plan today on the bottom. You can see a number of changes simply from observing those two maps. And I just wanted to emphasize and in part respond to some of the comments that we heard last week and tonight in terms of preserving the character of the city. This plan, this preferred land use map that we are discussing affects a very small portion of the city. It's less than 3% as shown on this slide. Those are the actual areas of true change. Our existing neighborhoods would remain the same. Our open space that we cherish would remain the same, parks, public facilities. The idea is to be true and to honor the original general plan and the great foundation that it provided us, but with also a look to the future. We're in the third step of a 5-step process. Just so everybody knows, we're not through this yet. We're trying to finalize the preferred land use map. But from that step, we go into 2 critical steps, and that is the environmental analysis of the land use map and working with the State Housing and Community Development staff in Sacramento with regard to the housing element, which is one of the required elements. It's the only one that the state approves. Those 2 key steps will most likely further refine the land use map so that it would then be ready for your consideration next year in 2022. So this is still, it's an important step tonight, but it's not the final map. There were comments last week about the difference between a general plan and a housing element. I won't go into all of these details, but most important sort of takeaway message is that a general plan is a long-term vision for a community. It looks out typically 25 years. It considers a wide variety of topics, whereas a housing element can be seen as a subset of that. It has an 8-year cycle that's defined by the state. It's obviously focused just on housing quantity and type. But this is, as I mentioned before, obviously a comprehensive general plan update, and the focus has been on the big picture and long term. Now, just a few responses to public comments from last week. We heard some speakers who thought that there should be additional public engagement, and Mr. Powers just recited some of the methods that we used over the past year and a half to solicit public outreach. We really tried to get the word out. We used a lot of different media to do that, had thousands of people participate, and we've done our level best to provide a land use map that reflects that input. This is input that we heard from the community over the last year and a half. There were comments about perhaps we should let SB 330, which is the Housing Crisis Act of 2019, expire. It's currently planned to expire in 2025, but there's also already a bill, SB 8, which is proposed to extend it, and we fully anticipate that it will be extended. The state is very, very firm on their desire to support housing throughout the state. There were comments about building heights. I just want to clear the air on this. No 7-story buildings are being proposed as part of this plan. In fact, as noted here, 2 land use categories with taller buildings were actually deleted from consideration some time ago. And just also that there are a number of areas in the city where 75-foot tall buildings are already allowed, for instance, at the Oaks Mall. And many of the areas proposed for such buildings are a reflection of that existing height. There's also been concern that some of the existing neighborhoods may experience an increase in density as a result of this process. That's not true. There will be no upzoning in the neighborhood low category, which has been the focus of such comments. We have stated in the past that subcategories will be developed for both the neighborhood low and medium categories so that they will be calibrated to reflect the density on the ground. So it's just the opposite. It will actually limit any potential future growth in those areas. I should also just note that buildings up to 35 feet are already allowed in our existing low-density neighborhoods with additional setbacks, so that's already a given. The study of potential impacts, we heard last week and we heard tonight, that the land use map will be analyzed, as I mentioned, in complete compliance with the California Environmental Quality Act. That will evaluate traffic, infrastructure, schools, parks. It is a requirement of state law that it do that, and that will be conducted after the preferred land use map is identified. And then there were also questions or comments about a public vote. The approach that staff has used from day one is to develop, with community input, a map that is in compliance with Measure E, and this map will continue to do that. So a vote would not be required under the municipal code. We also heard comments last week about build out versus growth projections. Just quickly, full build out is a theoretical maximum based on the map. Growth projections are the actual realistic estimates of growth based on market conditions. So they're two different metrics. And I think as the council and community has heard, that we have a very, very low growth rate here over the past 8 years. As shown here, the average has been about 100 units a year. So it's been quite modest. And this map just shows the new areas that are proposed potentially for mixed use or residential where they don't occur today. So this is an image to illustrate the point that the areas proposed for additional or new residential is very limited in scope. I also just wanted to address a few quick comments that we heard tonight. Ms. Wall brought up the comment about not having data on the source areas for the units that would be potentially reallocated, and staff appreciates that comment. That data will be provided after the land use map is identified and we know how many units we need to reallocate, and so that will be done, and as we've done it in the past. Mr. Oakes brought up property on Hillcrest Drive last week and tonight. We have looked into that, and that is it's actually two parcels southeast of Lone Oak and Hillcrest that will be modified to reflect the current density. And let's see. That is it for me at this time, but I'm going to turn the next section of the presentation over to Mr. Ian Holt. He is a senior planner in our department, and we'll talk about housing and the RENA.
Can I make a quick comment?
Yes, go ahead,
Thank you,
Mr.
Mayor.
Adam.
I appreciate Mr. Town debunking some of the mischaracterizations we heard last week. And I would only correct one thing that you said about less than 3% of the city is involved in this general plan update, and that would be where the true change is. I would call it not true change, I would call it potential change. Potential change. And to give you an idea of what I mean, the original general plan written in 1970 called for over 200,000 people in Thousand Oaks. Never happened. It called for an airport here in Thousand Oaks. Never happened. Called for a college on Lindero Canyon Road. Never happened. It said that this whole area that we're sitting in should be a series of motels. Never happened. So the point I'm trying to make is, you know, we're planning for the future, but we don't exactly know what that future is going to be, and a lot of this is really potential. And I appreciate you pointing out that there are no 7-story buildings being called for in this plan. No neighborhoods are going to be upzoned. There are not going to be any apartment complexes in neighborhoods. And the slow growth that we've had over the last 10 years, I'm quite sure will continue with this general plan update. Thank you.
Thank you, and as a reminder to my council colleagues, you can certainly click on the speaker tab over here, and then I have a list of who would like to speak. Yeah, just so that we can have it in order. That's fine. Thank you. So, Mr. Parker, oh no, Mr. Holt. Yeah.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, council members. So as part of the public comments that we've heard at the last meeting, as well as just the variety of correspondence we've received on the general plan update, the question has arisen, why can't we just plan for meeting our regional housing needs allocation? And, that is the number that has been assigned to the city for the housing element 8-year cycle. The main reason why we cannot just rely on the land use map to meet that number, because the land use map, as Mark said, is based on the ultimate capacity. Yet when you are planning for housing within the 8-year cycle, as required by the state for the housing element, there's a variety of housing site criteria, and it's really based on the site feasibility of how many units a site can yield on that property. And, as part of that, once the land use plan has been endorsed by the council, staff will be then analyzing sites as far as their feasibility. And there's a variety of things that we have to take into consideration as far as the site characteristics, physical features, the size, the shape of the lot, other pre-existing conditions, existing buildings, the age of the buildings, floor area ratio, and its location in relation to other services within the city, as well as transit and public and community centers. But also, are these properties also competitive in terms of getting affordable housing funding, as far as the tax credits and those kind of things. Also, the size of the property comes into criteria. Things between a half acre and up to 10 acres are considered ideal in terms of housing by the state. But there's a variety of other things such as land value to improvement value, and vacancy rates and owner interest. Some things that have to be considered are actually long-term leaseholds. Those may preclude the ability for housing to occur in the next 8 years. But also, we have to look to our past development trends. And, for the most part, the production of affordable housing here has been mostly reliant on projects with density bonuses. And we basically, and as far as what we can count in terms of sites that were identified previously, we're very limited, especially as it relates to the lower income categories. We cannot recycle those sites if they had not been developed in either the last cycle or the previous cycle. Next slide, please.
Thank you, Mr. Holt. I do have a question from Councilmember McNamee.
Certainly.
Was that the complete presentation? I don't want to interrupt you until you were done.
No, I have about 4 or 5 more slides.
Why don't you go ahead and do that, and then I'll come back with my questions. That way you may answer it in what you're going to present.
Certainly, thank you. All right, so, as such, given this site criteria, the city will need to plan for a buffer. So, planning for exactly meeting the RHNA allocation number, which in this case is 2,621 units, you can't exactly just plan to meet that number exactly on a land use map. It's based on the site feasibility requirements that I mentioned previously. But, ultimately, the larger number that has been talked about is really to help address how we can achieve those housing goals or those needs into the future cycles, because this is a 25-year plan. And, excuse me. So, and also, there was also the point brought up is why can't the housing be put all in the Oaks or the Jans Mall or over in the Rancho Conejo area? And actually, there is the affirmatively furthering fair housing opportunities. There's a criteria that you actually disperse it throughout the city. So concentrating in that one area, those areas, basically goes against that criteria under state law. And I'll also go into further is how, those entire sites cannot be counted for the purposes of meeting our housing goals. Also, in terms of what we demonstrate on an individual site for HCD to consider, you can't just assume the maximum density is used for the calculation. You have to kind of result to a minimum density or a historic trend. And for the purposes of affordable housing, that range would have to be 20 units at a minimum here to the acre, up to a maximum of 30 units to the acre. You have to allow the ability up to 30 units to the acre to actually qualify to designate sites for low-income housing. And, in terms of the trends here, as I mentioned earlier, the city has been reliant on density bonus projects actually to achieve the small amount of affordable housing. And the minimum density of 20 units to the acre would then have to be used. Next slide. So, I just want to walk through a few examples here. Here you have the northern part of the Village Center. This is the one at, this is the Parks Oak Center at the northeast corner of Jans and Moore Park. It's the number 4 Village Center identified. In total, it's 10.78 acres. And it's currently proposed for a mixed-use low, which allows up to 30 units to the acre. And with that, it has a land use capacity of 323 units. But, in reality, given the existing leaseholds and, some of the users and so forth, more practically speaking, only a quarter or a third of the site could be used. And if you assume just 3 acres of this site is used at 20 units to the acre, that's basically 60 units would be an example of a site identified for the purposes of the housing element. That's basically 19% of the capacity that's been assigned to this property. Next slide. And then another example we have is in the Thousand Oaks Pacific Plan area on Thousand Oaks Boulevard. Currently, this is just an example site, but it's currently an RV property. It's about a little over 1 acre. And it, too, is also having a proposed designation of mixed-use low at 30 units to the acre. That gives it a capacity of 32 units. Now, with that 20 units to the acre, you get about 21 units to the acre. So that's, really at 66% of the capacity. So, just because a site is necessarily larger doesn't mean you actually yield a larger capacity in terms of demonstrating housing. Next slide, please. So, to put this in context with some of the surrounding properties, you have, a property to the west. It's currently almost entirely building on the property, and that probably would not be a likely candidate. Some of the other ones that have to sit to the west or to the east that are question marks, possibly due to the age of the buildings and other circumstances or vacancy rates, those could be considered, but those would have to be evaluated further to really determine whether they are eligible. Then you have across the street, a relatively new commercial development that has, a lot of recent improvements gone into it. So, that is not a good candidate at this point. So, and then moving on to the last example, the Oaks Mall. The Oaks Mall is about 83.6 acres in total. And again, as we apply the mixed-use low designation at 30 units to the acre, that yields a capacity of 2,508 units. But in reality, over the next 8 years, can we really consider the entire property? No. And if you just look at one of the more southeasterly parcels out of the mall, that's about 7 acres, that would yield 212 units at 20 units to the acre. Overall, that's 8.5% of the overall capacity of Oaks Mall. Now, I'm not saying that this would be the only example that could be used at the Oaks, but this is just to kind of give you a snapshot of what it is when we are actually having to go through the housing element after the land use plan has been endorsed by the council. So that would conclude my presentation.
Thank you very much. Mr. McNamee.
Thank you for that wonderful presentation. To clarify a few things, Sacramento has come down to say to the county, you have to have so many housing units over the next 8 years, called the Regional Needs Housing Assessment. And we've been assigned 21 units that we have to set aside, but not necessarily build in whatever we do here. Is that a correct statement?
Correct. We are basically planning for them. It's not indicative of a building quota, per se.
And that's one of the needs we need to satisfy to keep Sacramento happy. Is that correct?
Yes, and in order to achieve that number, you would have to build upon that to make sure that there's a buffer.
And as you say, that buffer is one where we have, let's say, an acre of land that would allocate, let's say, 30 dwelling units because it's 30 dwelling units per acre. But many times we won't be able to build out to 30 units because you have roads coming in, roads out, parking and so forth, that it would be reduced. Is that a fair statement? In other words, you wouldn't be able to use the entire acre to build those 30 units. What would be the limiting factors that you'd say, well, we've got an acre of land, 30 units, but we're only going to be able to put 10 units on this acre. I want you to elaborate as to what would be the limiting factor to reduce down that 30 down to 10.
Well, as I had gone, on the previous slides, as far as those various site constraints and so forth, I mean, they could be pre-existing conditions. They could be a lot of environmental. You have some properties on Thousand Oaks Boulevard that actually have a floodplain across the back of them. I mean, those are all considerations that would reduce the yield on a particular property. And, with that, so if you had a site identified for a number of units and let's say a developer came in and didn't meet that exact amount, this is where the no net loss law comes into play. So, and, quite honestly, that's also why we need a buffer. Because as development occurs, it doesn't always just line up with whatever we have shown to the state. So you always need, with the no net loss law, the ability to point to another available site that helps absorb meet that capacity, because each individual development may not produce exactly what we've identified in the housing element.
And again, that buffer would be perhaps double that 2,600, 3 times, 4 times, 5 times? What do you city staff recommend here?
Well, it's hard to say until we really get into it. But I would just say, for example, for the last housing element cycle, we had 255 units, and that was spread across the different income categories. We identified 1,600 units, so almost 6 times the amount. I'm not saying that we have to do that this time, but we identified 6 times the amount. And over that 8-year period, we produced almost 700 units, but we did not meet our RHNA obligation or requirements for the affordable housing.
At this point, any idea on staff's recommendation to council here as to how many more over the RHNA number we should have as a buffer?
It's really hard to say. I think, as I've said, I mean, casting a wide net allows the flexibility of picking sites for that buffer. And, and also, the development will occur on sites that are not designated for housing under the housing element as well. So, the buffer provides that added benefit of sites that just organically, are being requested to be developed with residential.
And again, we're spreading this out over the city, simply that you're not going to lump it all in one area, that it'll be spread out in bits and pieces throughout the whole city, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. Again, I appreciate your crystal ball not being as good as others, but I appreciate your consideration of the question. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember McNamee. I know that the next step is to switch over to another presentation, but I wanted to find out, the last cycle we were required to plan for 255 units. Now we have tenfold the number. And can you please explain the process with SCAG, the Southern California Council of Association of Governments, to how that process works? Namely, they go to each city and they ask for a growth projection, and based on the numbers that cities give to SCAG, then they come up with numbers. So if you could take us to why we are here today, from the very first step.
Well, as far as the first steps, the growth projections that SCAG proposed as part of one of their regional plans, their Regional Transportation Plan and Sustainable Community Strategy. They do growth projections, and they solicit feedback from each community. And we responded to their growth projections, which were a lot bigger than what we've experienced. And at that time, staff responded with a response that basically took into account the development trends that we had annually, as well as an anticipation of an increased RHNA allocation. Now, the anticipation that number was not as big as what we actually received. However, those growth projections we provided SCAG were ultimately used as part of the formula that they used to generate the RHNA that we received today. So they honored the growth projections that we gave feedback on, and also those growth projections are still being used by SCAG for their other documents as well, as far as the 2020 version of the RTP SCS.
Was SCAG aware that the population in Thousand Oaks actually declined by more than 2,000 in the last couple of years? Was that happening at the same time as you were giving out the projections?
Well, I mean, that time frame, that was about 2018. I mean, whatever the latest data from the Department of Finance was, they take that into consideration, as well as, you know, what the trends that we have. I mean, you know, the city doesn't itself keep track of those numbers, but you have a variety of, you know, the Census Bureau, the American Community Surveys that are typically have 5-year projections, and they update them.
Madam Mayor, if I could also expand on some of the comments that Mr. Holt made. When every housing cycle, I've noticed over the past 20 plus years, every housing cycle, and I'm sure you have too, you'll have different rules that are passed. And HCD every year is looking at new ways of accounting for housing. And so they pass new rules on how you count a piece of property. Well, one thing that's noticeable with this RHNA cycle is they are looking at population projections, but they also increased the RHNA requirements based on existing needs. In other words, housing that's overcrowded and cost-burdened families as well. So the number that that they provided actually went down, as you're well aware. We had a significantly higher number. It did go down, but it's based on population projection, but it's also based on other factors as well.
Okay, I'm asking the question because for the last 18 years, we've heard that Thousand Oaks is at or near build-out, and all of a sudden, we're having to make room for thousands of units. When I look at other cities, such as Beverly Hills, I think they're required to make room for only 14 homes, for example. But the city has rent control, so their problems are different. So I'm just trying to get a picture and to paint a picture of why we are now all of a sudden facing a drastic increase in providing a number of homes, which is...
And you make a really good point, Mayor Bill de la Pena, but I'd also, you know, go back to the one before 2014, I think it was 2006. That number was 1847, so it's much more similar. I would actually argue that the last RHNA cycle was a total anomaly, given it happened just right after, you know, the housing bust, for lack of a better word. But this RHNA cycle is a little bit more consistent with the, you know, I think it was the fifth cycle, right? Fifth cycle. Or fourth cycle.
And then before I call on my colleagues as well who would like to chime in, if we had not done a comprehensive general plan update and faced with a request by, well, not a request, a mandate by the state to provide for affordable housing and additional housing, how would we have gone about that?
Well, essentially, we would have to take a look at the existing map and see what we could yield. But then if we are unable to meet our RHNA by what's shown on the map today, we would have to adopt what the housing law says, rezoning programs. But I mean, essentially, show areas that you are going to be committed to redesignating for the purposes of housing. The drawback of that would be that it is site-specific and not, you know, in broad areas. So you would end up with individual sites being considered more so than larger geographic areas where you kind of have a little more of a cohesive
Well, a city
urban
like
environment.
Thousand Oaks that has really been developed at under capacity And now, really, we thought we were at build-out for so long. How is a city then able to somehow find, if we're not spot zoning or spot designating, where would we then, or how would we find additional areas to meet the state mandates?
Well, I mean, essentially, the staff would be going through that exercise and looking at the map and seeing what are the areas that don't currently allow residential and which ones would be the best candidates for housing. And
thank you.
I'll just add that, again, this is a general plan, we're talking housing, but the state really doesn't look at capacity as a basis to reduce numbers. And I did actually look Beverly Hills up, and they actually were allocated over 3,000 units this arena.
This year?
Yeah.
Was it the last one that was
It might have been the
double?
last one because, again, everyone's was so low.
Okay.
But this year, it's over 3,000.
Okay, thank you for that.
Right. Madam Mayor, might I suggest that before we have more questions, that we go back to staff presentation, because possibly some of those questions will be answered by staff? to
Okay,
finish the
if my
presentation?
colleagues are okay with that, Mr. Adam and Mr. Engler, Mr. McNamee, would you like to ask questions now? Mr. Adam, go ahead.
Well,
Okay.
Yeah, if I may, thank you. I just had a comment. And you're right, the arena numbers are up for cities all across California. Southern California Association of Governments is, I suppose, complying with Sacramento, and we were tasked with a bigger number than usual. And of course, meeting our arena requirements is very important, but we have a double task tonight because we're also being asked to consider a general plan that plans out not just short term, but 25 years out into the future. So we have to balance the two. My question would simply be that, isn't it prudent planning to plan for multiple RHNA cycles versus just one?
Well, yes. I mean, again, I think it goes back to, anticipating, how, and creating flexibility in how we can grow. So that could be a simple goal. But I mean, as far as, you want to have the ability to help absorb the housing needs over those next couple cycles beyond the upcoming one.
Right. So multiple cycles could be, how many years out would we be talking?
Well, I mean, basically, we would be talking about 3 cycles for out to 2045.
Three cycles. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Then go ahead, Mr. Holt, was it? Were you continuing, or was it Mr. Town?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Actually, at this point, we are going to bring in Matt Ramey, who will contribute to the discussion as we begin to delve into the section of tonight's presentation where you receive your input. So,
thank you, Mark. Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of the council. Nice to see you all virtually once again. If we could switch over to the presentation, we have just a couple more slides before we launch into what we're doing for the rest of the evening. Just as we go into the discussion, just again want to remind us that we're here doing a comprehensive general plan update. It's not just the housing element, and that a lot of what we have done and a lot of what is presented is here to allow flexibility for the city to be able to meet its housing element requirements. But more important than that, it's really about creating a vision for the future of the city. And we've heard throughout the process, we've talked to thousands of people during the process that while everyone really loves Thousand Oaks, it doesn't mean that it's perfect. There are things that need to change, either because of past decisions or because of potential challenges that are coming up in the future, such as changing retail or driverless vehicles, or changes in lifestyle, or affordable housing. So there's lots of reasons why the community during the process has identified things that where a slow evolution of the city should happen. One of the most important things that came up in the process is that everyone values the high quality of services in the city, and everyone's very proud of the biotech sector and the jobs that are in the city. And what we've heard from the employers time and again is that it is very difficult for them to attract and retain employees given the housing costs in the city and given the lifestyle of the city. And so one of the things that we did look at was how do we use the underutilized land in the city in order to create a win-win situation where the employers can keep their employees in the city and attract new employees. How can they expand? And then how can we provide for goods and services, public services for the residents of the city? As tax revenues increase, more services can be provided. One of the other advantages to doing this comprehensive update is that we don't go parcel by parcel. It is creating a vision. It's not spot zoning to pick a parcel here and a parcel there, which according to state law is really not a legal way of doing long-range planning. Next slide, please. So again, we don't have any more to really present. We know we have a very challenging task this evening. And so what I would actually like to propose is that we break up the questions and break up the discussion into manageable chunks. And so if I may, Madam Mayor, what I'd like to propose is that we first start with questions, but that maybe we handle questions topically. And I can go through a series of topics that I've heard so far from the community and from the council of things you may want to ask questions on. You can then ask your questions for that topic. We can move on to the next topic. And then once we get through the questions, and I'd like to propose that the questions aren't site specific or area specific, but they're really broad. Once we get into the discussion, we can move through the different areas that we showed you last time in the presentation. We can take questions on that area, have a discussion, and then we're proposing to vote by area so that we can move through the map. And then at the end, some summary thoughts. Breaks could be interspersed in between throughout the process. Madam Mayor, could I ask if this approach would work with you? Because if it is, we can help facilitate the discussion. I think you may need to call on people as you see their hands raised, but if we can try and organize the conversation and the questions topically, I think we might be able to move through it in a logical way. And then of course, you can achieve what you need to achieve this evening.
Thank you. I'm going to ask my colleagues how they feel about that. Councilmember McNamee, go ahead.
I want to ask Mr. Holt or Mr. Parker or Mr. Town the following question, because it would not be specific for what Mr. Ramey is suggesting here. So it's appropriate, I think, at this point. Again, Thousand Oaks is 98%, 99% built out as far as land availability, from my understanding. Correct me if I'm wrong on that. We have RHNA cycles that are coming up every 8 years that the state is mandating for us to fix their messes in Sacramento for lack of housing that they want all the cities in California to fix. And thus it's being thrust upon the cities from Sacramento to do this. If we come out with this general plan for the next 25 years, what's to say that we don't have any availability of land to meet Sacramento's request of us? My thought is we're left into what I call vertical sprawl, that we now have to go up higher, or we have to do eminent domain and take over property and change it over. At what point does Sacramento stop doing this? Because we are all in our cities going to run out of land, and as a result, make some very challenging decisions. I'll probably be not on the council when that time comes around, but I'm just forward thinking, and maybe we can nip something in the bud here, because Sacramento seems to come down and thrust this upon the cities, and we don't have much land to develop at this point.
Yes, Councilmember McNamee. In terms of the city's build out, I mean, I would maybe kind of put it in terms of, how Measure E is. I mean, Measure E identifies, 81,124 units, and we're approximately 48,000 units on the ground today. So, I mean, that isn't quite, a 98% build out. Now, albeit a lot of that capacity resides in our existing communities, and part of the exercise that we're going through today is how can we move that excess capacity to areas that can redevelop. And in terms of how the state as housing element cycles progress over the years, yeah, I mean, that's something that the city's going to have to consider is, infill development and the scale of that as a possibility to accommodate whatever those future housing needs are. So I'll just leave it at that.
Thank you.
Mr. Engler.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We have been at what we always consider to be build out. We're getting close. I appreciate what you're saying, though, is that Measure E and SB 330 has identified the number of 81,000 units. We're currently at 48 plus. And I appreciate what my colleague is saying about the state. And I will tell you, a person in the state told me a few years ago when I brought up that argument that we are at build out. He said, no, you're not. You have 15,000 acres of open space. That is what we're up against, folks. We have a ring of green that we all treasure. The state does not see that as an asset. It sees that as unused capacity to help house people. So as we look forward to this, how do we create a general plan that addresses that? So I think my question to you, as you look in your crystal ball, where do you see the state mandates coming down in the future? It's a difficult question, and it's a speculation, I understand. But I know in the past that was brought up to me.
I can probably answer just a little bit. Again, just having gone through various RHNA housing cycles, every cycle is different. This one has been pretty intense because of the hard push by the state for cities to provide more opportunities for housing development and the belief that cities are actually an impediment to the production of housing. But again, the prior housing element, it wasn't as difficult and the numbers weren't as high. So it really is hard to predict what will happen over the next couple of RHNA housing cycles. What I can tell you, however, is that, the state is hyper-focused on housing. I mean, there's I think over 200 bills just this year focused solely on housing. They are incredibly focused on housing. So, for this cycle, it's a much more difficult one compared to the last one, but we can't predict what it'll be at the next cycle.
Just one comment, because I'm also on some of the League of City committees. The state, I wrote these down for you. On top of the SB 8, which is the extension of the 330, they're looking at a thing called SP 9, which would automatically allow up to 6 units on a single-family residence lot.
Correct.
There's another one, SB 6, which would mandate residential in all commercial zones.
Correct.
There's AB 215 that would, if we don't make our numbers, would require a mid-cycle correction and mandate it to us. So these are the types of things that are currently being discussed in Sacramento.
Correct.
My goal is to have as strong a general plan as we can possibly have.
And that's exactly why the city council chose to go down this path rather than just focusing on a housing element, focusing on a comprehensive general plan. My understanding of what council's thought was when you guys directed staff to do this was to ensure that we'd maintained as much local control as possible and planned for the next 25 years so that we're in a much better place and not as reactive. We're not reacting as much to all of these new state housing laws.
Thank you. As we switch over to Ed Jones, who would also like to weigh in, I wanted to mention that I think I signed about 4 letters in opposition to housing bills that are really just really not tethered to reality in a sense, eliminating all parking, for example. I mean, some really heavy-duty bills are being considered, and you have to wonder, really, who is driving this. And there are well-known Northern Sacramento lawmakers who are driving this, unfortunately, and we're all paying the price for that. And so that is just really unfortunate, but...
And Madam Mayor, if I might, just to build on that point that you just made, those letters and all the others for the past several years that we've signed is you can find those if a member of the public would like to see those at toaks.org/housing. So lest anyone thinks that we're not out there on the front lines every day combating these things, it's all out there for you to take a look at, toaks.org/housing.
Thank you so much, Mr. Powers. Our city attorney already sent letters last year requesting an extension to the housing deadline because of the pandemic. HCD in Sacramento said, no, we're not giving you an extension. I contacted lobbyists, the League of California Cities. I contacted the committee itself in Sacramento, wrote letters. We need an extension. You're asking us to do this during a pandemic. We're not able to get enough public input, and they just did not react. Nothing. So it is the reality of what's happening up there. I just wanted to mention that. Mr. Jones, go ahead.
Yeah, I think that we could take this two ways as far as what our best response should be. I don't understand the logic at a time when the state, over the last 10-year cycle, has lost 1 million residents, and even, as has been pointed out, we've lost 2,000 or 3,000 lately. I don't know if the state, with bearing that in mind, would see the illogic of what they're suggesting. But I hear our city attorney say we want like as strong a general plan in the future as we can have, and I think suggests going out 25 years. On the other hand, legislatures come and go, especially ours, which has term limits. It might be wise just to plan for this next RHNA cycle and see if we have a change in the thinking in Sacramento, because if we keep losing, 1 million people every few years, I would think logic would say that maybe 8 years from now, the thinking might be different.
What I can say to Councilmember Jones is that the pattern or the trend of the state legislature to impose housing mandates is not a recent event. It's not a recent occurrence. This has been going on for at least the last, 10 years, a serious focus from the state legislature to add more housing. And again, as a reminder, this current RHNA cycle is not just based on population projections, it's also based on existing need, based on overcrowding and cost-burdened families.
Well, if it's based on overcrowding, you're asking us to increase crowding to make the numbers. That doesn't sound logical.
Yeah, from Sacramento's perspective, if you have more housing, then you don't have to have as many families living in one place.
And I see the term affordable being used. Mm-hmm. Well, when we approve housing, we get about 90% market rate and maybe 5% affordable. So if that's what's motivating them, they're not getting that either. They're just getting a lot of market rate housing that is getting less and less affordable in Thousand Oaks. When somebody pays, what was it, $37 million for the Kmart site?
Yes.
You think he's going to be able to afford to build much affordable housing? Having $37 million is misused. It gives the wrong impression, because like affordable for a small family means you have to make $85,000 a year. Well, that's not what most people think about when they think about affordable. Mm-hmm. So I don't know. One last observation, I'll have more to say later, but I hate to base planning on the criterion of preventing being punished. You know, as Drew pointed out, when we built this plan or made this plan 50 years ago or a little over, we just thought about the beautiful valley and the wonderful open space and the raw land and preserving the dominant vistas, as a term that Phil Gatch used to use. And, you know, we have all this beauty. And to think that we're being motivated to do a major change in our general plan based on trying to prevent from being punished, what a terrible reason to plan for the use of this magnificent place we live in. I'm talking too much, maybe, but I was over in another city in Ventura County to our west. It was constructed on a flat plain. It's the Oxnard Plain. And there are nothing pretty to look at. I mean, I'm sorry, I don't mean to be criticizing a fellow town. I actually didn't name the town, did I? But there are no beautiful views. And I would hate to think, if we're going to try to preserve open space, as Councilman McNamee just said, we're going to have to build up. And when you start building up, you eliminate all these views. And not only did we call for more low density in the original general plan, but we also had a hillside ordinance to protect the ridge lines and prevent high vertical cuts. We had an oak tree ordinance to protect oak trees and other specimen trees. This was all done for the beauty of this valley. God created this valley, and we're it's so lucky that we have it. And in the way, in the name of satisfying Sacramento, to obscure this beautiful place, I think we ought to fight tooth and nail to oppose it. That's enough of my speech, Madam.
We have
Madam
Mayor.
Madam Mayor, may I jump in for a second?
Yes, go
I
ahead.
apologize. Thank you. I want to just respond to what Mr. Jones said, because I think he's absolutely right. And the purpose of what we are doing here is not necessarily responding to HCD. The purpose of our entire process that we ran for the last year and a half was to think about the vision of the city. And so that's what was presented. Yes, it is true. The city has to respond and to state regulations, which are continuing to be about housing. But, I do think that what we did was put together the vision from what the community had said that they wanted. And, I do think we have a daunting task again this evening to try and go through the comments and the conversation. I wish there was something cities could do about HCD and the state and what they're doing, but they can't. And so I think the most that cities are doing now, and the best, which is what they should do anyway, is to create the vision that they want for the future. And so that's what was presented. I had asked about whether we want to go through topically and ask questions. I'm wondering whether we should do that, or whether we want to just kind of go go in order from.
We can certainly ask questions, Mr. Ramey, but I just wanted to say the reason we came up with this in 2017, I think, was when the idea was born, is because we realized that our capacity was at 81,000 units, and there was really no reality to that number, because we were considered to be at or near build out, and we wanted to bring that number down because there is really very little space left to build. And lots of cities had that same thought, and then Sacramento came down with SB 330 and said, you cannot lower your capacity. And then we were stuck with a general plan update where we couldn't do what we initially wanted to do. And that is really the reason why we attempted this. But I also wanted to say that other cities in California, which are undergoing a general plan update, are very frustrated with constant new laws, bills being passed in the middle of cities updating their general plan. And so Sacramento keeps moving the goalpost. And it is very frustrating when you attend the League of California Cities webinars and other meetings, as my colleague Mayor Pro Tem Engler does as well, and hear the frustration that we really can't do what we want to do because Sacramento says otherwise. So that said, I certainly, Mr. Ramey, we can go ahead and start discussing, but we will be asking, we did ask lots of questions, wanted to see how my colleagues feel about this. Is that okay if that's the plan you want to proceed?
I like his system of going through systematically area by area, as long as we can ask questions about
Yes.
each area. That's wonderful.
Yeah.
That sounds good to me. Very
Okay.
logical.
All right, then let's go ahead and move forward. Thank you.
Okay, so if I, so are there other kind of broad questions about land use designations or overall direction or the process before we jump into the area specific?
I'm sorry, say that again?
Sorry, are there questions about the process that we went through to get here, or any other questions broadly, or should we jump in to the start in our first area?
Let's start with the first area, if that's okay with my colleagues. Yes, go ahead.
Sure. Okay, if we could maybe put up the slides again. The first area that, and again, we're not going to present, but what we would like to do is start with the Westlake and East End area. What I would propose is that we first start with questions about the land use map, how we got to where we are here in terms of what you're looking at. And then once we get through that, maybe if the council wants to give either any recommended changes or if they agree with the direction, then say that as well. So first,
Matt,
first questions. Oh yeah,
Yeah,
sorry,
Matt, I might just stress that I think our plan for the council here, we're going to take two areas first. I think our intent is to talk about the Westlake and East End area and the area around the Oaks, Jans, Moore Park Road area. Take those areas and then get all the feedback, answer any questions, take a brief break to incorporate that, and then come back and have you act on those areas.
That's correct. So why don't we start with questions?
All right, who wants to go first regarding questions on Westlake and East End? Is it Mr. Jones? No, I think you meant to remove your name, right?
Oh, yes.
Councilmember McNamee, please.
Yes, I'm looking at the area north Thousand Oaks Boulevard and Westlake, and that looks like it's designated mixed-use medium. Is that correct? And I wish we had a pointer here on the slide, if that would help.
North of Thousand Oaks Boulevard is designated as commercial town. The mixed use, there is no mixed use medium anywhere on this map. There's only mixed use low, which is the purple.
Okay, so it's commercial regional. Sorry, it's just the color challenge here, trying to figure out
Yes.
which shades of color going through there. Okay, great. Thank you.
Understood.
Thank you.
Mr. Engler.
That location is pretty much what exists now, the shopping centers there. Is that correct?
That's correct.
What is the maximum height right now in that
I'm gonna have to turn
commercial
over to staff
commercial
for
town?
this question.
In the commercial town, that would be 35 feet.
And it's proposed to be 50
And
feet,
it's
correct?
proposed to, yes, the commercial town would be 50 feet, and the purpose there is to allow for a little bit better building articulation, so it doesn't look quite like it's a single uniform monolithic design. But that is the difference between existing zoning height for that area and the commercial town.
Madam Mayor, may I go ahead?
Mr. McNamee, yeah?
Again, my challenge is going from 35 to 55. When you have homes that are behind there, you'd be blocking their views, as we cherish so much here. My preference would be to leave it at 35 feet where it is right now, and not to go to 55 feet for those commercial town right behind the, next to the Hillcrest area, I guess it would be Westlake Hills.
So if that was the direction that the council chose to go, then the appropriate land use category would be commercial neighborhood, which goes up to 35 feet.
Great. That's what I would advocate, given how close it is to the residents right there.
And just for clarification, that would be on the north side of Thousand Oaks Boulevard, west of Westlake?
Correct. Is that a quiz?
Sounded like one.
Thank you. Yes, that would be it. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Mr. Jones?
I can see where this is going to get very complicated because these different designations have different parts in each designation. I would echo what Mr. McNamee said. I'd like to see the height stay at 35 feet, but I'm also not sold on mixed use for that location. I think I'd rather see, as I think you just suggested, Mark, a neighborhood low. Would that be it, or what was
that? That area currently is commercial. There's not mixed use in that area.
Okay, so
Can we go back to the map?
what
Thank
would
you.
be what would be my motion if I'd like to see that stay the same?
Is your motion to leave it the same as it is today in the current general plan map, or?
Well, if it were changed to residential, what does that show? What category? What is it? Low? Did you say?
At this point, right now, the map is only commercial. It doesn't allow residential. And the recommendation from Mr. McNamee was to change it from commercial town to commercial neighborhood, which is essentially reducing the height from 50 feet to 35 feet. Both of those scenarios do not allow residential.
Thank you.
What is the area right here at Westlake Boulevard and Townsgate? That looks like it is that's the hotel. That's right, the Hyatt Hotel. That is now commercial. What would it be? What is the hotel right now? The colors don't really match. So what is it, commercial regional?
Commercial regional.
Okay, so the Hyatt Hotel currently is allowed to go at how high?
It is currently allowed to go to 75 feet.
And what is its height right now?
It's proposed to be commercial regional, which is also 75 feet. The entire strip, by the way, east of the Hyatt, where the existing office buildings are, that also today is 75 feet in height. In terms of zoning potential, this is proposed to reduce that to commercial town, which is 50 feet in height.
Okay, the commercial town has those are the office buildings?
Correct. East of the Hyatt.
How high are the office buildings now?
They would, I would say approximately, probably around 45, maybe a little bit more. They're
Okay.
comparatively tall three-story buildings.
Okay, so they would be then commercial town?
That's what's proposed here. So this would be a slight reduction in height, and part of that's based on comments that we received, again, through our outreach.
Also on the Baxter property, that is industrial as well as mixed use. And the mixed use here that's recommended is mixed use medium, which is that, or is it mixed use low?
Mixed use low.
Okay, mixed use low. Okay.
And Madam Mayor, the only place that mixed use medium is located now, there's just two locations on Thousand Oaks Boulevard. One is in the downtown area, and the other is on the west end. And those are the only two locations on the land use map where mixed use medium is identified.
Okay, so mixed use low at 50 feet. We do know that their project was green lighted, and we don't know whether when they will be coming back, or I'm just wondering, Can we leave it at institutional, and then when they come back before the council, we can still do general plan amendment as they initially requested, Madam City Attorney?
We actually, because we did the pre-screen already, we anticipate those projects that council already did the pre-screen will actually be processed and brought back to the council for formal consideration prior to council's formal consideration of the general plan.
Yeah, that gets to Madam Mayor, that gets to the core of why we push these pre-screens through, was to maximize council's control. But these will come through prior to the adoption of the entire general plan. And, granted, some may fall off and not process through, but for those that choose to move forward, you'll have an opportunity to consider all of those beforehand.
The initial plan had it all mixed, all in industrial, I believe, because we don't know how council will vote on this, and so, and if it's approved, we can always make the change after, correct?
Correct. Originally, what staff was thinking, again, was based on community input that was not as supportive of residential housing in that location, based on, and also some concerns over, again, it's a single parcel right now, but then again, after further discussions and looking at the process and the timeline for the pre-screen, staff determined that because the application will be processed and considered by the council prior to formal consideration, it would be appropriate for council, it would be appropriate for the mixed-use designation. Let's assume, for argument's sake, that that by the time it comes back to you, as for the general plan, not the application, but the general plan, if it comes back to you and the project has not been processed, I think that by that time, the allocation of units would have expired, and then it would be appropriate to revert it back to industrial. But again, the decision on the actual project should be made and will be made prior to formal consideration of the general plan.
Okay. I'm just wondering whether we should leave it as it was originally, which was industrial. So that would be my question. But I would be in complete agreement to have buildings at the 35 feet, commercial neighborhood, and then the commercial town that is also identified here at 50 feet, because that's what it currently is.
Are you speaking to the Baxter building?
I'm talking about the Baxter area.
Okay,
yes.
thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, Madam Mayor?
Oh.
Thank you. I think with the Baxter property, we've already put that into motion. I would keep it as is. As the city attorney pointed out, we can always change it back should it all fall out. But at this point, I don't see a reason to go back over this ground and have it revert to industrial use. It's already in progress. I would just keep it as is. I'm in full agreement with over by the Opticon location there to reduce the height there. I have a question on the height at the intersection there, both the southwest corner, northwest corner, northeast corner and southeast corner. Currently, they are at Commercial Town, I believe. Is that my interpretation of the color?
That's correct.
So a maximum height of 50 feet.
Can we put the map back up, please?
Yes.
Thank you. Here we
Yeah.
go. Mhm.
So that's Commercial Town, height of 50 feet. I'm curious as to my colleagues, because there isn't really a residential portion being impacted by that. Would 50 feet be okay on those corners and not the other one? I'm sorry, at the intersection there, the southwest corner, the southeast corner, and the northeast corner. Currently, there's the promenade on that and the other shopping center on the west side, and then office buildings on the north side.
My question is, what would be the advantage of doing that in that location, other than adding more traffic to that area that already has heavy traffic at Westlake and Thousand Oaks Boulevard?
The advantage is, I think, in giving some flexibility into the future. I'm not sure what we would need in that area, but the advantage is to leave some flexibility there. I 100% agree with you on the other side where there's existing residential, but on the north side, south side, east side there, I would like some flexibility left in the equation on that corner.
When you say corner, is that the promenade?
Yes, the promenade is on the southeast side.
Right.
The west side there is the restaurants and the Starbucks and all that, and the other side is the office buildings across from the promenade.
What is the height right now of the promenade and the office building right across from the promenade?
The height of the promenade is average 35 feet, maximum 39, with the tower element going up to 47. So when I say 35 feet, for instance, that's an average height. And so based on our policy, we allow certain elements to exceed the 35 feet as long as the average is 35 feet. So it's below the 35-foot height limit, but there as an average, but there is a 39-foot max, and then the towers are allowed to exceed that, in this case going up to 47 feet.
Can I get clarification? At the Westlake Thousand Oaks Boulevard, you were talking about the northeast corner to remain commercial, but to a height of 55 feet, you're asking? I'm clarifying.
Mr. Engler?
I'm sorry. I thought you were asking Mr. Town. Yes, it would be, I think it's a commercial town, which is 50 feet.
And Mr. Town, speaking of which, Towns, is that commercial exclusively on the northeast corner of Westlake Thousand Oaks Boulevard?
Yes, it is.
Okay, thank you. Now, let me point out something out to my colleague, is that already has a rise of a hill that current building is on. And if you throw another 20 feet on top of that, it's going to be towering over that entire area because of the topography of the ground that it's on. I follow what you're saying on the other side of the street, but the northeast corner, it's already up on a hill. And it's going to be up even higher.
Yeah, it'd be 15 feet higher. Like I say, to me, having that flexibility is important. And I'll be frank with you on that north side. I appreciate the fact that it's on a hill and the topography would accentuate anything. So I'm just suggesting it that we keep the flexibility in the picture for future growth or for future activity. If that's an issue for you, I think having something that's the same size over there is fine. But I would like to make sure we keep this flexibility idea in the background.
I'd like to go to Councilmember Adam and Jones. Adam first.
Yes, thank you. On that area, and could you put the map back up, please? Yeah, on the area on the north side that's zoned, that you've got commercial town. It was the Planning Commission that suggested that, was it not?
With regard to the promenade and the Northgate Plaza across the street?
No, on the north side, south of the Hexagon development there. Wasn't it
The commission didn't weigh in on that. That was left as proposed. So.
I thought they had. That's what my notes say. Okay. As far as the Baxter property, it seems to me that since we already had a pre-screen with it, I can't see changing the designation back to industrial. It seems to me the mixed use would be appropriate. And the only other mixed use is, of course, the Kmart site. We've already had a pre-screen on that as well. If there was any notion to cut a mixed-use designation, I might look to the eastern side across the street from Kmart, where you have the Chase Bank building that's being turned into the UCLA Health Center, and where you have the Southern Cal Ed, whatever it is, their big maintenance lot. I don't see that going mixed use anytime soon. I really don't, especially considering UCLA's just establishing themselves there. So if there was any inclination to drop the mixed use a little bit, I could see where that might work there. And as far as that area south of the freeway, I work in that area, And Mr. Town's right, most of the buildings there are already high, 45 feet, 48 feet. So by keeping it at 50 feet, I don't think we're really changing much of anything.
No, and I wasn't suggesting it because it was already at that height.
Yeah,
So we were going to leave it at 50 feet.
Right, it's pretty much, that's the way it is now.
Which is commercial town, yes. And I had suggested last week to leave alone that corner across from Kmart for sure, because of the fact that it's already being redeveloped
Right.
commercially. So it wouldn't be realistic to think that that could change in the next 8 years. So
I agree.
I would take that out as well.
I agree.
Mm-hmm.
So where does that leave us, Mayor?
That leaves us with the area that is called Commercial Regional along Thousand Oaks Boulevard. Is it regional? I cannot.
Oh, wait, no, that's the Hyatt.
No, I'm talking about north of the 101 freeway by the Octagon there.
Oh, that's commercial town.
That is commercial town.
50
yes,
feet.
50 feet. I wanted to lower that to commercial neighborhood.
Mr. McNamee was suggesting the same thing,
Exactly
35
what-
feet.
And I agree with him.
I could have sworn the planning commission suggested that, but am I wrong?
They suggested that over at Rancho Conejo South along Newberry Road. They decreased it over there.
Okay, maybe I got that wrong. What were you thinking about that, Bob?
Oh, the commercial area near the Octagon?
Right, yeah, 35
I
versus
would
50.
lower it to what it is existing now and not allow any larger buildings there. In terms of the property, I call it the Edison property across from the Kmart.
Right.
I see no reason to hold fast on that. That location is already being redeveloped now for medical uses.
I agree.
The Edison is not going to be getting out of there anytime soon. There's really no reason to put it in there.
Do you
so
like
I
the
think-
35 feet south of the Octagon?
Yeah, oh yeah, of course, 35 feet south of the Octagon in the
Okay.
Trader Joe's Center, and I think there's
All
a
right.
Ralph's or something there as well. But I would keep it at the lower level there. This is kind of nice doing this horse trading. It's kind of interesting.
Well, if we keep pressing the button to speak,
I know, and so.
so maybe it's good we just kind of
And that is absolutely
talk
fine.
amongst ourselves.
I do want to go to Councilmember Jones, though.
Certainly.
Yeah, did I take it that you said that if we've given the green light to certain properties, especially the corridor from Baxter to, along Moore Park Road to, along Teal Boulevard, I mean to Moore Park Road, was the idea to leave it in the designation it is right now and let the designation change in those properties we've given the green light to if they in fact succeed and they get that project? Or did you want to change it now to what it is the green light would give them when if they did get their general plan amendment? Does that make sense? In other words, do we want to leave it in the current designation and wait for the general plan amendment process to take its course and either get it or not get it? Or should we, based on what we've given the green light to in the new version of the general plan, change it to what it is they're seeking?
That was the question that I was asking.
I personally
Mr.
feel
Jones,
that
just
we
real
would-
quick, I think when we discussed this, whatever it was, 6 months ago or whatever, it was zoned as a commercial area. We gave tentative permission to change that to residential. So that's why I'm arguing that we've already done that. We've given them that permission right now. To change it back to something else now, when it's still in progress, I don't think is the way to go. We can, if the project falls through and we want to regress on our former decision, I think we can always change it back. But right now, it's a work in progress. We've already made the change, and this current map here in front of us reflects that change.
It was processed as a
May I-
general plan amendment, though.
May I just finish? I voted for some of them and I voted against some of them. It would not be my intention, since the majority of the council did vote to go ahead to give them the green light to pursue the general plan amendment. I would not be opposed to putting that into that designation right now. Or, you know.
But at a later time, when it comes back before the council for the final
No,
approval.
I'm saying in the exercise we're doing right now, since the majority of the council voted to let them proceed,
Okay.
it wouldn't bother me to just make the change right now.
Oh, I
in
see.
our
Okay.
Proposed.
That makes sense to me, too. It seems to me that the general plan should match the pre-screens.
Yeah, even though I
And we
didn't-
still have control over
Yeah.
these two projects. We still have a vote on those.
But what I'm saying is, even though I didn't vote for all of them, I voted against a couple of them, I'm going to honor what the majority
Yeah.
wanted to do.
Madam Chair, could I jump in
I
here
think
real
that's
quick with
sensible.
a
Yeah,
observation?
Councilmember McNamee?
Let's talk about strategy here, Council, and see what your thoughts are on this. We pre-screened some that are going through as is. Let's say the UCLA one, which is, again, the Edison property, if you want to refer to it as that. That's moving forward as is for what they want to put on there. If we were to put mixed use on that, which allows for some housing to take place, that gives city staff some flexibility to meet our 81,000 needed to keep Sacramento happy. Even though we all know that that project will probably go to completion and wind up being commercial or whatever we're going to designate that as, with UCLA being there. By removing that from mixed use, now city staff's going to have to find somewhere else to meet that 81,000 total. Does that make sense?
Yeah, but
Did I
the
confuse
thing
people
is,
on that one?
I'm not sure about that.
Reina said, I mean, HCD says that the way they're looking at this is it has to be realistic that it can be built in the next 8 years. And they see that, and UCLA is building and setting up shop. It's highly unlikely that it would revert or go to residential, actually not revert, in the next 8 years, if I understand correctly.
Mr. Parker, Mr. Town?
Actually, maybe I think I understood what you were saying, Councilmember McNamee. Again, the 81,000 capacity exists in the city today. The preferred map is not suggesting, actually 48,000 that's already on the ground, already been built. We've got a little over 30,000. The preferred map that's being considered tonight does not suggest taking all of those 31,000 units and reallocating them to areas of change. It's a smaller number. It's about 17,000, I think it is. So at this point, the Edison property that you're talking about, if you remove it, it isn't that it has to be reallocated somewhere else. It's just not going to be taken from those other neighborhoods.
Well, to the mayor's point, which is a good one, is that even though right now UCLA is going in there,
Right.
and we're talking about leaving it or making it mixed use, would that give staff flexibility to say we're meeting our 81,000 required quota? And to her point, she's saying there's no realistic expectation that's going to happen, so it will not count towards that, if I'm not misinterpreting what you said there, Madam Mayor.
Right, and again, to your point, you're both correct, because again, we're not, the land use map is not looking at just the next 8-year RHNA cycle. The land use map is looking at 25 years. So whether it's counted for this RHNA cycle or a future RHNA cycle, the land use map that you're considering tonight is for 25 years, not just this RHNA cycle.
So my question then would be to Mr. Parker and our wonderful planning folks over there is, would this help you for future RHNA cycles, even though it's not going to be maybe counted for this one, but for mixed use somewhere down the road in the next 25 years, if it ever comes up again, we could use that as a count if we make it a mixed use there at the Edison property that's now UCLA is going in? That's the question.
Certainly, and I mean, even if we were not able to identify in this housing element cycle, who's to say that something may occur where circumstances change and someone wants to redevelop it, and that would be an added benefit, that we would still get the count at the tail end of the RHNA. We may not use it for planning now, but those projects that could occur outside of our RHNA identification process.
And if I can just add to that, it certainly would allow us additional flexibility in moving forward and sort of placing units where they need to be, if not in this cycle, but in the next cycle or the third cycle being contemplated as part of the 25-year vision.
Okay. I'm open to council's thoughts on that, giving them more flexibility if we make it mixed use at that Edison UCLA property versus leaving it where it is right now. What are your thoughts?
My thoughts are that with the Kmart project coming back before the council with 420 potential units, that's going to really already have an impact on traffic in that intersection, which needs to be improved quite a bit. Adding to that even more housing and more traffic, I'm not sure whether that intersection can take it. And so I'm really hesitant to allow mixed use in that spot.
Agreed. And any other thoughts?
I think leaving it out it's a very minor piece. It's not going to affect the general plan vision, so to speak. Not that this is the end all, but it will lower our unit count a little bit, which is not really why we're here. But in fact, if it would please the mayor, I'm prepared to make a motion here and see how we do. What do you think?
I do have a couple of questions, and I believe, Mr. Jones, are you done asking questions? I see your
Well,
name
I
in the
just
back.
wanted to make a comment or get a clarification. I don't mind going along with the general idea of the general plan amendment, but I don't like the idea of mixed use there. But I like the idea of having the residential. So how do I express my views? In other words, am I automatically approving mixed use by doing this?
In which area, Mr. Jones?
Well, the Kmart.
The Kmart?
Yeah.
Well, that is up for discussion. That's why we're here tonight.
Well, I would just like to say, we're doing this piecemeal, which is fine, but all of us have general views of, what we'd like to see the finished product of everything we're doing tonight. And a lot of these have various aspects. Do you want residential? Okay, but do you want mixed use? Well, maybe you do, maybe you don't. In other words, what is our vehicle for, for getting that point across and what our vote would be?
Council member?
Also, what about the height of the building? What about the setback of the building? Can we do that later through zoning or,
Setback would be done through zoning for sure.
And mixed-use low calls for 50 feet.
Yeah, Councilmember Jones, just a strict residential would be a neighborhood medium, which is up to 50 feet, 20 to 30 dwelling units per acre, which is somewhat equivalent to what we have had them go forward with. So if you wanted to strictly be neighborhood without any mixed use, I think that would be your designation, something like that.
Neighborhood medium.
And I don't see designating that piece as mixed use as necessarily a vote for or against the project that we pre-screened. We'll still have a chance to vote on that.
At what point? In the zoning?
No, when it's going to the planning commission and then it will come before the council.
We're doing just the general plan designation. We're not doing zoning.
Correct.
Correct. And Madam Mayor, if I may, just as a reminder, that is another pre-screen. The Kmart item, it does feel like it was a long time ago because it was a year ago. But that is another pre-screen, just like the Baxter property and the others that we brought forward that will progress through within the intervening time, just like the others before the final adoption.
Yeah, the next step for the Kmart IMT project is the planning commission, is it not? Yes?
I think they have to put their application in first, don't they?
Yeah, their
obviously
next step.
after that.
They're actually beginning their environmental process right now. And the next step will be planning commission and then on to city council.
But that's why we pre-screened Kmart, really, to maintain control over that project and to give us a yes or no vote.
Exactly.
And I think that still exists.
The pre-screen?
Well, the control that we have, wouldn't you say?
I would think so. My question is, however, My question is, we're looking at these designations, mixed-use low, 20 to 30 units an acre, which in the old category, the current category, not the old, but the current is considered high. And mixed-use medium, and you say there are only 2 of those in Thousand Oaks, and those are considered medium at 30 to 45 units per acre. I would much prefer to name the mixed-use low, mixed-use high, because that is the upper end of our current designations. And mixed-use medium at 30 to 45, I would like to eliminate that category altogether.
We did away with mixed-use high.
A what?
We did away with mixed-use high.
No, mixed-use medium, I'd like to do away with that.
Oh, well, we'll get to that. As we haven't hit mixed-use medium stuff yet.
But we are talking about mixed-use low, which is Kmart.
Yes.
And so that should really be mixed-use high.
Huh?
It should be renamed mixed-use high because it's 30 units an acre.
I'm not following you there.
Right now, mixed-use low is 50 feet and 30 units an acre.
Yes.
Our current designation has anything that's 30 units an acre as listed as high.
Well, I think the project fits the definition of mixed-use low, doesn't it?
No, it would be mixed-use high at 38 units an acre anyway with the state density bonus. But regardless
Well,
of
we
this
can't
project
take,
or
we can't
any
take
other,
into
no, we can't.
effect the
Correct.
density bonus,
No,
right?
and I'm not doing that. I'm just asking to relabel the mixed-use low, mixed-use high.
I have a request.
Mr.
Can we leave
McNamee.
the labeling as is so it doesn't confuse us on dialogue? I understand what you're saying, and I appreciate what you're saying, but it would really be beneficial, I think, for staff and myself to leave it the way the determination is with the understanding of what you're saying. Does that make sense?
I agree, Councilman McNamee. I think at this point where we are, it's confusing enough to figure out if the magenta is the purple or the,
Yeah, it's like it's like the
confusing
Don
enough
Edwards paint chart.
To now add a new layer of confusion I don't think would serve a purpose right now. Eventually, we might, at some point when we revisit this over the next year, change the terminology for these things. But at this point, I wouldn't want to see us spend too much time on semantics.
Well, it's not semantics, I don't think, because it had been 30 units an acre has always been high in the city of Thousand Oaks, and to relabel it as low is different. Very different.
But it's still 30 units. That's my point. At this point, whether we call it purple, green, or high or low, it's still 30 units.
It's still 30 units, yes.
And at this point, I think we should just go with what we have and recognize that you do have a point of view on the words used, and that could be brought up later. But just for the purpose of tonight, I think we should go forward with the semantics we're using now.
I'm agreeing with Councilman Englander and Adam that to change it now would confuse me. Please don't confuse me.
Then I will be on record as opposing the term mixed-use medium at 45 units an acre. So I would not want to designate anything that. Okay, then with that said, let's see, can we see the map again, please? There we go. Now the industrial flex, which is the dark gray area. What is the maximum height right now, currently in the industrial flex? Staff, question for staff.
The existing height limit for that area is, it's 35 feet. It is eligible for a height overlay, but that area does not have it yet. It is allowed in our zoning code. The proposed category is industrial flex, which would allow buildings up to 75 feet in height, which matches the potential, but not the actual today in that area. In other words, you could have the height overlay onto that area to gain that elevation, but it does not have that application right now.
Okay, so we would go from 35 to 75 feet in those areas, the dark gray areas here on the east end.
That would be a potential height, correct. And I just say potential because typically what I've seen over the years is that most developers do not build to that height, but that is what's on the table right now.
Okay,
And the philosophy for that area, that you're using that designation would be what?
The philosophy was that we heard public support for keeping industrial in this area. We have a comparatively limited amount of industrial citywide. And, we have the Rancho Conejo area on the west, and basically we have this area and that area along Townsgate on the east. So we have a limited area. We were not proposing to increase the height of the existing industrial along Townsgate, but this area, because it's not near any existing residential, and because of the topography, you have some topography in that area, you have trees that can screen buildings, we thought it was reasonable to consider this for that more intensive industrial designation rather than the alternative, which is industrial low.
And if I may add to that, this area also would be envisioned long-term to help with our burgeoning biotech sector. The additional height in this particular area also helps with the clearway that these types of uses need to fit their equipment, whether it be air ducts or other systems for their operations.
I've heard biotech mentioned for this particular area. And the nature of their operations requires some height, huh?
That is correct.
Okay.
My drive-through on that topography is in agreement with Mr. Town, is that, yes, the topography would allow for large buildings without being intrusive on anyone that's around in that area. So if we're going to put high buildings in, this would do very well for it.
Mr. Jones?
Yeah, there's no real residential right around there, and I don't think it would be blocking anybody's view. And the residential is closest to that is way up on a hill. So, I think for an industrial use, that would not harm the view shed of the area. I think that would be acceptable. But as a rule, I would like to see keep our residential, around 35 feet as we have always had.
Well, this is industrial, of course.
I know, that's what I'm saying.
Right.
I'm saying it won't block the view of any residential, because the residential is up above on the other side of Hampshire, up on the hill.
Yep.
Madam Mayor, just
Mr. Engel?
just to pile on with this, I think, and typically I'm not in favor of buildings at 75 feet at all, but the topography there might support it. And the feedback we got from our citizens so far is that they wanted to have a strong employment base in that area. And this would allow us to provide that in an area where it won't affect people's views or that sort of thing. So I would have to say, if we're going to do it anywhere, this is a good spot.
That's a good point, Bob.
Can we see that map again, please? Thank you. All right.
Madam Mayor, where are we with all this?
We're ready to probably vote on this, Westlake and East End minus the SCE UCLA property and the mixed, and, pardon me? Oh, I know, but he was just asking where we are. And so we're keeping it at commercial neighborhood right there in the area. And let's see, Townsgate is industrial low at 50 feet. And currently the height there is no higher than 35, Mr. Town?
That's correct.
So it would be 50 feet.
That is
Madam Mayor, we might, if you'd like for, I think Matt Ramey could, he's got a kind of a brief list running. He could run down what he's heard so far and make sure that it accomplishes everything that we've heard to this point.
Okay, do we want to see 50-foot buildings along Townsgate? Mr. Jones?
Well, I'm trying to visualize, I don't see the map right now, but are those on both sides of Townsgate?
Yes.
Well, that's in that, basically that same area. And that would be industrial, right?
It is it industrial now? It's industrial now. With a height limit of 35?
It's industrial today. The height limit in our industrial areas is 35. The one exception to that is, believe it or not, we actually have a little spot of 75-foot height overlay near the northwest corner of Westlake and Hampshire. But generally speaking, it's all industrial today and 35 feet.
So the overlay, is that the zoning matter?
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, is something there existing that is 75 feet high?
No, it's just the zoning. They never built a building to that
Well,
height.
I'd like to take that out if we could. And also, did you say the area across Hampshire from the Kmart, we're going to leave that alone? We're not going to make that residential? Was that what I heard?
Yes.
That was staff's understanding, yes.
Yes, but
You know, let me just say, when we vote for a motion, we're approving so many things and so many different aspects of each thing. I've got a basic feeling that we ought to consider not going out 25 years because as I said before, I don't want to, in case the legislature that has term limits changes its mind, maybe I'm wishing for something that'll never come true, but it seems to me that we're kind of, nailed in, or we're, whatever the word is, we're put in a category that to go out 25 years where we might get a better directive, if that's the word, or order, or whatever it is, from Sacramento 8 years from now. So I don't see what would be, maybe this debate isn't appropriate at this moment, but I'd rather, we've already, I got a list here from Kelvin of what we've already done. If everything follows through that we've already given the green light to, we're looking at 1,992 potential dwelling units, within the next 8 years, which is bringing us within a few hundred of what the next 8 years would be. I'm just putting that into the discussion right now to temper what we're going to do when we get down the street to the next 2 or 3 locations. To say that we really, if we just go out 8 years, we don't need a lot more housing right now, and maybe Sacramento might be more conducive to rational thinking.
Well, what we can do is, how about we don't vote yet, and we go through everything and then vote on the whole thing in bits and pieces. If we have questions and all that, we just move on and see what we could change, what we want to change, and then vote on it. What about that, Mr. Jones?
Yeah, that sounds logical.
Madam Mayor, I'd rather
Mr.
just deal it with area by area.
Yeah.
And let's vote on it now. I'm still not clear as to what Mr. Ramey is hearing from us, and I'd like to confirm that at this point in the discussion, so we know where we're going.
I would agree with Mr. McNamee. I want to do it area by area. We have to bite off little pieces here, and I think that's a good way to do it. And as far as this business with Sacramento, yeah, I guess they play a part in all this, but frankly, I'm not factoring Sacramento in. That's not what's in my mind right now. I'm not running scared from Sacramento. I'm just trying to come up with a vision or a plan as an opportunity for my city for the next 25 years.
Yeah, and I would agree also with Councilman McNamee on that as well. Councilman Jones, I know that the state is always in the background, but I actually am very. I think you and your colleagues did an admirable job 50 years ago. And what you did, you approached it as a vision for the area. That's the way I look at this. What is my vision for the area? 25 years from now. And the state may come and the state may go and the state may say something or whatever. We'll adjust to that in the future. But right now, I think, what's the vision? What things do we need to be putting into place to meet the anticipated issues that we're going to be facing? The housing, having enough commercial and adjust to the brick and mortar issues that are going on with commercial. Those are the things that we need to sort of look down the road and get that vision out there. The state's going to do what the state does. We can do what we can do.
But if we, in trying to go out 25 years based on what appears to be their continuing, level of demand for housing, if that were to change, what do we do? Do we all of a sudden at mid-course have another general plan
amend the
update?
general plan.
I think that's why, as I approach this, and I mentioned it to Councilman McNamee earlier, to try to build in flexibility into the future. My crystal ball is pretty cloudy. I can't see down the street, but I think if we try to have a vision that includes flexibility embedded within it, and we have a strong general plan that we can defend against the state or any incursions that they might dream about, I think that's my vision going into the future with this 25-year plan. No way are we going to be building 33,000 homes in the next 25 years. It's just not going to happen. But we can plan for the next 3 RHNA cycles of an anticipated 2,500 per RHNA cycle. We can plan that. And then now the question is, what's the vision for that?
Well, if in fact we do that, and in the next 8 years we meet this 8-year goal of 2,600 more dwelling units, and we see that the state is relaxing its pressure on a high level, let's say the state population decreases. It just decreased 1 million. What if it decreases another 1 million in the next 8 years? What would be wrong with going out just 8 years right now and achieving, if we go out 25 years and that were to happen, what would we do then? Would we revise, do we have another general plan update to revise it downward?
Most cities update their general plans 10 to 15 years. We're 51 years without an update. 51 years.
Normally they do it on a much more shorter time horizon.
Yeah. We can always do a general plan amendment too, can't we?
For the whole town, you mean?
Well, if different circumstances arise, future councils have that prerogative.
Councilman Adam, let me ask our legal expert.
Actually, Councilmember Adam answered the question. Most cities adopt comprehensive general plan updates every 10 to 15 years. In fact, the state requests that cities do that. And that's because cities aren't static. They change on a regular basis. And although each plan will project into at least, 25 years, most cities do actually update their general plans within 10 to 15 years.
To Councilman Jones' question, though, which has not yet been addressed in my opinion.
Okay.
If there's something that Sacramento makes a pivot, what are we able to do with the general plan? Can we amend it at that point if we want to?
Yes, city councils have the opportunity to amend the general plan whenever they want, up to 4 times a year, or they can do another comprehensive general plan.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. I appreciate knowing
What
that.
about industrial very low at 35 feet? Why is that category, why was that not considered? Oh, for the area we're discussing. On the east end, where we are right now.
Just as a quick response, what we've seen with the biotech firms out in Rancho Conejo is that they are looking for a building form that's slightly taller than 35 feet. That's part of the rationale for the 50-foot height. In fact, some of the buildings along Conejo Spectrum are actually about 36, I believe 38 is the highest. And that's allowed for in the code with planning commission approval. So what we're hearing from the biotech companies is they need a little bit more height. They often have a mezzanine above the base floor space. And so that was the reason why we thought that 50 feet was reasonable, because that's what we've been hearing from the industry.
So how likely is it for the industry to actually take up the area along Townsgate, which right now is really small offices, small businesses, and so forth?
Actually,
Mark, if I might jump in on that, because Madam Mayor is having had a lot of discussions with a lot of companies, even up until this week. From an industry perspective, we are seeing that need for height flexibility, and that doesn't mean these are height limits. And so the challenge is if they have a certain piece of equipment or a certain structure type that needs flexibility, then if that height limit is not allowed, then it creates an additional complexity that can create a barrier to them choosing to move into a certain property or not. And Atara is a perfect example. So Atara did a mezzanine office above, and below they did, in their primary building, they did their lab spaces. And the equipment used for the lab spaces caused some need for additional height variability. And so that's really what Mark is getting at there.
Okay. All right. Mr. Adam.
Oh, thank you, Mayor. Well, I'll try to make a motion here with the consensus that I've heard. And of course, everybody's free to amend it if I missed something, but could you put the map back up on the screen, please? All right. So what I'm hearing is this. We leave everything basically intact as it's recommended with these exceptions. The area south of the so-called hexagon, we would drop that to commercial neighborhood, 35 feet. All right? And the area across the street from Kmart, which is will be the UCLA Center, thank you for the pointer there, and the Southern Cal Ed maintenance lot, we let that take it out of mixed use and let it revert back to whatever it's zoned now. What is it zoned now, by the way?
It's a combination of industrial and institutional.
Okay, we just leave that as is. And other than that, I think those are the only two exceptions that I have heard.
Bob?
Commercial
Bob had
town.
Bob
Which
had
one?
Bob?
You had one also, Bob.
So that would be my motion.
I think we had at the intersection there, across the street on the north side, we were going to reduce the height of those buildings from, I think it's commercial, let me see, commercial town to commercial neighborhood.
Yeah, that's right, where the
but
pointer is, right?
Bob, the other one you were suggesting was what would be the Westlake Promenade and across the street from it. Was that the one you wanted 75 feet or 55 feet?
Yeah.
How many feet?
Bob, you made that?
Well, I was going to leave it as is.
Okay, then never
at
mind.
those corners.
Yeah, we'd leave the
And drop
promenade
it
as
where
is.
the,
The only one 75 feet is the Hyatt, and that's already in
Right, it's in
the land
place.
use designation.
So that was 50 feet for the promenade and the office building across from it. That is commercial town. The promenade is 35 with a max, and then it has a tower.
Yes.
So we're leaving it as is that correct on this map?
That would be, well, did we not say we would move it to commercial neighborhood since it is 35, a max average of 35?
What are we talking about?
The promenade
The
and
promenade.
the office space across from it.
The promenade is suggested to be commercial town, is it not?
Commercial town, I think is what
Yes.
we had decided on.
That's correct.
What's
Right.
the height on that?
I think that works.
What's the height on commercial town?
That's 50
50.
feet.
Okay,
But it's already built.
thank you. No, we're,
And the office park across from that?
That is, I believe, between 25 and 35 feet. Part of it, I believe, is commercial office, which is 25 feet, but there are also sections that are 35.
So why can't we just leave it at commercial neighborhood?
That's an option in front of the council.
Where's that?
That is right north from the promenade, right there, where the
Oh.
pointer is. Those two fields right there.
Oh, yeah.
That would be commercial neighborhood.
Again, that's the one that has a high rise, the topography goes up, so if you throw a larger building on top of that, that's going to be tough.
Yeah.
It's going to be very ominous.
Would that work for you, Mr. McNamee?
I want to bring the height down.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, no, that's fine.
So those two parcels right there would be going to commercial neighborhood,
Yeah.
those two.
Yeah, that whole area.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I'll put that in the motion. Is
Yep.
that good with you, Bob?
You said the whole corner there at commercial neighborhood?
Yeah.
Yes.
Is that what we're saying?
Right
Yeah,
in
that's
here.
fine with me.
Yeah, I see
The
it.
low rise there is fine with me.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, so that's what we got. The recommendations stay intact with the exception of the area across from Kmart, the Southern Cal Ed business, and this whole commercial town, which is all going to go down to commercial neighborhood, where the scanner is, where you're pointing, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
All right, I see a lot of nodding, so that's my motion.
Yep.
All right,
Now, what are we doing with Baxter? Are we leaving it alone?
yes. Should we vote?
Yes.
Okay, roll call,
typical
please.
what you do
Roll call,
next.
please.
Councilmember Adam?
Yes.
Councilmember Jones?
Aye.
Councilmember McNamee?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Engler?
Yes.
And Mayor Bill de la Pena?
Yes.
That motion carries 5-0.
Okay.
Good motion. We moved off dead center.
Take a nap.
We'll do the second motion by midnight, and then yeah.
Okay.
Maybe you could have your reelection campaign.
No more than. That's a given. All right, thank you.
Oh.
You know.
What street did you live on?
All right, we will continue now to our next
We weren't too
item,
far away.
or next map,
Yeah.
map number 2. Map number 2.
And the applause meter.
All right, this is Westlake and East End, looking for the one after that. We're looking for the next map.
I believe the next one we're going to be talking about is the village centers.
Yep, so waiting for that map.
Madam Mayor, could I ask a question?
Yes, go ahead, Mr. Jones.
Could we get the whole group of village centers, not just the 2 that you're recommending?
Yeah, they can point it out to us.
I mean, is it possible for us to make a motion to reinstate some of those?
Besides the 2 that's already
Besides the
being...
2, yeah.
Yeah, there are a couple of others that maybe we can look at.
Yeah, I
All right, Mr. Town, who will pull up that slide of the... There we go, thank you.
Hey, Ingrid, no eating on the job.
All right, so who will present the village centers? Is that Mr. Town or Mr. Ramey?
I can go ahead and just present just very quickly. As you know, we had a process where we asked about whether the village center should stay as commercial or whether they should go to be allowed to be mixed use low at the 20 to 30 dwelling units per acre. Where the preferred alternative landed is to have 2 of the larger centers, the Jans and Moore Park, which is number 4 on the map, and then the Arbalest and Herbs, which is number 6 on the map, to have those be mixed use low and the rest of them remain as commercial. So that is what essentially is the starting point, and I think it's up to the council now to decide the direction. Thank you.
Thank you. So item number 4 and item number 6 are the 2 that are being recommended as mixed-use low, which is 20 to 30 units an acre, 50 feet maximum height. How big are number 4 and number 6 in acreage?
They are both about 35 acres. Number 6 is the Oakbrook Plaza. That's 35 acres in and of itself. Number 4 is actually composed of 2 centers, the Conejo Valley Plaza, where the Ralph's is at the southeast corner of Moore Park and Jan's, and then the Park Oaks Center across the street to the north, which is where the Vons is located. The sum of those 2 areas is also about 35 acres.
What about number 5?
Number 5, I believe, was about 15 acres, which is at the upper, sort of the upper end of the range for the remaining centers.
Okay, so the smallest one, I would imagine, is number 1?
Right. Number 1 is the El Paraiso Shopping Center in Dos Vientos, and that's about 5.5 acres.
How big is Reno and Borchard? Borchard.
Reno and Borchard was, I believe, around 10 acres.
And Kimber, Reno and Kimber?
Reno and Kimber is small. That's the one opposite the Borchard Park, opposite the skate park.
Right.
That's down in probably the 5 acre size.
And Canaan and Lindero, number 7?
Again, a little bit larger. I'd say probably in the 8 acre range.
Okay. So as you said, the largest are number 4 and number 6. And then number 5 would come in third at 15 acres.
Yes.
And that is not being recommended because?
It was really just based on size. An overarching concern of staff was to retain commercial services. And if we do go in this direction with village centers, as we talked about last week, we would still want to discuss at a future time a land use policy that would limit the amount of residential so that you preserve the
Correct.
grocery stores, et cetera. So it's not just the the color on the map, so to speak, but there will be land use policies attached to this to preserve commercial.
So could we designate additional village centers tonight and then have staff work on the different zoning and policies for the smaller ones regarding residential capacity and commercial capacity?
You can choose more than the 2 sites tonight, of course, and we would work out the details in terms of land use policies and zoning down the road, following your direction.
Yeah. If I could just also add, though, we can work on looking at policies. I'll just tell you that right now, I'm not confident that we could get there legally, given the fact of the size of the parcels and existing legislation and pending legislation. There is a large likelihood that these centers, the smaller ones, could be converted into 100% residential, which would obviously defeat the whole purpose of a village center. So we could certainly look into it, whether we could, but I'm right at this stand, right where I sit, I'm not confident we could get there.
So right now, in order to avoid a smaller center going 100% residential, we couldn't come up with a policy that you think is legal in order to mandate that?
So one of the things that HCD requires is that if you identify parcels where 50% or more of the parcels identified in your housing element are mixed use, you have to allow for 100% housing. And I'm also, thinking back to what happened in Simi, the shopping center on the corner of Teppo and Alamo. That was one where it was supposed to be mixed use. The developer proposed affordable housing, and one of the incentives that he asked for that he was legally entitled to under density bonus laws was the elimination of like 90% of the commercial. And HCD mandated that the city accept it.
I think staff's logic is sound here for the smaller ones. The fear is that the residential would overwhelm the commercial, and the people in the neighborhood wouldn't have any commercial, any little stores to go to.
Absolutely, it's a valid concern, no doubt.
I know. And if I recall, in the polling we did, the village center idea was met with mixed emotions from the residents. However, and you've discussed this in the meeting last time, it's kind of an appealing idea in the sense that this is a big city, it's 56 square miles, and I feel like we need more than one downtown. And the 2 that they've identified are big enough where you could have a combination of residential and commercial and create a little mini downtown for that area. I mean, pragmatically speaking, whether that's ever going to happen remains to be seen, because these centers are all leased out to big supermarkets with long-term leases, and is there ever going to be a point where the owner can come in and start knocking down stores and putting up residential? I don't know, but I think the concept is appealing, to kind of create a mini downtown and keep people, shopping and living in one area in this big city that we have. But I think the 2 that have been identified do make the most sense.
They do make sense, although I admit I like the idea of village centers because they're also closer to the schools.
Yeah.
And that is absolutely super important. And so I'm just wondering whether we could identify maybe also number 5, because it is 15 acres. The others are likely too small, but perhaps we could add number 5 to it. Mr. McNamee?
And what I'm hearing from legal counsel as well as the other council members is that we've got to have enough acreage in order to make a village center out of it. Otherwise, we're not going to be able to make it work at those locations. Thus, that's why I think number 5 at 15 acres was not included in that option, because it's not enough acreage to make a village center work there.
Right.
I mean, I live up by we call it the Trader Joe's Center. It would be, I'm not quite sure where you would put enough housing to really make a difference there, unless they tear down some of the commercial that's already there. It's actually a fairly small center compared to the ones at Jan's and Moore Park, and the one at Herbs and Arbolas, comparatively quite a bit smaller. But I'm like you, I like the idea of putting some housing at some of these centers. I think organically the demand will grow to be able to do that as brick and mortar retail suffers more and more in the future. But I don't ever want to get to the point where it becomes 100%
No.
housing, and then we defeat the whole purpose of having that neighborhood
absolutely.
center.
Absolutely.
So I'm somewhat torn on it, that there's some places that probably would work, the two that we've noticed, and two that were recommended. The other ones, it's really, I'm torn on it, because I like the idea, but I understand the size would be a limiting factor on those, in those places.
Mr. Jones?
Madam Mayor, a couple things. Well, one would be that, do we have any feeling from the neighborhood? In other words, do any of these neighborhoods know this might be something we might be considering? And do we know if there's been any feedback from the
polls
people
have
in
been
the
mixed.
vicinity?
Yeah, staff can answer that, Mr. Jones.
But the other question is, Las Brisas and Villarreal is so small. Is there any commercial activity still going on out there?
Yes.
What
Very
is
little.
still out there?
A restaurant, couple of restaurants, offices, a dry cleaner, and a little, I don't know, a deli of sorts, and a church.
Well, I know they've tried to make a go of that Mexican restaurant, 2 or 3 people, and it seems to have always failed. So I just wondered, but there are some commercial activities still there.
There is little commercial activity. As you may recall, when we did the Western Plateau deal back in the early 2000s, an Albertsons, well, not Albertsons, but some sort of grocery store was supposed to be the anchor for that particular shopping center. And that unfortunately didn't happen, and the Y moved in. And so the shopping center lost a crucial anchor, and ever since then was really not able to thrive.
Yeah.
And so now we have a church there, and I'm not sure how the parishioners, whether they're frequenting any of these businesses, I have no idea.
Well, they're not a long way from the commercial across the street from Orchard Park. I mean, it's just over the hill there, but I presume they want to have a little commercial right there. I don't know.
Mr. Town?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just for the record, and also because it is part of this discussion, I wanted to clarify a couple of the acreages that I just mentioned. The University Shopping Center at Moore Park and Arborlace is 9.8 acres, so it's almost 10 acres. The North Ranch Pavilions.
What location was that?
That's the University Shopping Center.
And where is it?
And that's at the northwest corner of Moore Park and Arborlace.
Oh, okay.
That's about 10 acres. The North Ranch Pavilions is about 13.5 acres. It's actually a little bit more.
Which one is that?
North Ranch Pavilions. I'm sorry, it's number 7.
Thank you. We need to work
Yeah.
off of that. Thank you.
So if I could just go through these very quickly. Number 7, it's about 13 acres. We've been talking about 4 and 6. Number 5 is about 10 acres. And if we quickly go down to Newbury Park, the Newbury Park Place, as I said before, that's 10 acres.
That's across the street.
Oh, I'm
from-
sorry, that's I'm sorry, that's the,
What number are
that
you?
is 6 acres.
What number?
Number 2. Number 2 is 6 acres.
Okay.
Number 3 is 10.4 acres. And then El Paraíso, number 1, is 6.
So, Mr. Jones, the question was, you were wondering what commercial activity was happening at number 1.
Well, I wondered, but I think Bob or someone answered that. So I understand there is commercial activity going on there.
So the vote that you're looking for, or the direction that you're looking for from the council, is to identify numbers 4 and 6 as village centers at what capacity, at density?
Both of them are at mixed use low.
Okay, so 20 to 30 units an acre, okay. 50 feet in height.
But keep in mind, too, that at the best, maybe only half the site would be developed. So you'd be talking, I don't know how many units that would be per site. But, yeah, I just think the other 5 are just too small.
Yeah,
You
no,
just-
they
you-
are small.
You're going to crowd out the commercial to the chagrin of the neighbors. So I-
Unless we can come up with a policy that will pass legal muster and we can come up with a capacity limit for each, which,
That
but-
might be problematic. I'm not sure we can do that on a general plan.
Were you saying number 5 is too small?
Yes, number
Yeah.
5 is too small. But certainly, I think we should just keep it in the back of our mind. And-
Yeah, I think it's a good idea. Well, if that's the case, then I would, if I may, again. hate
Well,
to be-
let's let
Oh,
someone
sorry,
else
okay.
make a motion. yeah.
Sorry,
Well,
sorry.
Actually, I've got an observation here.
Okay.
Mr. Town, on the one for number 6, Arbalest and Herbs, what is the traffic like? What's the parking like? Because these other ones that we're talking about, number 4, for example, has really ample parking and space in the back and so forth to make it a village center. Number 6, Herbs and Arbalest, what's the egress like? What's the ingress like? What are we looking at here? And the capacity of the parking, that, is it full? Is it partially full? Does it have space to put in a village center?
I would say that there's space to put in a village center. We've had turnover over the years, and when I live in that general area and I go there on a regular basis and never have a problem finding parking, there is access from Herbs Road, one driveway, and I believe there's at least 2, maybe there's a third driveway on Arbalest from the north side.
And same question for Jans and Moore Park.
Jans and Moore Park, there, at the southeast corner, there is one driveway on Moore Park. There are 2 driveways on Jans. And on the north side, it's one driveway on Jans and 2 on Moore Park.
What I'm looking at is that if we throw units in there, what impact will that have on local parking as well as the streets around it? That's my concern. Will that come out in the analysis by traffic and planning and so forth?
Right, and traffic and parking would all be analyzed if these, if you were to decide tonight that your vision was to allow mixed use at those 2 locations, then traffic and parking would be allowed if a project ever came forward through the environmental review process. And those are 2 of our fundamental analyses. Parking is part of the site plan, and then, of course, traffic is part of the environmental.
All right, that's just my concern for quality of life for the people that are in those neighborhoods, to make certain they can get in and out and it's not traffic jammed for any of those locations. Great, thank you.
Excuse me.
Yeah, Madam Mayor, just as a, the 50,000-foot view, the vision view that we mentioned before, I think moving toward having some residential in these village centers is a goal we should maybe think about as a part of our city in the future. And that, as we look at the smaller ones, like I say, organically it may happen anyway, but I would kind of move that we just stay with what we have right now. I'm not opposed to adding number 5 if that is amenable to everybody, but
I'm sorry, are you saying you don't want to vote for village centers?
oh no, I do want to vote for
For number
village-
6 and 4?
6 and 4, and I could even add number 5 if that is to the.
I would support
benefit
6
of
and 4,
everybody.
but I don't think we need 5, to be honest with you.
I'm in agreement with Mr. Adam.
Mr. Jones?
Did we look at Plantis and Arbalest, or is that too small?
Too tiny.
Which one?
Plantis and Arbalest. It's where the Chevron station is on Arbalest.
I don't think that's on
It's
the
near the
list.
Park Oak School. Anyway, what you said, Madam Mayor, I agree with completely. If we could put these out, maybe more than 2 that we don't see would work now, or 2 or 3 maybe. But you already have the schools there. You got the parks there. You don't. I mean, you put a lot of apartments on Teal Boulevard. You don't have any of that. So I really think that in theory is a good idea.
It's kind of an experiment,
Yeah, everything, all the mixed use right now is an
Isn't it?
experiment.
isn't it?
Yeah,
Well, I
it
think
is.
Bob made a motion, 4 and 6.
I'd be happy with just moving forward 6 as a staff recommendation.
You don't want to include 5, Bob?
No, I was just throwing it out there if anybody was interested in that, but it is a smaller center. I do live near there, so I know it's pretty, it's a busy center already. But I would just move staff recommendation.
4 and 6?
I would support
4 and
4.
6.
I would support that 4 and 6.
Myself as well.
Okay. Mr. Jones, I'm going to ask for a roll call vote.
Well, I'd like to include 5, but there doesn't seem to be any support for it, so.
Well, can we throw in 5 just for evaluation purposes? Can we do that?
I was actually going to suggest that, after you vote on this, I was going to say that I could look, during the general plan process while we're evaluating environmental impacts, I can try to get some more clarity on what our abilities are too.
Can we do that then? Would that be okay, Mr. Jones?
Sure.
Okay.
Well, Bob made the motion.
Yeah, would you?
No, I'd entertain that amendment to, because I think 4 and 6, I think we all are in agreement that they would be on our list. If there's others, though, that would work out, I think we all agree that this is not a bad concept going into the future.
Would that satisfy you, Mr. Jones?
Yes.
Okay, excellent. Madam Clerk, roll call, please.
I like it.
Councilmember Adam?
Yes.
Councilmember Jones?
Aye.
Councilmember McNamee?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Engler?
Yes.
And Mayor Bill De La Pena?
Yes.
And that motion carries 5-0.
Thank you very much. No, we're not taking a break right now. We're moving right on to East Thousand Oaks Boulevard and downtown.
Get a bedpan.
And maybe we'll take a break after that. We may need one. Okay. Who will be that? Was it Mr. Town or Mr. Ramey or?
Downtown.
Downtown.
Well,
Going to
Madam Mayor,
downtown.
I can go ahead and just introduce the
Go
voice
ahead.
from afar, introduce this area. Throughout the entire general plan update process, when conversations occurred with the community about the places where they thought there could be more vibrancy and where there could be more multifamily housing, workforce housing, this was the area, this general area was the area that came up perhaps more than any other one. And it certainly builds off of the downtown master plan, which occurred several years ago for the area between Urbs and Conejo School Road. The area here, the real core of what we looked at was the parcels immediately adjacent to Thousand Oaks Boulevard. The current specific plan has all of those parcels at what they called commercial residential at up to 30 units per acre. Essentially, it's mixed use. Throughout our process, we did a slightly closer evaluation of each of the parcels and identified the area in the downtown core between Urbs and Conejo School Road as what we called mixed use medium, which is up to 45 units an acre. But we also identified some areas that we thought that mixed use in the long term may not be appropriate. And that's near the intersection of Rancho Road, which is a freeway interchange, and then along Thousand Oaks Boulevard with the Toyota dealership and the smaller parcels. So those areas are commercial neighborhood, which is the lowest intensity of all of the commercial uses. You'll also notice that there's a lot of residential areas adjacent to Thousand Oaks Boulevard. Our objective there was to essentially either match what the current general plan had for those parcels or what was currently constructed and built now to try and essentially right size the general plan designation to match what is on the ground. And that's why you see somewhat of that patchwork pattern with the colors adjacent in the parcels on either side of Thousand Oaks Boulevard. That is a quick summary for you all.
Thank you. Okay, so we do have the mixed use medium in this particular area, 40 up to 45 units per acre at 58 feet. That's the one that gives me heartburn. And I'd like to reduce that to mixed use low. Yeah.
Is that the one by Conejo School Road in Thousand Oaks?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I have to say, that's kind of on my list, too.
Is that not where the Lakes is going in?
It's where the 7-Eleven is, it's where it's the Pep Boys, The Gardens of the World's that little white spot in the middle. It's the Principe property on the other side, and it would be the Lakes, although the Lakes has a 75-foot height
Yeah.
overlay.
It does.
So, but I tend to agree. I think we should roll that down to mixed-use low. I think the 50 feet is plenty,
I think that is more than enough, 50
and I
feet.
think the 30 units per acre. So I would agree with that.
Can I get some clarification then on the Lakes 75-foot overlay? What does that mean in reality?
Tell them what that means, Council.
Please, Mr. Town, tell me.
Right, so the lakes here, which is this magenta area, that's part of the Civic Arts Plaza specific plan. And that specific plan allows for buildings up to 75 feet today. Actually, beyond that, for the Fly Tower for our main theater, which goes up to 100 feet. So the reason here was that the 75-foot would be retained. This is mixed-use medium, which is 58 feet, but with the caveat that there would be a land use policy that would carry over the existing height up to 75 feet.
So to clarify then, the 75 feet for what's being proposed by Caruso at the Lakes is still going to be 75 feet, but we can reduce it down, as you're suggesting, for the general plan, knowing that Caruso's property will go through at 75 feet if desired.
If desired is the operative word. Mhm.
Okay, thank you.
And that's, if I might jump in here, Madam Mayor, that is a example of a land use designation. You'll see these when we get to the discussion around the malls as well, that we have the ability to put land use policies in place to add that element where existing height is there today, to maintain that. This is another pre-screen, so this will be council's pleasure as the project comes forward.
That's key. As Drew said, this was a pre-screen.
I would keep it as is right now. The 75-foot overlay is part of the specific plan 12, was it?
I agree.
That had to do with the Civic Arts Plaza. We can always address it when the pre-screen comes through. But keep it on the general plan as is, since that's already a work in progress.
How do you feel about the mixed-use medium, dropping that down?
On the other side of the street?
Yeah.
I kind of like the idea, and this is kind of a throwback to the old barbell theory of the boulevard. But if we have pods of development where we could have that more of a downtown feel that we're trying to create, again, here's the vision thing. It would be a type of residential that we currently don't have in town that is attractive to certain people. I like my house in the suburbs, but other people want that downtown feel. I think if we keep it at medium, we can achieve that there. And it's right by the Civic Arts Plaza. That's all the things we have in this area. So I would be inclined to keep it, simply for that reason, that it's the...
Would you settle for mixed-use low at 50 feet?
I could. I mean,
it came down to
mixed-use low would be okay.
Okay.
But it also, to have that pod of more intensive development would contrast it from the rest of the boulevard.
I don't disagree with you. We're trying to build a downtown there, and
Can I ask a question?
Mr. Jones.
Yeah, since our goal is more dwelling units, and since so many shops are vacant and failing, if you go through the Oaks Mall or the Jans Mall, why do we want to put mixed use and create more commercial? Why don't we just go for housing,
I
I know,
can't.
but why do we take up some of the land for shops when shops are failing and they're vacant? Why don't we just make it all?
but if we had people living on the boulevard, there would be less of a tendency for things to fail because you have a built-in consumer base. Right now, nobody's on the boulevard.
Well, I guess it would depend on the type of retail that you have.
That's true, too.
May I make
people, people don't necessarily, if they want to go out for a nice Friday night or something, they don't necessarily want to stay home.
No, and, but they might not want to go to the boulevard either at this point because there's very little, I mean, to
But
be honest,
I
very
thought-
little amenities there for people to enjoy.
But the main thrust of this exercise is creating housing, right? Isn't that the main thing we're doing?
Partly.
It's, yeah.
So why do we want to
partly.
invest in shops that may fail if they're following the trend that is going on right now?
May I ask a question here that I need clarification on to your point? If we designate Mr. Town, Mr. Parker, if we designate mixed use, does it have to be partial rent, commercial, partial dwelling units, or could it all be dwelling units as being proposed here?
It could all be dwelling units.
So if we give them mixed use, we've got, Mr. Jones, the flexibility of designating all apartments there if the developer down the road wants to put in all apartment units.
Well,
All you're doing is giving flexibility to that option. And I'm in line with what Mr. Adam and Engler said about reducing it for where it is right now down to a lower height. I am not in favor of tall buildings on Thousand Oaks Boulevard because it gives the feeling of being in a cave.
Yeah.
And you're walking down a huge tunnel, and I'd like to lower those buildings.
I heard that expression on when I watched the Planning Commission, when they dealt with this. What was the word they used for that? It was this feeling that you're, what they called it, cavification or
I
something?
think they call it canyonizing.
Canyonizing.
Canyons.
And that's what I'd
Well,
like to
don't- hey,
avoid
folks,
into the
Not-
mayor's
not
suggestion.
cavernizing.
Don't forget, there's two kinds of mixed use, vertical and horizontal. And horizontal puts the retail in the front and the residential in the back. Vertical puts the retail in the first story and builds the residential up. So I could easily see where horizontal mixed use would come into play versus the vertical.
We could do both, but also horizontal is next door to each other. You've got apartments on one side and retail on the other. But to
Yeah,
the mayor's
yeah.
suggestion, I like the lower height that you're proposing.
Well, Mr. Town, how tall is the Lupus currently, the 1710?
It's about 46 to 48 feet. in
And
height.
299?
299 is about 48, 49 is within the 50-foot envelope.
So the concern that I have is that there is not enough setback on Teal Boulevard for buildings that are 50 feet tall.
Right.
They need to be put back much, much farther and not in the front. So I really don't support 50 feet on Thousand Oaks Boulevard unless it is hidden in the back, because it is just not,
And that's what 299 is. It's pushed into the back.
the tallest point is pushed to the
Yeah,
back,
yes.
absolutely. And how tall is the front on 299?
Huge.
Yeah,
I've walked next to it. It's huge.
it's a huge building, I know, I
It's a
saw
beautiful
the other
building, but
day.
not there. And again, it's canyonization of Thousand Oaks Boulevard. And to your
Well,
point,
we-
299 is a beautiful way of terracing back, but we don't have the acreage there on Thousand Oaks Boulevard
we
to do that.
Don't forget, folks, we're not talking about 3-mile stretch of nothing but mixed use. We're talking about a couple of nodes. Our downtown node, which we all agree, we want to build a downtown. We've got a campus master plan working there. We have businesses, Amgen and the like, asking us, please create some sort of a downtown. And then the other node, as we get further down, we'll get to it, is where, as you mentioned, where 299 is, and Tarantula Hill and Nazar Beacon. Those are the two areas that I see that might be developed mixed use, and the rest of the boulevard. And in fact, I
Well-
think the
Well,
map
let's
pretty much
focus on this one
reflects
right
that.
here. And I'm in agreement with you, Mayor.
We know that Teal Boulevard is already super congested, and by putting up even taller buildings with higher density is going to be problematic, I believe.
Well, I would be willing to go to the mixed use low for these little small designated areas.
Yeah, but 50 feet
Don't forget,
is...
Claudia, in the beginning, the object was, Toba wanted us to completely rezone the entire boulevard, everything. But staff has broken this down to where the most likely and the most appropriate building would happen.
I know, but then we also have this unlimited floating sort of, what is it called, Mr. Parker? The floating unlimited...
Floating?
Yeah,
Unlimited density above commercial and SP 20.
Yes, that's the one, unlimited commercial. or unlimited, whatever it may be.
Well,
That
we
is
may
how-
have that, but what's being suggested here really is mixed use in 2 nodes.
Can I see the map, please, on
2
on
nodes.
the screen?
When we jump forward to the Moore Park and West Teal Boulevard, we'll see the second node.
Madam Mayor,
I would be, well, first of all, mixed-use low would be,
That's your max.
that is my absolute max.
Well, how high
It's
is that?
already-
How high
That's
is-
50 feet.
Well, that's a maximum of 50. That doesn't mean it's.
Is it a
don't-
maximum of
I-
50, or is it an average of 50? I believe it's an average of 50.
Historically, we've used the average. The
Yes.
mixed-use low is a reflection of the existing specific plan, the downtown area, which is 50 feet, 3
Yeah,
stories.
I don't like 50 feet.
No, neither do I.
And neither do I.
To accomplish that variety of housing, though, I think you do need to have some massing of buildings there. I'm fine with not having the mixed-use medium all in the different areas. But to me, the Lupi's building, if it was away from the street a little bit more, I don't think we'd be having this conversation. It is a big building, but it is a building that will create that downtown feel. I don't want to see it canyonized down the boulevard at all. That we're looking at basically 1 2-block long area in front of City Hall and about a 3-block long area over by the Tarantula Hill area where we'd have those nodes. By no means would it be all up and down the boulevard.
Yeah, if you look at the map, I mean, Bob's right. Where we're dealing with right now, we're looking at the Chef Burger Plaza and.
Chef Burger Plaza.
Did I say that right? Ed enjoyed that, that designation.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Pretty fancy place.
It's very fancy. The Chef Burger area. You got to laugh sometimes. And then on the opposite side, we're looking at basically Pep Boys. So we're not talking about a lot. And
That's
we're
not
also,
Pep Boys.
I think that's
Opposite
Pep
side,
Boys, isn't
That
it?
is, no.
Yeah.
Well, there are 2 shopping centers. There's the Chef Burger and then the one to the east of
What
it.
is this area right
Well, it's
here?
not a speech.
One to the
What's-
east of it has.
What's to
That's-
the east of
it's-
Gardens of the World? The Mastro's area?
Well,
Yes,
there is a-
Mastro's,
there's
then
a
Pep
German
Boys.
tech, shopping
Oh,
center.
yeah.
Or a car, automotive.
What's
But
across from
suffice it to
Chef
say,
Burger?
we're talking about a very tiny area.
This one is
Mr.
Lupe's?
Town, got a
Okay.
question for you, if I may. What is mixed use low? What's the highest on that one? Height,
That's 50 feet.
50 feet, 50. Is there anything that's mixed use that is lower than that makes sense in our designations?
Can I answer that?
There isn't, which is why I
Um,
was bringing up the designations.
If I may answer that, currently, the specific plan allows 50 feet and 30 DUs to the acre. That is currently what we have on the books today.
That's true.
If you start reducing the height, that could be viewed as a barrier to development by HCD when we start looking
I
at
see.
housing sites. So the more you start tinkering with the status quo as far as what we allow, the more it is going to be frowned upon by HCD when it comes time to start identifying sites.
So mixed use low would be as low as we could go to accomplish what we need to here, and that would do well, and we can move forward. Would that accomplish the downtown feel you're looking for, Mr. Adam?
It would.
Okay.
Well, then you would have 2 50-foot buildings. You have the Lupes at 1710, which is already very tall, and then right across from it, a building that may just be the same height, identical. And
Would we have
and
control?
Would you be able to set that one back further?
Well, we're getting into the realm of zoning, and,
Yeah.
the downtown specific plan is going to, or the TOB specific plan is going to need to be amended regardless because of the changes that we've made. Because that, allows mixed use throughout. And that's not what's being presented to you here tonight. So inevitably, the specific plan will be amended. Currently, there's a 3rd-story setback from TOB in addition to the basic setback for the first 2 floors. Those are all things that can be looked at down the line when we're amending the
The
specific plan.
unlimited, is that something that can be amended as well, Mr. Parker?
Yes, it can.
So
And,
Can I ask
and
you a
then
question?
I think in terms of just the overall vision that we're trying to do, and we are starting to get into zoning individual parcels here, but in just the vision, I still think looking down the line 25 years, do we want to create a downtown? And how do we create that downtown? We do with a little bit more density. I think I'll go way out on the limb. I don't want to see it become a super dense downtown LA sort of vibe. But to add a little bit of density at certain nodes along the boulevard, I think provides that variety of housing and variety of experience that currently we don't have in Thousand Oaks. And so, that, whether it's mixed use medium, mixed use low, I'm looking to create that vision rather than really get into the weeds of how far the step back should be on the third floor.
Well,
And if anything,
Mary,
I'm sorry.
Is there no category that is a maximum of 40 feet, let's say? Is there no way we can do that?
Well, certainly, it could be created. Mr. Holt?
I mean, I just don't like 50 feet. I think that's too high.
It goes back to what I'm saying. I mean, if you're going to restrict it for commercial development, maybe that's one thing. But for the residential purposes, and if we are going to use any portion of the Thousand Oaks Boulevard that is designated mixed use, that could be viewed as a hindrance, because when you start, I mean, you don't see too many two-story mixed-use developments. I mean,
Well,
you need that first floor of
40 feet?
ceiling plate of 15 feet.
Can't you have 3 stories at 40 feet?
1710 is 3 stories.
You would not, design-wise, it doesn't work very well, because you're dealing with a 15-foot first floor plate, and then every residential story above that is 10 feet. Right there is 35 feet. It's basically
No,
a
that's
box.
25 feet. 15 plus 10 is 25.
Yeah, but you said 3 stories.
What?
I thought you said 3 stories.
Yeah, well, how high, do you know the height of the building at Boardwalk and Teal Boulevard that we used to call the Bank of America building? It's next to that development, that's big development that's going on. It's right on the corner. Anyway, that's 4 stories. Do we know what the height of that is, Mark?
Yeah, that's 60 feet to the top of the parapet
Is it
and
really?
66 feet overall.
Yeah.
Can I make a suggestion here and see if this works for everybody? Is that, Mr. Adam, you want to have a downtown vibe? Same with you, Mr. Engler?
Well, yeah, but I
Mr.
agree with Bob.
Jones,
I'm not trying to create downtown Los Angeles here.
Mr. Jones, you'd like to keep the height down as well as Claudia. My thought is let's do downtown or mixed use low. So we have potential of 3 stories, but we come back and we set it back as part of our criteria when it does come before council, like we did 299, to give us that, not a canyon feel, but a spread out feel. Does that make sense?
Yes, it does. But also, there will be other council members after us, and they will make different decisions. So,
Claudia, you're not going to be here forever then?
maybe when I'm 90, I don't know.
Well, I'm planning to be here for a
But
That's what I like to hear.
the thing is,
You'll sign the next general plan after this one.
Yes.
The thing is, we have, other councils have the option to amend the general plan. The general plan can be amended every year. What is it, 3 times a year? 4 times a year now, okay. So we can actually amend the general plan every year, 4 times a year. So we have these options. We don't need to lock in immediately for the next 25 years because, certain parcels and projects require special attention. And so
That's true.
it's
Different sites have different constraints. 299 was a wider site,
Correct.
so we could put it in the back.
Correct. So
The Chef Burger has a big vacant lot behind it. That could be set back. Absolutely. If it ever happens. I mean, all this is so theoretical. I mean,
it is theoretical, and we don't need to lock ourselves in right at this moment necessarily. I mean, we can, but again, I know that the average height for the Thousand Oaks Boulevard specific plan is 50 feet. It's not maximum height, it's average height. One of the reasons I voted against the specific plan. But I think as we are seeing more projects being built, 299 as well, we get a feel for what mixed use looks like. And I think once 299 is completely done, we will have a better idea, really, how successful they are, too, because we know of parcels of mixed-use designations in other cities in LA County where the commercial isn't thriving at all. So, I mean, that could be a reality as well.
So could we come in at mixed-use low with the understanding that we could come back an amendment if a project comes forward and mixed-use medium makes more sense at that location? We could do that.
Well, that at mixed-use medium, that would be 58 feet.
Yeah, I probably
But I'm
wouldn't
saying
go
we
there.
could amend the plan if we decide now mixed-use low, then change it later on to mixed-use medium is my question.
I mean, you can amend it anytime you want, really.
There you go. So whichever way. We could always go up, we can always go down. What's the consensus here on this panel?
Well, we could always amend. Hey, and don't forget, too, 299 is next to a 60-foot building.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, we have
The old
high
B of A
buildings here.
building.
Yeah, no, we have buildings that
Yeah.
are 75 feet in Thousand Oaks.
Again, I get back to, we're talking about nodes here, we're talking about a very tiny part of the overall boulevard. The boulevard needs revitalization. I believe it needs some people living on it. I think it'd be great for the business community. I think it'd be great for the greater Thousand Oaks community. I've been asked over and over again, build us a downtown, build us a gathering spot. And you know, I talked to Gary Collette, the guy who built 1710, at least in like a week.
It was,
And he-
it
and he
was
said
leased
to me-
before a paint dry.
And he said to me, Al, people want to live downtown. They want to live downtown. If you call our downtown a downtown, I always think of a downtown as some huge megapolis. Our downtown barely qualifies as a downtown, but regardless, I just think, I don't know where else we could go if we didn't do mixed use low in these little tiny designated areas. And I think staff's got it right, because in the beginning, as I mentioned, Toba wanted to do the entire boulevard, all mixed use low.
Is that a motion?
Well, no,
Well, I could make that a motion, yeah.
I know you said the parcels are tiny, but the buildings will not be tiny.
Well, I don't think anything's going to hit 50 feet. And I think that my guess is they're going to be like about 3 stories. Don't forget, there's economic constraints. Sometimes it doesn't make sense economically to add a 4th story.
Mm-hmm.
You
Mr.
know?
Adam, what is the motion that you're trying to make?
Well, if
I'm
okay,
not clear.
I'll
I
go with
just
the
want to get a
motion.
direction here.
I'll move that in the downtown area, we go with staff recommendations, except we change all the mixed-use medium to mixed-use low.
Okay, we have a motion.
Is there one question before we vote? Is there such a thing as conditional general plan designations? In other words, could we condition that anything 50 feet high must be set back like at least 30 feet from
That would be zoning.
We can't do that.
Can't do that.
No, we can't do that, but.
Motion's on the floor.
We have a motion on the floor, but I do have questions for staff, and that is, we have parcels all up and down Los Feliz, Skyline, Chiquita Lane probably too, and there are property owners who wonder why their property is zoned or designated very low to neighborhood low, and the parcel right across from their property is medium high. So I wanted to address that.
Certainly, and I believe, I don't think he's in the audience, but there was a public speaker, Bill Oakes, I believe his name was, who brought that up about it's the property address, it's a vacant property, 2080 Hillcrest Drive. And yeah, I was one of the staff that talked to him, and that, I think, because it was a vacant site, was a little bit of a oversight. So that is something that actually would be a cleanup item. Adjacent to the vacant site, there's also about, I think, 5 or so single-family homes that were designated medium-high, and that would revert back to a land use designation consistent with what it is today in terms of density, which is neighborhood low 4.5.
Okay, I wasn't speaking, yes, Mr. Oakes did bring it up. However, there were 2 other property owners that also had written, and I forwarded the emails to you, that had similar concerns. And I think it was Chiquita Lane, could have been Los Feliz Drive, same issue there. So the Chiquita Lane was low, neighborhood low, and then right across where the Toyota dealership is, or near there, it was all higher density.
I think the intent of this area was to depict precisely what is actually on the ground. So if, as staff goes through the process of evaluating the map under CEQA and everything, then that's probably areas that they would have to tweak if it turns out that it's not accurate.
Yeah, because it wouldn't make sense that one property owner would be receiving the high-density designation and the other one would need to remain at low or very low.
Right, again, the intent over in this area was to accurately depict what's actually been constructed.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right.
And then one quick question, Councilman Adams. You mentioned turning everything to mixed-use low.
Yes.
Does that include the Lakes property or?
Yes, it would. Yes, it would, as long as we maintain that, and we're all agreed on that, the 75-foot, which precludes this whole general plan business.
Yes, it does. But certainly 70-foot would,
Well, that's another issue.
that is another issue.
We'll see
It would
where that
go
goes,
above
but-
the sound wall, and that would be,
That's for another day.
oh, yes, it is. That would not be so palatable, but okay, we shall see.
We have a motion?
All right.
We have a motion. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Adam?
Yes.
Councilmember Jones?
I'm going to vote no because I don't like the idea of having a 50-foot structure right on the, with very little setback. So I know that we could try to get a setback, but if there's no way we can, designate it, I just wouldn't like to see a 50-foot building right near the sidewalk. So I'm going to vote no.
Councilmember McNamee?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Engler?
Yes.
Mayor Bill Della Pena?
Yes.
And that motion carries 4-1 with Councilmember Jones voting no.
And Mr. Jones, it's perfectly our right to disagree.
Of course.
Can we move on, since it's already 10:35, and I'd like a motion from one of my colleagues to move past 11 o'clock?
So moved.
Thank you. We don't need a roll call for that, right? Okay. All right, we will continue past midnight.
Where are we going next?
Moore Park Road and West Thousand Oaks Boulevard.
Uh-oh.
Mr. Ramey.
Yeah, thank you. If we could bring up the map again, maybe we can think about the conversation that we're going to have in two different parts. Maybe we can continue with the conversation of Thousand Oaks Boulevard all the way to Moore Park Road first, and then tackle the rest of the area, just because we've been going on that conversation on Thousand Oaks Boulevard right now. As Mr. Engler said, that one of the ideas behind the general plan as is presented and as was developed through the community engagement process was to identify a couple of nodes where there could be slightly higher densities that would encourage activity and a more vibrant center or node in those areas. And this is another one of the two that were identified in the process, the other being the downtown. Also, as you'll see here, the Oaks Mall and Jan's Marketplace are identified as mixed use low. We understand that both of those areas are quite large in acres, but we wouldn't expect the entire area to develop at up to 30 units an acre across the entire site. I'll also remind you all that the Planning Commission recommended adding mixed use along Moore Park Road up to Wilbur, between Hillcrest and Wilbur, except for Jan's. Those areas were identified as commercial neighborhood in the initial proposed land use map, and the Planning Commission identified that area as mixed use. Through the engagement process and through the surveys, there was significant support for Oaks and Jan's Marketplace redeveloping. Those were sites identified through the Cosmont study several years ago. And the surveys that we did and the conversations, again, this entire area came out as an area with sort of the greatest potential of re-envisioning a portion of the area and creating a more vibrant center for the city. So one other thing I just want to sort of caution the council. I know there was just previously a conversation about lowering the heights. We need to be careful about hamstringing the process that we have with HCD, and also because that would be a barrier to housing. They would see that as a barrier to housing in the city. And then it also puts a further barrier on parcels that are there, and we may see no change at all. And if that's the desire, then certainly lowering the height can achieve that. However, I would be concerned that the lowering the heights in some of these areas below 50 feet would have the impact of sort of freezing everything where it is right now.
I'll
So
take
I just
that
want to bring
chance.
that up as we're saying that, as we're talking about that. However, it is of course at the council's discretion about the direction that you want to go.
Okay, thank you so much. All right, now, here we have commercial regional at the corner of Hillcrest and, what road is that, Wilbur?
Yes.
The Exxon building, we have that as commercial regional. How tall is the Exxon building, Mr. Town?
The current zoning designation does have a height overlay of 75 feet for that property.
And how tall is the building, the Exxon building?
It's 72 feet.
It is 72.
Yes, the Exxon building is 72
But
feet.
it's so beautifully set back, you can't really
Yeah,
tell.
it's
stepped
set way back. And it's got parking in the lower floors.
Yeah. So it,
Change it if it's.
no, you
75,
can't,
we
you
can
can't
basically
change
tell
it.
them to
That's
chop the
fine,
building
we'll leave it as is.
Yeah, no, that's a good place for that height.
It is a good place for that height. Then we have along Thousand Oaks Boulevard there, we have the mixed-use medium, which is 58 foot height, 45 units an acre. In that area right there, yes, that's being circled, and that, I would really like to move that to mixed-use low.
Well, I think to be, what's the right word? Contiguous or?
Consistent.
Consistent, thank you. It's very good.
I want you to always be consistent.
Consistent. I would agree with that. It's a little dicey with the Nazarbekian piece because, we expect a lot of things out of that piece and like burying all those power lines and everything. And obviously, the more density they have, the more ability they have to return amenities to the city. However, it seems to me that, like Ed said, we got to be consistent. I don't think we can single out one piece and change it, and it's just going to be consistent down the line. So I would support that mixed use low in that node. That's the other node we were talking about. That's the node.
And then we have commercial town. That is 50 feet right across from Hillcrest next to, what is that? Moore Park. We have at Hillcrest, what is the one that is commercial town? To the east. East? There is a little pink, that one. What is that?
That's the Kaiser Clinic.
That's Kaiser, and that is not institutional?
The private entity.
No, that is shown as commercial town.
Okay. Interesting.
Whereabouts is Boardwalk Street?
It's right there.
Sounds like Monopoly.
Okay, and that building that's being built is just to the east of that, isn't it?
Correct. It's right about there.
And the commercial town next to the Exxon building, what is that right now? What's the height limit there?
That's commercial office in this area. That's 25 feet. Over here, this is actually part of specific plan 17. And I'd have to check really quickly.
Where's the Jan's Marketplace on here?
Here.
Is that purple right here?
That is medium.
You said that whole thing?
And there's the Oaks Mall.
It's commercial
Yeah.
town.
Right here next to Jan's. Yep.
This area right here today is commercial residential. That's our other mixed-use area in the current land use system. And then that includes this area, and then this area today is commercial. So that would be remaining at commercial.
So if we have residential, what you just pointed out, why is it then commercial town now? Or you said that this is residential?
This is commercial residential. This is part of this.
The racket club?
civic-
No.
No, that's over here.
Oh, I see, okay.
This is part of Specific Plan 17, the Civic Center specific plan. And so it envisioned either commercial or residential, and that's why this area is shown as commercial residential on today's land use map. That actually wraps around a little bit into this area right here. This is an existing commercial. It's staying commercial.
Well, the Park District is up there, isn't it?
Correct. And they are roughly here. This is Fireworks Hill right here, so.
Why is that not then mixed use? Why is it commercial if it's commercial residential?
Our thought was that commercial going forward would be compatible if this were to go mixed use as proposed. And it would also sort of continue this band of commercial office that we already have over here on the east, behind the Exxon building.
Is it a thriving office area?
Good question. Some of the buildings have been fully occupied for years. Others, we've seen some turnover and some vacancies. So
So would they
varied.
lend themselves more to residential?
Well, I mean, interesting thought. I imagine all of the council has been up into these buildings at some point. I mean, these have panoramic views to the south, to the open space, to the hills. The original idea was to have, as commercial offices, that this would be a sort of a transition between the commercial residential over here and the Exxon building commercial over here. Residential would not be, out of question. Although if you were to go forward with the mixed use low here and here and what Planning Commission recommended here and here, I would counsel to consider retaining this as commercial town to help to provide services and amenities for those future residents.
Okay.
But
That makes sense.
One thing I would like to bring up, and we're going down with our mixed-use medium, which is understandable. The only thing I would caution us, part of what I see in the future is having housing for all income levels as well. The more we reduce the capacity of places, the more we are going to reduce the ability of the city to meet that affordable housing component of what we need to do into the future. So like the pod there at Broadway, if it's mixed use medium, we can insist that we have more affordable housing there. If it's mixed use low, or what are we calling it, we're going to limit ourselves in terms of how to provide that low income component to our housing mix. So that's just as we look down the line, we're saying, well, we don't want the height, but the height also equals affordable housing to some degree. And that's as we go forward, I want to make sure we keep our eye on that part of our housing puzzle going forward.
Yeah, but density alone and height alone don't provide affordable housing. There have to be other tools in the toolbox in order to provide that.
Oh, no, I know, I agree. We have to have an inclusionary housing policy that comes into play. But the more we limit the numbers, the more, even if we have an inclusionary housing element, it's going to be more difficult to provide that part of our housing.
If we were to keep mixed-use medium at 45 units an acre plus the state density bonus, you would be looking at maybe 60 units or so an acre.
And you don't want
That
to
is
cherry pick
super
certain
dense.
areas of the Thousand Oaks Boulevard to accomplish that. So if you don't want to cherry pick certain areas of Thousand Oaks Boulevard, as was pointed out by staff, to see like you're preferencing one area to the other. So if we're doing mixed use low on one area of Thousand Oaks Boulevard, it should also be carried over to the other, in my opinion.
I think Mr. McNamee's right. Consistency is important here.
Yeah,
But I appreciate what you're saying, Bob, and
I'm just
you're
trying
right.
to caution us as we have to keep that also in the back of our mind, that's also one of the things we have to accommodate going into the future.
Well, they can also get density bonuses of 50 to 80%. So you could be talking about a big number.
If someone wants to put a completely affordable housing building in, they get a lot of variance.
I think
but
up to 80%.
I'm not arguing really to keep those there. I just want to remind us that that's also part of what we need to accommodate going into the future.
And I think we can get there. Okay, so we have that. All right. Any further discussion before entertaining a motion?
I'll make the motion.
Okay.
The motion machine here.
Yeah. Would you like to?
So what I'm hearing is
Al's on a
that-
roll.
What?
Al is on a roll.
Al's on a roll. What I'm hearing is we're pretty much good with all the recommendations in the Moore Park and West T.O. Boulevard area, except for the mixed-use medium, we want to drop that to mixed-use low.
Yep,
Does that sound about right?
it does.
All right, I'm seeing some head nods, so
All right, then roll call, please.
Councilmember Adam,
yes.
Councilmember Jones,
Aye.
Councilmember McNamee,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Engler,
Yes.
and Mayor Bill De La Pena.
Yes,
And that motion carries 5-0.
thank you. Next, we have Rancho Conejo north of the 101 freeway. Mr. Ramey.
Thank you. If we could have the map back up. So we're going to Rancho Conejo north of 101 freeway. We'll talk about south of 101 freeway after this. There were a couple of pieces that just to mention here. One is that through the process, there was really strong support for doing everything that we could in order to preserve and enhance the jobs that are here and the biotech and allow for expansion. There was also interest in adding some flexibility to create more housing and more destinations, places for people to be and to gather near the Rancho Conejo area. And so what you see here is a mix of the industrial flex, which is the higher intensity job use, and industrial low, which is the light gray, which is the lower intensity job use. We tried to concentrate the industrial flex, the higher, in the area around Amgen, where it currently has more intensity today, which is also near the freeway and further away from the majority of the residential neighborhoods. We maintained commercial regional, and it would allow for some expansion, which is the red that you see here on the map, and there's existing shopping centers there today. And then we know that some of the pieces that have come up are the what we call the Goldfish site. It looks like the Goldfish, the gray area, and then we did some things visually, helped us for identifying, and then of course the Seventh-day Adventist Church area, and so just south of there. So those are some of the considerations that we had. There's some cleanup we need to do in terms of the boundaries, as you can see here, but essentially it was trying to balance an expansion of jobs, supporting the jobs that are there, allowing for some mixed use development in the area. And to reiterate, the reason with, again, what we call the Goldfish property, the reason that we recommended industrial low over residential in that area is for a couple of reasons. One, it allows for more industrial in the future and more expansion. But the other is that it's a high fire hazard severity zone, and we're concerned about putting residential directly into a high fire hazard severity zone, considering the history and the trend that we see moving forward with wildfires in the area. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ramey. So at the last council meeting, I mentioned about the Goldfish parcel, the Seventh-day Adventist, currently zoned as residential, and would it not provide housing to the employees in the biotech industry and other industry occupying the industrial area? So that was my initial thought, but I did have concerns about it not being close to public schools. There is a private school, a couple of private schools. But then also, as I was touring the property, this is a high fire risk area, no doubt. And there are some bills in the work, or a bill in the works in Sacramento, that would prohibit high-risk areas, residential areas, from being included in the RENA count. Is that correct, staff?
I'm sorry, could you repeat?
That homes built in high fire areas would not qualify for RENA numbers.
Well, it's hard to say right off the bat. I mean, there is pending legislation that prohibits housing in high fire hazard zones. So there is that. I mean, there'll be also other considerations, but yeah, that could be viewed as a potential constraint on the land that would reduce the yield as far as what could be put there. But I don't think right now, as it exists, there's an outright prohibition of putting housing in.
No, it's just pending.
Yeah,
It is
just
pending.
It's just pending, so it could be considered, but again, it's I wouldn't, put all your chips on that site.
I have a question for staff. I'm sorry,
Go
did
ahead.
you have anything else?
Well, I just had a follow-up question about, I know we are trying to accommodate biotech in the eastern portion of our city as well. How much room do we need for the biotech industry?
I can take that one, Mayor Beto La Pena. And while I wish I had a crystal ball to tell you specifically the square footage, I've got some rough estimates from the conversations that I've had, and this is based on the 7 to 12 companies that we have joining us over the past year, and with recognition that 2 of those companies at least could potentially be growing out of their initial incubation status and need larger footprints within the next year to 18 months. You could be in a scenario where 1 million square feet of additional is needed.
Okay, thank you for that information. I can see that area also as a flexibility area that could provide businesses, restaurants, a Stonehouse type, along with industrial use. I mean, the view is absolutely breathtaking, but it is in a bowl.
That's a good point. All these biotech firms are going to need amenities. They can't just stay in the lab all day, right?
Correct. So is that designation right now, which is industrial low, is it giving, is the parcel given the opportunity to build something other than just industrial?
Yes, it would. The way that we envision these 2 new industrial categories is that they would allow supportive amenities, restaurants, cafes, that type of thing. So that could certainly be part of the long-range plan for the Goldfish.
Okay, and industrial low, again, has a height of 50 feet?
Correct.
And, okay.
And Mayor Beto La Pena, if I may, to build on your point, some of the projects that we are seeing right now are on redevelopment sites along the Rancho Conejo corridor are contemplating exactly that, looking to do not just the industrial build, but also some amenity basis attached to it. So food and beverage and other components that they would be bringing in under special use permit or other types of structures as needed. So we're seeing a lot of that to support what is kind of an anemic amenity basis out there.
Thank you. Mr. McNamee.
I just wanted to come back to what the mayor had suggested, was that I was looking at residential there to accommodate not only what the current owner wants, highest and best use, and perhaps a developer can come in with egress and ingress that actually makes sense in the sense of evacuation in a quick case of a fire. Looking at industrial right now, correct me if I'm wrong, staff, you said that the property could move from industrial to a mixed use or even residential, assuming all the fire protection was there and all the traffic issues were addressed. That is a possibility with an amendment down the road, if it makes sense. Is that correct?
Yes, council can always process a general plan amendment to convert it, but one of the benefits of it leaving it, and actually not leaving it, actually be designated industrial. It's currently designated institutional. But one of the benefits of designating it industrial right now is, given the size, we could actually process a specific plan that provides more flexibility on the different types of uses. Or if there was a housing proposal, then the applicant could submit an application to initiate a general plan amendment to redesignate it for housing.
Good, so that leaves flexibility for the Seventh-day Adventists, who are the current owners, to do such a move then, okay.
Correct.
I'm happy with that flexibility, like I say, in this whole general plan, that would be wonderful.
One
Yeah,
area in that general area, in the Goldfish, is, I think it's large enough for a specific plan itself, and I think we can adjust for different needs out there. I call it the bow tie, which is right below it there. It's lined up as an industrial right now. I would like to see maybe at least mixed use or even residential, since it serves that area well. It's next to the school, could serve as instructor housing or whatever they would like to do there. But I think those pads are not useful enough as industrial, and we can just scoop up a little more residential there. That'll serve the Seventh-day Adventists as well.
If I may just comment quickly, these two areas on the east and west side of Academy Drive are identified as restaurant sites in the current specific plan for Seventh-day Adventist. They're commercial on today's general plan land use map, and we do have a request from the owner to retain the commercial designation for these two sites.
Then the commercial's fine, or I would leave it as a mixed use to give that flexibility going forward.
I have a question regarding the commercial regional right here along the freeway and Tello Road. What is the height in the commercial regional there right now, right by the freeway? Not Tello Road, but by the freeway.
Down here?
No, north of the freeway, right there.
That's Lowe's and Home Depot.
What is the height there?
The height there is 35 feet today.
Okay. So why would we want to designate it to 75 feet?
The thought was that, given the large size of of these areas and large size of the parcels within them, and with the topography behind, as you look north, that this area could accommodate somewhat larger buildings without a significant visual impact, and could provide even more commercial services to the anticipated growth in employees and residents, if the council was to support the mixed use to the south.
Yeah.
How
I'm not
tall are
sure.
Lowe's and Home Depot right now?
35,
Oh, they are?
yeah.
Oh, I thought they were taller.
So this would be 75 feet. Okay, I think I would want to see a lower height because it is a prominent area right by the freeway. What about the parcel on Tello Road as it continues, commercial regional? Tello Road, up north of Tello Road there. Same thing? What's the highest building there right now?
Same thing. That's also 35 feet. That's the Home Depot Center and the Island Center between it with Lowe's over here and LA Fitness on the west side of Academy.
I see. And where is the Ross?
Ross is right here. So that's
All right.
proposed for mixed use for
That
And
Lowe's.
place
then-
needs work.
Yeah,
Oof.
and then next to it, we again have mixed use medium?
Correct.
Yeah,
Now, that was the planning commission, am I
Yeah.
correct?
those are basically brand-new buildings. again, you want to be visionary, but also realistic. I don't see those brand-new buildings going anywhere for the next 20, 25 years.
It's already developed.
It's already developed.
You got
It's brand new.
Skyworks there, you got Rexford Industrial Park. And so,
Those are the new buildings there, aren't
Yeah,
they?
They're brand new. One's still not completed.
so I'm not sure that, maybe that should just revert back to where,
I
whatever the
would, I
zone
would,
is
I would
now.
just revert that back down to the industrial that it was
I would agree with that.
originally
Yeah.
zoned as.
I would agree with that.
The industrial. Mm-hmm.
And as far as the whatever you call it, the goldfish business there, actually, it does look like a goldfish. I think we really need to have foresight there, because I'm telling you, the biotech hub is going to spill over. It's going to need more room. Right now.
No, I don't think anybody, is anybody suggesting to change that? I don't think so.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well,
No, I think
well,
we're
then for
good on
general
that.
information, we got 9,000 jobs back there already.
Mm-hmm.
And in the next 5 years, we're looking to another 3,000 to 5,000
Mm-hmm.
jobs. So,
But I will say again that I do have concern about the commercial regional. If we can look at the map again, please. Right there by the freeway, it is a prominent area. About, currently the height is 35 feet, and setting it to 75, I think, is a bit of a concern. Commercial town would be fine.
I would go with that also.
That's okay.
Commercial town.
Yeah.
Commercial town.
that's fine.
Yeah.
All right. Motion.
Point of clarification?
Who wants clarification?
You ready?
I'm sorry, Mr. Jones, I'm sorry, did you say something?
No, I was
Okay.
just.
So who would
trying-
like to move this time?
All right.
Well, Mr. Adams on a roll. I mean, he's been doing the whole night.
Boom.
Yeah.
Oh,
All right.
Mr. Town, Mr. Town, you want to
Oh,
move?
clarification.
It was me, sorry. Quick point of clarification. I thought I heard that there may be a desire to remove the mixed-use medium here
Yes,
Yes.
and
you
revert
did.
it to industrial. Is the council's pleasure to leave this as industrial low and this industrial flex?
Well, what was the reason to move it to mixed use? What was the thinking behind
Well, the
that?
idea was to provide some housing in the vicinity of all these new jobs that are being created, was the main driver. There weren't a lot of other opportunities. But in this area, you do have a choice of which way you want to go in terms of industrial.
What's the zoning right now?
It's all industrial.
Well, let's just revert back to that.
If it's all industrial,
This-
what does that mean? It means that homes will have to be found elsewhere, or what?
Correct.
I
But-
see.
But in practicality, as Bob mentioned, it's completely developed. And
Well-
it's very unlikely that we're going to see any.
Yeah,
And I
but if
must
it
say that
helps
some of
with
the
the
Newbury
RENA
Park,
count.
some of the Newbury Park residents feel like they've been overtaxed with some of this, so that's kind of a nod to them that,
Well, if we're putting in so much in biotech jobs in there, again, to reduce the trip miles going back and forth, that may not be a bad option to put it there. One, it meets the RENA numbers, keeps us at 81,000, accomplishes a lot of goals with, I agree with you that if they put in a new $20 million building, they're not going to tear it down.
No.
But let's leave it in there just in case.
oh,
But
okay, well,
my understanding of RENA, perhaps the staff can help me with it, is that the RENA has to be a realistic accommodation. If it's a brand-new building, I mean, the paint's not even on it yet.
But there's other ones in there that may actually fit into that. Now, again, I'll let the staff address that.
And I'll jump in here quickly. So that's correct. If there's a brand new building on it, it probably wouldn't count for the RENA. It has to be a parcel that has some potential to be housing, to be built as housing in the next 8 years
But there's others in there that could be. That's my question.
in this area.
Maybe
Yes.
the east
Affirmative.
side of Lawrence there, but the other
Yes.
ones are
Is it the east side of
basically
Lawrence?
brand new.
Mhm.
Less than 10 years old.
So just come back to the question then. There are some units in there that could actually meet that mixed-use medium, correct?
Yeah,
And Councilmember Magny is correct. That area and through there, I believe that's where, like Side Street Cafe, if you know where that is, and that zone in there, there is quite a bit of that on that side of the street.
Yeah, Side Street Cafe.
So my recommendation is leave it mixed-use medium as the
Yeah.
Planning Commission recommended.
No, wait, I think it's mixed use. Is it mixed use medium?
Yeah.
It's mixed-use medium, but we haven't been using it anywhere. So this would be the only parcel with that designation in the entire general plan, correct? Yes?
Correct.
So far.
So maybe it would just need to be mixed-use low to be consistent?
What is the maximum of mixed-use?
Mixed-use
Or
medium,
leave it on the menu?
58 feet.
I see your point, Kevin. I mean, why not? I mean, if we get a little residential there, fine.
Yeah,
I tend to agree with the mayor, though, to be consistent, maybe mixed-use low would make more sense.
I'm thinking of the topography going through there. If mixed-use medium still would work, just like other areas of the city. I'm trying to remember that topography there, that it wouldn't be an overwhelming
Yeah, I've
building.
been up to
Do you remember?
Skyworks.
Do you
There
remember what it is?
isn't much topography. I
It's
mean, there
flat,
is just
Flat?
pretty flat.
Okay.
Yeah, it's
Okay.
pretty
So
flat.
maybe mixed-use medium would be better. No, low would be better.
Low.
Could we let's roll it down to mixed-use low.
Mixed-use low would be fine.
All right.
I think the more residential we can get in that area, the better.
Yeah, there you go. Okay.
Yeah,
All right.
it will count toward residential for then.
Normally, I would agree, but when you have brand-new buildings.
No, I
the-
don't
the
mean to
chance-
threaten the buildings, but I think Kevin said there's other areas in there.
It's,
It's probably a
those are,
long shot, but got nothing to lose.
I won't argue it. It seems that those areas are pretty much locked in as industrial right now.
So
for
to
the-
Mr. Jones' point, is he saying mixed-use medium, you'd be happy with that, or mixed-use low?
Mixed-use
Mixed-use
medium
low.
Okay.
would work for me, but if the, consensus is mixed-use low, I'll go along with
I can
that.
go either way.
Well,
Again,
Mr.
I think there's
Jones?
consistency.
Yeah,
there.
Mr. Jones, mixed-use medium is 45 units an acre plus density bonus and then 58 feet in height.
Now, remember, biotech's saying they need to have places to put their employees.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's what I was thinking of. What a better place to put them than here.
And it reduces the number of miles traveled and so forth by car.
And it reduces the pressure on other parts of town.
I'm talking myself back into mixed-use medium.
I noticed that. Well,
okay,
do you
what
have
is the
something in
pleasure?
between mixed-use medium and mixed-use low?
Well, it's
Mixed-use
58
maybe.
feet. What is around it? What's around it, is that 50 feet? The building height right now, the maximum, I believe, is 35 in that area, Mr. Town?
That's correct.
So it's 35 feet, so it would be 20-plus feet taller.
Hey, with density bonus with mixed-use low, we could be up to 45 units
Yeah.
per acre, right? And 50 feet, that's
Yeah, okay, well, I know, I'd say mixed use,
that's pretty generous.
yeah, mixed use low.
Okay, I can go along with
it
mixed-use
doesn't matter
low.
what we
All
put
right.
there.
Let me make a motion then. What do you say?
Okay, yeah, go ahead and make the
You're on a
motion.
roll.
All right, so we go, we leave the map intact with these exceptions. We roll the mixed-use medium down to mixed-use low. Could you put the map back up, please? Thank you. And in the area where Home Depot and Lowe's is, we roll the commercial
Town,
town. No, we roll the commercial regional down to commercial town.
we will change it to town.
Right, we roll commercial regional down to commercial town.
And what about the little sliver of red down here as well?
That's, oh,
At the very, very, very bottom, under Hillcrest, where it says, what is that? That is also commercial regional. What do we have there
What is
now?
that?
That's actually part of your next change
Oh, it
area.
is, okay.
Oh, that's
all
the, right, that's the other side.
Okay.
All right, so there it is. We roll down, again, just to reiterate, we roll the mixed-use medium along Teller Road down to mixed-use low, and the Home Depot and Lowe's, we go from commercial regional down to commercial town.
That's the motion.
That's the motion.
Roll call, please.
Councilmember Adam,
Yes.
Councilmember Jones,
Aye.
Councilmember McNamee,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Engler,
Yes.
Mayor Bill Della Pena,
Yes.
and that motion carries 5-0.
Thank you so much. And now to the last portion of the evening, Rancho Conejo, south of the 101 freeway. Mr. Ramey.
Okay, if we could have the map back up. This is the one that will have no controversy at all. I'm sure there'll be no discussion at the end of the evening on this. This is the area we're looking at here on the Orchard property has obviously been had a lot of discussion on the future of that. Currently, it's a residential designation. The first preferred land use map came out as a combination of residential and mixed use, and then it was moved to mixed use low across the entire parcel. Mixed use low, you can also see, is at the intersection north of the freeway, and then on the south east, you can see the purple parcels to allow some flexibility along the freeway. There's commercial town south of the 101 freeway, south of Newbury Road. That was a change that was made by, recommended by the Planning Commission from Commercial Regional. On then to the north side of the freeway, the red is the Commercial Regional. Those are areas that currently have hotels right now, and the potential for adding more hotels or a conference center in that area. So that is the sort of the picture, trying to, again, expand the opportunities for residential and mixed use development in the Rancho Conejo area. Madam Mayor, I'll turn it back over to you.
Thank you. Okay, I want to pick up on the commercial regional right there by the freeway in Rancho Conejo. What is that area right now, and how tall is the highest building there?
That's the Palm Garden, right? Is that what you're talking about?
No, the Palm Garden's on the other side.
The small one there?
Yeah, this one. What is that?
Oh, that little sliver.
That used to be this old Smart and Final, and there's a construction.
Okay, so
business
is that
there.
the Salvation Army one?
Yes.
That's correct.
Okay, and how tall is the building there, the tallest building?
That's about 35 feet.
So it is 35 feet, okay. And where the Palm Garden Hotel is, that highest height is 35 feet, right?
This is 35 feet on both sides.
On both sides,
Yeah.
okay. So if we went with commercial town, that would be okay?
That would be okay.
Yeah, okay.
What I'm looking at, Claudia, is where you are right now. Again, what's around that, I think would handle commercial regional, offering the ability to put in larger hotels or so forth if they want to. There isn't any neighborhoods really going to be impacted or any views off of Ventu and the 101 freeway right there. I think commercial regional would work there very nicely. Whereas the other one that you're directing to, commercial Rancho Conejo and the 101 freeway, I think commercial town would be a better choice for that one.
Yeah, I would agree with my colleague there. That smaller, oddly shaped property there, where there's a small motel there, the smaller businesses, probably is better left as a less intensive location. However, I know there is a demand for some hotels that will service the biotech sector out there, and I think of the higher end hotels. The Four Seasons is a 5-story building. That would not be. They would not even look at that property if it was 35 foot. If we want to get a Four Seasons style hotel to be able to service the biotech area and also perhaps be large enough to have a conference room or two that they can meet in, I think that's the location that I would like to see it. It just will give us that option. Like I say, I try to look forward and try to have some flexibility into the future. If we are to accomplish that aspect of it, that's probably not a bad location.
You're talking where the Palm Garden is right now, right?
Palm Garden, or across the street, there's the Area Housing Authority, and there's a for Walmart.
And a Walmart.
A Walmart and like a little Ramada Inn or something over there.
There's a Hampton Suites.
Hampton Suites,
Hampton, yeah.
Yeah.
So keep it at 75 because we could attract some big name hotels. We could
try to get-
service the biotech sector, all that
Is the Four Seasons not 6 stories high?
in Westlake.
Yeah.
It's 5 or
that's-
6. It's
that's
pretty.
gotta be
It's pretty.
It's 6, it's at least 6, I want to say.
Yeah. It's a pretty good size, but my point is that
Makes
to
sense.
attract a hotel of that caliber, we would need to have the option to be able to do that.
And I'm looking at the exit off the off-ramp, it's not going to impact the neighborhood, whereas the one further west, I guess this is, that would be impacted by higher buildings. That's why I think the one further
Right,
west
yeah.
would do better
No,
with
I agree.
commercial.
The one on that
town.
east side there would be where I would put it, but the one on the west has a 2 or 3 story motel, the Palm Garden there now.
Well, the one on toward the east has the Starbucks and the Chase Bank, and it's a pretty busy little strip mall. The Walmart neighborhood shop. Yeah, it's got
Yeah,
the
yeah,
Hampton.
it's a neighborhood shopping center now. Both sides actually have a neighborhood shopping center, and both sides have small motels. But like I say, if you look down the line, if we want to be able to attract a real 4-star hotel, I don't know where else you would put it. I agree with you that the little old Smart and Final Center there with the north of Rancho Conejo, or west of Rancho Conejo, probably won't accommodate it, but that location would.
So, Mr. Engler, if I'm hearing you correctly, leave the designation on the east one, commercial regional, as is for that future growth that could be there. But the one that's east off of Rancho Conejo, allow that to come from commercial regional down to commercial town. Is that what we're saying here?
Yeah, the odd shaped one there where the cursor is, I would reduce that impact there, but keep the other ones.
That sounds good to me.
Okay.
Makes sense. Yeah, I think you're spot on there, Bob. That's a great location for, a really nice hotel. Very prominent spot, easily reached. Yeah.
Are you talking about where the cursor is now, above where it says 101 freeway?
Over here. Here's
Oh, you're talking
here's
about.
Palm Garden.
Well,
here's Hampton Inn.
yeah, there was a marker there for a moment. I didn't know.
He's talking about keeping this
Yeah.
the 75 feet commercial and this dropping that down.
Right there, Mr. Jones.
Yeah, I
Would you
see
like to
there.
comment on that?
Yeah, no, I think that's good.
Okay.
All right.
So the question now, south of the freeway is the mixed-use low along Newberry Road and Kelly Road, which is Timber School. What is the current designation in the general plan?
Institutional, probably.
It could be institutional, but, yeah. Do we know, Mr. Town? Which is the Timber School is,
Timber School is today commercial.
Oh, is it?
okay.
But that is, of course, the site of the pre-screen that you've already considered.
What's happening with that, that we did the pre-screen on? Didn't they want a hotel and?
Correct. I believe it was about 200 apartments in this area, a hotel, a 4-story hotel in the northeast corner, and then repurposing the timber school
And
buildings.
they're going to leave the school building, right?
Correct.
Do you know where that is in the process?
I can speak to that. Councilmember Jones, it's currently slated for Planning Commission in June. So it'll be the next project coming forward, and then pretty quickly thereafter coming to the City Council.
What is the height that we green-lighted when it came before us?
On the pre-screen.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What was the height?
The height of the residential was less than 50.
Less than 50?
Right, 3 stories. The hotel was taller. That was 4 stories.
Okay. What are the chances of them coming back in with taller heights?
Coming back by,
Before
you
the
mean
planning
before they
commission?
reach council here shortly? That project, I think, is in a position where they wouldn't revise it at this stage.
Okay.
And that's what the formal application is that will be considered by Planning Commission.
Oh,
Do the units in that project?
Is that correct? Yes.
That is
so,
correct.
Would the units in that project count toward our RENA numbers?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
How many units was that then?
I believe it was about 210 units.
Okay, so my question is, we green-lighted the pre-screening, and now we're changing the designation, the general plan. Can they come back with a higher density project?
Well, remember, council's going to actually be considering the formal project. You know, it's going to Planning Commission tentatively set for next month. So it's coming to the city council well before city council will be considering final approval of the map.
This was a pre-screen. We still have, that was the beauty of the pre-screen process, that we had more control over some
Correct.
of these projects.
Correct.
We still have control on this one?
Yes. So formal consideration of the project will occur well before formal consideration of the final land use map.
And Madam Mayor, if I might add to that, this is a classic example of the benefit of us bringing these forward and through as the time frame that we did, because if you'll remember, this one did not have a density bonus and still provided a full suite of affordable.
It did. And then we have to the west commercial neighborhood, which is 35 feet. That remains as is. Commercial town is to the east. Okay. And then we cross Rancho Conejo, Orchard Road it is. And then we have the parcel that is split zone currently, low residential 1 to 8, and then commercial on the eastern end.
Madam Mayor, before we get to that Orchard property there, we had that small little piece there, the old drive-in, that at one time was mixed-use medium, I think, or no, mixed-use low. The Planning Commission reduced that to, and I'll have to look at neighborhood
Medium.
Or him.
medium or something, yeah, that is more townhomes and 2 on a lots and things like that, triplexes. I think we should leave that in that configuration rather than go back and make it any more intense. That'll give us a nice transition from the single-family residence neighborhoods to the south, transition to something a little more intense that matches across the street, and then into the mixed-use low.
And it's a vacant lot now.
It's the old drive-in. It's
It's where the
vacant lot.
drive-in used to
Yeah.
be. Oh, man. I went to that drive-in
Okay.
way back when.
I think that's a good idea.
What?
All right.
Bob, I think that's a good idea, because I don't think we'll get complaints from the single-family homes if we leave it there.
Consistent.
Well, again, I think it helps with the vision going forward. Now we have the transitions between the neighborhoods, so, but it also adds a little more housing to the mix.
Have we had any nibbles on that, people developing that property, Mr. Town?
Nibbles. I like that word.
Not recently. We had an assisted living proposal years ago, and that's why it's institutional on the general plan today, but nothing recent.
If I may add, it was analyzed, I believe, in 2004 as a housing study that was presented to the city council. And at that time, it was presented to be a high-density site for housing. But
So
that
what
did
is
not
the
come to
current-
fruition, nor was a general plan amendment.
What is the current zoning on that?
It's PL is the zoning, it has an institutional land use.
So what could they do with it, with that zoning?
Well, I mean, the land use was intended for an assisted living facility, so something of a public service-oriented type of use.
Why don't we change that to residential?
Well, it is being changed to residential, and actually, if I just may clarify, it was designated neighborhood medium when it was presented to the Planning Commission, and then the Planning Commission elected to bump it down to low medium.
Oh. What were you
So
thinking,
low,
Bob?
medium is 6 to 10 units an acre?
Yeah.
What were you thinking,
Basically,
Bob?
single family.
Do you hear what he said? The planning commission is recommending neighborhood low medium for that
Yes.
vacant lot. And you
Yeah,
were
and that's
thinking
what's being
neighborhood
shown here.
medium.
No, I was,
Or were you? or-
I misread the colors here.
Oh,
Yeah, the colors are just really,
I can appreciate that.
I was thinking that the designation that the planning commission put there, which allows, I think, for duplexes and triplexes and standalones, was probably a good transition from the
Okay.
single-family
See-
residence neighborhood.
So you like the neighborhood low medium?
Yes,
Okay,
yes.
got it.
No, I think that's a good idea.
Got it.
what about the one parcel that we don't see on here is Maurice Drive? The Albertsons?
That's one of the village centers. Maurice and Reno?
Yeah, Maurice
Yeah.
and Reno.
Yeah,
So we have that commercial that has a residential application pending.
yes,
We
yes.
gave it the green
It's
light.
submitted application, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah, we already did that.
We
So,
gave
but is it still commercial in this proposal?
No, it's right here.
In the
Oh, what is the designation now? Neighborhood medium?
neighborhood medium.
Okay, that is 10 to 20 units an acre. Okay.
Well,
How many acres is it? 2? 2.5?
no, it was like about 6 acres,
Oh, 6?
I believe.
It also contains a mural on the back of the Albertson Market.
No, I forget.
Is it really 6 acres, Mr. Town?
I think
No, I take
I
that
think it may be less.
No, it's- I think it's
I think it
just
was
2.
around 3. We can verify it.
Okay. Okay. You can verify. All right. So that would be that. All right. And then last but not least, the Borchard Road property there, 37 acres currently in to the west. Thank you. Currently zoned low residential 1 to 8. And then the eastern end of the parcel is commercial.
He knows.
Obviously, this parcel has constraints, environmental constraints, because it is a flood zone.
Okay.
Yep.
It is a flood zone and has environmental constraints, but it is designated as commercial residential, which is horizontal mixed use, in a sense.
May I share some thoughts on that
Yes.
property regarding what has been put out by County Board Supervisor Linda Parks?
Mhm.
She keeps referring to that property as a wetlands. And I pulled out my biology books from college and looked up what a wetlands is. I grew up near Culver City where the wetlands were by Hughes Aircraft. And I walked this property twice. It is a piece of dirt. It does not have the 3 criteria for wetlands, meaning that it holds water, it has the right plants, and the soil itself is not correct either. So right there alone, it is not a wetland.
I don't think
And
any...
let me continue if I may.
Mhm.
So it's not a wetland as being put out that it needs to be preserved. And I was not happy that a county board supervisor is weighing in on city issues. And that's her choice, but I don't think that's appropriate. It's to keep county to county and city to city. So it's not a wetlands. That whole area, that neighborhood is a flood zone. And what happens when you build houses, you put in drainage. So this property, yes, gets wet when it rains, but it percolates down. In fact, it's one of the few areas that we have in Thousand Oaks that actually has an aquifer underneath that's active and works, from my water expertise teaching at Ventura College. It also has wastewater going through it with all the plumbing system that needs to be there with the sewers. So it's not a flood zone. I'm sorry, it's not a flood area. It's not a wetlands, but it's also not a flood overflow area that is being alluded to by the misinformation coming out from Linda Parks. Because that whole area, if you build houses on it, you build mixed use, whatever, the builder takes care of the drainage. As the same way that if there weren't any houses on all that neighborhood, the water would sit there and eventually percolate down. So in 2 areas there, misinformation's been put out to the public that it's a wetlands and it's a flood channel overflow. Now, that used to be owned by the Seventh-day Adventists, and they taught people how to do citrus grove growing. And when they built the neighborhood around there, the contractor took 4 feet of soil to create that hole there that covers the full 37 acres to level out the other neighborhood to build the homes that are there right now. So my point is that a lot of misinformation by Linda Parks has gone out to the community, which has created a lot of angst. And no matter which way we vote on this, half are going to love us and half are going to hate it. But I just want to put out the facts that, again, it is not a wetland by the definition of a wetland. It's not a flood zone area for an overflow from the flood channel, because that whole area is a flood zone and for a 100-year flood. And it is capable of being built on, assuming drainage and all the other issues are addressed. So I wanted to clarify that before we start putting out any additional misinformation here from this council regarding the criteria or the quality of that property. Mayor?
Thank you, Mr. McNamee. I don't think any council member has issued any sort of misinformation. Nobody has referred to it as a wetlands, right?
I wanted to bring that up just so we have clarity going in on this particular properties, and you're correct. No one has said that so far.
Yeah.
However, I just want to clarify what Linda Parks has put out there, and I'm just restraining my disappointment in what's happened, and I just want to share that with the public so they understand what we're dealing with and my understanding of the property.
Okay, very good. This property obviously is not considered a wetlands per se. Fish and Wildlife Service, however, has identified it as a PEM. What is that called? That is where it's seasonal. It is seasonal, and the letter from June of last year states that. So the letter from last year also states that the most recent update to the mapper for this parcel used high-resolution color infrared imagery from 2002, and I'm reading from the supplemental packet. The on-screen image interpretation was completed, blah, 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 comparing to 2002 imagery on the mapper with present-day images clearly shows significant changes on the ground. Determining the factors behind these changes is not part of the NWI update process, and any perceived wetland loss should be investigated by those with the authority to do so at the local, county, state, or federal level. So this is in a supplemental packet.
And what does that mean in English?
It means that the ground changed quite a bit over the years.
Okay, so it's no longer wetland is what we're saying.
And no, it is identified as having seasonal runoff there.
But there's three criteria that need to be met, and they're not met. It's a piece of dirt. The only thing I found on that land that was alive were a bunch of weeds, bees in one of the wells, and two homeless people on the other side of the fence.
And it didn't used to be that way, but it is so now. It is so now. And I know you're disappointed with Linda Parks, and that's fine, but we're not here to criticize Linda Parks. We're here to discuss the general plan.
Well,
so I wanted to say that right now this parcel has the ability to develop residential as well as commercial. It's got horizontal mixed use. That's what it has. And but it is a challenging parcel to develop. We're told that we need to identify parcels that can realistically be developed over the years. I'm not sure if this one can at a high density. It is now designated, proposed designated at mixed use low, which is, where's my sheet? Mixed use low is 50 feet, 30 units an acre,
20
right?
to 30, yeah. Yeah.
And so, I mean, it's 37 acres. Realistically, it couldn't really be developed at that level, at that density.
No.
Well, Mayor, don't forget, we did designate this parcel as well as 5 others as a major opportunity site in the city.
Yes, we did, absolutely.
And I don't think anybody's questioning the fact that this is not a challenging property to develop. Even the owner understands that.
Mm-hmm.
But, you know, I look at how it was, the staff originally zoned it at split zone, and I just think that was totally untenable. You know, you had, people want to buy, it's a big piece, it's 37 acres. People are asking for a buffer, and staff thought, well, we'll make the buffer houses. But the way it's set up now with mixed use, the buffer can be open space, which would, in my mind, would be much more desirable than having a house in your backyard. And then it just seems to me that some of the things that could be done there could be quite ingenious, because it's just a blank slate, 37 acres right on the freeway, and
Yeah, this,
and
sorry.
I you know, I will tie it to the biotech sector, which is a quarter mile away.
Mm-hmm.
9,000 jobs out there, another 5 to 7,000 in the next 5 years or so. And I've talked to Beth Seidenberg of Westlake BioVentures. I've talked to Peter Mowgli of Alexandria. And there's more to the biotech sector than just labs.
Of course there
These
is,
are
yeah.
young people in their 20s and 30s, and they want things to do and places to go. And this property has the potential to provide that.
Yeah, in terms of again, I go back to my vision for the city. And like Councilman Adams said, this particular property may never be built on because of the issues with the property. That said, I think it holds incredible potential for something that will be a almost a transformative property in the Dos Vientos area. Dos Vientos, with some justification, has a feeling that Thousand Oaks never allows anything nice to be in Newbury Park.
That's a good point.
This has the possibility to be transformative if and I have no illusions that what we've been presented will eventually be put there, because we're looking at 5-10 years down the line. Who knows what is going to be in demand in those days? However, in trying to be flexible and give enough flexibility into the future to have a neighborhood, not neighborhood, but a mixed-use low designation across the property allows for the setbacks away from the residential now. The traffic issues, that place will not go in unless the developer can address the traffic issues.
Among others. Yeah.
Among others, of course. So that's just one example. But to say that we shouldn't do anything, this is too much of an opportunity really to be a transformative for that area. And as Councilman Jones has said, and Councilman Adams, the potential for servicing that biotech hub with housing is something we really can't turn our back on either.
Well, no, and you're right. That this has potential, and this is why it's wonderful that we can actually amend the general plan 4 times a year, every year. And so once a proposal is presented, I think there's only been one proposal presented in 2000 and, I don't know, what was it, 6 perhaps? I don't remember. The interested developer at the time found it not feasible to develop. Was it Warmington Homes, Centex Homes, one of the two?
It was Centex.
Centex, okay. And, but the beauty of the general plan is that it lives, it changes. It's a living document. And so I would certainly hope that one of these years, a proposal would be brought forth that makes sense. But so far, there hasn't been anything. And again, U.S. Army Corps of Engineers looked at it to see if it could be fixed. They now have abandoned the Phase 2 study, I believe, because for whatever reason. And so certainly it has potential, and it was identified as an opportunity site. But I think it is important to wait and see what proposal there is, because the other opportunity sites have brought forth proposals, and there were pre-screens, and we looked at concepts. Not so far with this particular parcel. So I'd be, more than happy to look at it. But for now, it is designated as commercial residential. It's not, there is an opportunity to do something with it now.
Madam Mayor, what is the
Jones.
zoning on it right now?
It's residential low up to 8 units, and then commercial to the eastern end.
Well, why doesn't he just develop it at 8 units an acre? How many acres? 39?
37?
37.
Yeah.
Well, he would have to put in roads and so forth, and he needs to have more than just getting in off of Alice Drive. He needs to have something off of Michael. I understand. See, we were going to put a bridge there 50 years ago from Michael onto that property. I don't know whatever happened to that. But that is a challenged property, as you're saying.
Yeah.
And I don't know why he
Can I-
doesn't.
But, you know-
We have approved everything tonight except low-density detached single-family homes. I think we need some more of that.
Well, you know, we don't need to design the project here from the
No, we
dais.
don't, exactly.
But I think Bob hit the nail right on the head. The low mixed use gives the property a certain amount of flexibility to provide not just housing, but amenities as well. And as long as I've lived here, Newbury Park has always said, well, we're always shortchanged on the amenity side. Westlake and Thousand Oaks gets everything. And I like the idea of that flexibility. Is it going to work? Are they going to put it together? Well, that's their situation. But I think we need to provide the property the chance.
And to Mr. Adams' point, I agree with you 100% in that let's give the developer an option here to try to develop it with all the challenges. We are not going to solve all those problems right now. That's the developer's job. But let's give them the opportunity, because I think this could be a destination for everyone in Newbury Park to go and have a nice time with the family. Could accommodate some of the housing that is short, perhaps, on the other side of the freeway with the biotech hub. They can put them there in this facility or in this location. And I think it accomplishes many goals of this council to allow this to be mixed use low, which is what the developer wants. And we always can say no if it comes forth to the council, and the county can also say no if they don't like what's being proposed. Is that
And
correct?
we're also putting a land use designation, is that the right word? That there'll be an open space buffer around it. So I think that's
Well,
really
I mean,
going
that
above and beyond.
Yeah, and that opportunity exists today. I mean, the other areas of opportunities that we designated tonight, we've had already discussions, presentations, consideration, deliberation. This one has not been brought forth before the council for a pre-screening for anything. I'm not saying the council wouldn't give it a green light, but we haven't had anything to see what can be done with it right now. And so I'm sure it's because it's, you know, ingress, egress, how do you access it, and all of that. It's a tough one. But I don't think this council would just, I mean, right now, we're not taking anything away. There is development allowed on that parcel.
Well, I don't know why he doesn't try to develop it at 6 units an acre. You know, that there's a flood channel that runs along
Yes,
the
yes.
south between that and Michael. And I don't know if it's ever going to rain again, but that used to flood. That used to flood all those houses on Michael.
And that'll have to all be taken into consideration.
Which
No
is
question
why,
about it. The
which
county
is,
owns the easement.
This property, though, we had a prior discussion about the residential over there by Lawrence with the brand-new buildings that have a 50-year life and everything. This property, with all its challenges, probably has more chance of having something built on it than those brand-new buildings being torn
Oh,
down.
yeah, no
So
question.
I don't think we should preclude that possibility, and then somewhere down the line, we have a general plan amendment or whatever we need to do, when we have the opportunity now to say, okay, this is a vision maybe that would work. Now, you have a lot of hoops to jump through. When you get done jumping through hoops, you come to us with what you think you can put in there, and we'll let you know if that's going to work for us. But right now, if putting it as a mixed-use low, I guess it is, mixed-use low, gives that flexibility. 10 years from now, whenever he gets done with the county and gets done with traffic studies and gets done with Army Corps of Engineer, whatever other hoops he has to jump through, this gives us at least the opportunity to have that happen.
but you do realize that opportunity was always there. That opportunity was always there to develop. 40 years ago, maybe.
Not to the flexibility, as Bob says, and the potential for amenities and gathering spots and things 37 acres right on the freeway could give with a mixed-use low designation. I don't know, maybe Kevin would like to make a motion.
I would
Yeah,
like to
sounds
make a
like you-
motion that we, I'd like to make a motion that we accept staff recommendation on this particular parcel. I think we should give
Okay,
them the
let's
opportunity.
do this. Would you please separate the Borchard Road parcel from the rest? Because I'd like to approve the rest. But this one is so challenging. I look forward to receiving a concept from
Can,
the developer or the owner or whoever.
wait, I'd
No,
have
I'm
to-
not-
can we do that,
I'm not,
Tracy?
I'm not willing to do that, no. I want to, if you want to separate, again, or go to our legal expert, if you want to separate out everything else that we're talking about and then approve that, and then come back to this one to approve or not approve at this meeting, I'm okay with that. But not to say that we're going to put the developer through hoops and have them come back with a plan that we have to look at later on. This is part of the general plan, and I want to move forward with that.
Mr. McNamee, Mayor Pro Tem Engler said he may need to jump through hoops with the new designation anyway.
That's fine, then that'll happen.
No,
But
he'll-
let me ask Tracy, or excuse me.
I don't
Ms.
think
Noonan.
it's appropriate to
Are we-
separate the
That's fine then.
Are we
Okay.
able to
It's almost
separate this
midnight.
one
I'm
out,
gonna need
decide
you
on the
guys to
rest
make
of
a
it, and come
motion in a
back?
second. So again, it's not a matter of a legal issue, but once a motion is made, then the only way to is if the maker of the motion agrees to amend the motion.
That's right, and he's not willing to do that.
So if Councilmember McNamee made a motion for the entire area,
Yes, the
then that's what needs to
entire
be
section of the
voted on,
map,
unless-
yes.
Okay.
Unless he's willing to amend the motion.
Mr. Town?
Just before any motions are made, a quick point of clarification, the current maximum density is 4.5 units per acre for that property, not 6 or 8.
Oh, 4.5, okay.
Correct.
And with mixed use low, it would be 30 units an acre,
Correct.
20 to 30.
20 to 30 units per acre.
All right,
So we're going from 4 to 4.5 to 20 to 30.
motion on the table.
Yeah.
Motion on the table.
Please, and just Mr. McNamee, we've had a tradition for council courtesy to allow different votes and separation. It's up to you to want to do that, and to not be cooperative, but that's your prerogative. But in the past, we've allowed other council members, because of professional courtesy, to do that.
Could you
So-
say that a little bit differently? I didn't follow what you were saying. I'm not clear.
Oh, sometimes to separate motions, when you want to say something, can I vote on that, but not on the other? We've allowed for flexibility before.
Oh, I see what you're saying. I don't want to separate it. I want to keep it all together and
No, I
move
know,
forward with
I
it.
know.
Okay,
just
I'm with
want-
you. I
want
understand now.
To know for the future.
Thank you.
Very good.
So we
All
are
right.
voting on the entirety of the Rancho Conejo South.
I have a question for Tracy Noonan. So obviously, I have concerns about that particular parcel. It is an opportunity site. I do support everything else. If I were to vote, but be on the record as opposing something from 4 units an acre to 30 units an acre, how would that work legally?
Well, again, remember, all we're doing is we're getting direction or endorsement of a land use map for staff to study. So again, the votes that are occurring tonight, 5, I think all of them but one has been a 5-0 vote.
Yeah.
If this one is not a 5-0 vote, whatever the majority is, that's what staff will study. And then bring back for formal adoption and consideration by the city council as part of the comprehensive general plan. It's not a legal issue.
Okay.
Again,
Very good.
Staff understands it, but
Yeah, no,
just
I have concerns increasing density by that much on something that is challenging, so I will then not vote in favor of the motion.
So
All right,
just
Madam
for
Clerk.
Madam
clarification,
Mayor, before we
Madam
do
Mayor,
that-
a quick point of clarification, just so I know exactly, we're voting on the staff recommendation.
Yeah.
With the exception of across the street at the old Smart and Final area, we're going to downgrade that to
Commercial
town, was it?
Town.
correct.
Town.
And then also, was that it?
That was it.
That
was
was
it.
I think that was it. So, and then that's the only change.
I believe so. Yes, Mr. Town? Was that the only change?
That was the only change. You opted to leave the commercial regional on the along both sides of Venture Park north of the freeway.
Okay,
Good.
very good.
That's the motion. Thank you.
Mr. Jones?
You're not agreeable to separating the two?
No, he's not. He's not.
Well, I guess if you don't want one of the two, you have to vote no.
Yeah, no, I will vote no on this.
Yeah.
Okay. It's fine. Madam Clerk, roll call, please.
Councilmember Adam?
Yes?
Councilmember Jones?
No.
Councilmember McNamee?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Engler?
Yes.
Mayor Bill Della Pena?
No.
And that motion carries, oh, I'm sorry, I recorded this incorrectly. The motion carries 3-2 with council members Jones and Bill Della Pena voting no.
Thank you very much. And we will now go to City Manager Drew Powers for an update.
We're done.
Yeah.
Whoa.
Mr. Powers.
Hopefully we can finish in 5 minutes, otherwise I need a motion to go past midnight.
Oh, okay.
I'm
Mr.
going very
Powers.
quickly, so I just wanted to thank the council. It's a lot of work this evening, and you really worked through it in a very deliberate and professional manner, and appreciative for all the staff work as well that went into it. Our next meeting will be in 2 weeks on the 8th of June. Get a little bit more focus back to some bread and butter. We'll be bringing our proposed budget forward for adoption. And they also have an update from our youth commission. So looking forward to the meeting on the 8th of June. And again, appreciations to the city council for your hard work.
Thank you so much. And we will adjourn tonight in memory of George Floyd as well as Paul Burns. Tonight, we are adjourning in memory of a distinguished community member, Paul Burns, who passed away February 7th. Paul moved to Thousand Oaks in 1965 and worked for the Ventura County Sheriff's Office for 17 years as a deputy with the Thousand Oaks Police Department. During a high-speed car chase, Paul was in an accident that ended his career with the department. That same year, he started his own business, which he grew into Burns Pacific Construction based in Thousand Oaks. In 1977, Paul opened Geppetto's Italian Family Restaurant on Thousand Oaks Boulevard, where he hosted several fundraisers for organizations such as the Sheriff's Drug Abuse Resistance Education Program, Crime Stoppers, the YMCA, and the Special Olympics. In 2005, Paul's family donated $27,000 to single-parent families in the Conejo Valley Unified School District at 6 different Title I schools. But Paul is probably best known for his annual free lunch at Geppetto's restaurant for his first responders, for first responders. Paul said there was never anywhere for a patrolling cop to get a decent lunch on a holiday. So on Labor Day, as a way of saluting deputies, police, highway patrol officers, firefighters, and paramedics, Paul donated lunch. At other times, when a deputy was seriously ill or facing a family hardship, Paul donated a day's worth of restaurant's proceeds to support them. Paul is survived by his wife of 39 years, speech pathologist Lisa, 2 daughters, 3 granddaughters, and a great-grandson. We mourn Paul's passing and extend our sincere condolences to his family and his many friends. Paul
Could I
will
make
be
a
greatly
statement?
missed. Mr. Jones?
Yeah, I've known Paul since he was probably in his 20s. He and Denny Gillette patrolled Thousand Oaks Boulevard together to make sure nobody was robbing any of the stores. I worked for Bob Morrison at Thousand Oaks Liquor in the summer of 1967, and they used to come in on a regular beat, so I've known Paul since that time. One anecdote, there was a bar where you stood at the cash register at Thousand Oaks Liquor.
Minutes.
And if you raised your foot, you set off an alarm at the sheriff's station. And inadvertently, Jack McGrath, who used to ride around in a bathtub on Conejo Valley days, well, he was working that night. He inadvertently hit that bar, and then he saw that he'd left off the alarm at the fire. So he ran out in the alley, and Paul and Denny came in, thought he was the thief.
Oh, my goodness.
He raised the alarm for it. Yeah.
All right, we have 40 seconds left. Thank you so much for that.
He was a wonderful man. I knew
Yes.
Paul. And I didn't even know he owned Geppetto's.
Yeah,
I
isn't that
used to take
something?
my little girls there when they were, toddlers, and they get spaghetti all over themselves and in their hair and everything. And how about that?
Well, he will be
people like
missed.
that make Thousand Oaks great.
Yes, that is absolutely true. And with that, we are adjourned to our next meeting, June 8th. Have a good night or a good morning, and we'll see you soon.
Well, you did it all the same day.